All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this business meeting of the Board of Education to order. If we would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Two quick things before we start. One, I want to remind everybody of the school norms. I know we've got a lot of teachers here who know them, but parents, I want to remind you of them as well. What we teach our kids to, how we teach our kids to behave. Be here, be safe, be honest, care for self and others, let go and move on. I hope we can hold ourselves to that same standard tonight. The other thing I want to point out is our policy 9324, which is conduct at meetings. So if in the event that a board meeting is interrupted by a person or group of persons who render orderly conduct of the meeting unfeasible and order cannot be restored by removing them, we will have to remove everybody from the meeting and we'll all be watching from Zoom. So we would rather not have that. So I'd remind everyone, this is a public meeting of the Board of Education. We will be taking public comments later in the meeting. And that is your time and opportunity to address the board. Otherwise, please, we've got a lot of business to do tonight, and I would ask that we all behave ourselves and let that happen. All right, with that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ms. Downey, is there a second? Mr. Kelly? All right. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda? All right. Ms. Kowalski? Were you?
Oh, sorry.
Hey, you were yes. Okay, great. That passes. Nope. Because we are all here in person, we are going to try to do hand votes tonight. So that is passed 7-0. So next up is our public hearing. I will talk about policy 9325 right now. So we get comments first from the GHS student government, the GEA, and then PTA Council, and then we'll get to our community comments, and I'll talk about the policy there. So why don't we start with our GHS student government representatives?
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Javi Serra, and I'm the senior class president at GHS. I would like to begin tonight with a sincere thank you to Dr. Jones, Chairman Bernstein, and GHS administrators. Last week, the plexiglass dividers were removed from our beloved student center. The effects were immediate, and our student hub is thriving once again, where students can now engage in fluid conversations, form new friendships, and take advantage of the much needed break from academics that lunch provides. We had shared our concerns about these dividers, and we're grateful that the administration was open to hearing our voices and receptive towards safely making this change in the student center. On this note of positivity, our Red Cross blood drive was extremely successful on October 8th. GHS students and faculty donated 30 pints of blood. There were many interested donors who were ineligible to donate, and our VP of Community Service, Callie Wolf, is optimistic that we'll get even more participation for the next drive in April. Students and staff now know how the process works, and more students will be eligible as they turn 17, the age they can consent to donating, and 16 when they can donate with parental approval. In the spirit of Bleeding Red, our homecoming week will begin Monday, November 8th. The themes for the week are Sleepy Monday, Throwback Tuesday, Western Wednesday, Senior Dress Up Day Thursday, and Red and White Friday. A student survey of over 1,000 students indicated that kids want a homecoming dance. So that Friday, November 12th, there will be a semi-formal dance. With all these exciting events to come, I'm eager to attest that GHS is reinvigorated. Our school community is becoming whole once again, and I'm hopeful that this will only continue. I'd like to thank Mr. Mayo, Dr. Jones, Chairman Bernstein, and all other Board of Education members for their often unappreciated, but nevertheless tireless efforts in providing grant students with the best educational experience. I'd like to emphasize that their hard work is making a huge difference at GHS. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I will now pass the mic to our student body president, Kwame Boateng.
Is the mic work? Okay, it is. Good evening, board members. My name is Kwame Boateng, and I am the student body president of GHS. In my position, it is often easy to identify prevalent issues amongst the student body and passionately advocate for change. However, in the same way that I will continue to speak for the needs of my peers, I'd also like to consistently recognize and thank the administration for collaborating with students and listening to our concerns. Last week, students were ecstatic to see that the plexiglass dividers were removed from the tables in the Student Center, enabling us to speak clearly and enjoy lunch with our friends. Similar to Javi, I'd like to thank Mr. Mayo, Dr. Jones, and the board for considering our feedback and making changes. As the color of the leaves start to change and the familiar fall breeze returns to our town, increasingly more students are staying indoors on campus. Whether it be during opens or lunch, the Student Center is expectedly being used more. And with that increase comes new concerns and ideas. Over the last year, a committee of students and faculty has been discussing potential ways to reimagine the Student Center, including changes to the layout and furniture. However, the committee is not the only place where these discussions are being held. In clubs, classrooms, and locker rooms, students are talking about ways to improve their space too. There have been recommendations to reestablish grade level sections, improve Cardinal Cafe options, add outlets and more flexible seating, and increase the number of trash cans. As a member of the committee, I'm excited to work with the administration to update the Student Center according to the wishes of the student body. Looking forward, Javi and I understand that there will be midterms this January at GHS, something that we both agree is a great way to demonstrate mastery of a subject, as well as practice taking important cumulative exams. Nonetheless, it is important to note that half of the kids have not taken a midterm in nearly 2 years, while the other half have not taken a high school midterm at all. In light of this, we plan to come up with initiatives that support a seamless transition back to midterms for the whole school. With that being said, thank you for your time tonight. I look forward to seeing you all in a month's time.
Thank you very much. All right, next GEA comments, though.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, parents, GEA, and all my GEA friends here today and all that are watching at home. And to our entire school community. I'd like to start off with thank you to Mary Keller and her health service team for all the hard work they have done keeping everyone safe. I know Mary and I have been working hard advocating for a saliva testing site in Fairfield County, but unfortunately we have hit one roadblock after another. I am asking help from our school board and our community members with this cause. There is only one site, and that is in Meriden, and it's 56 miles away, one way for our teachers to travel for a saliva test. Hours are limited and travel is long, causing hardships on some members. Any help with making this happen here in Greenwich would be much appreciated. Board members, you're always asking at these meetings, how can I help when issues arise in our district? Well, we as teachers need your help because I really don't understand how we arrived at this place in time. Last year, we were thanking teachers for our heroic efforts and hard work. Today, we have a small but loud group of individuals and parents who have taken it upon themselves to target one of our distinguished and highly respected educators, even to the extent of following her on private sites and visits. Some teachers have received threatening emails, even called criminals or even worse. How can we allow this to continue? Aren't we all entitled to a safe workplace, free from harassment and intimidation, including teachers? We cannot allow our friends and colleagues to be harassed, bullied, and threatened. This must stop now. Can we send a message to the community that will support each other and not tolerate behavior that goes against what we want to model for our students and children? Care for self and others, be honest, let go and move on? Can we do that? I think we can. Can we oppose these special interest groups and all others who harass our dedicated educators for doing their job, for telling the truth, for shedding light on problems we face, including inequality and inequity? I think we can and should. We must protect the benefits of fact-based learning and diversity in our schools, affirm our commitment to the values of academic integrity and honesty that have been the hallmarks of American educators for decades. GEA is asking the Greenwich Board of Education for your help. Can you please take a stand against these threatening and harassing behaviors against educators? Thank you.
All right, folks, we've got a long meeting, so if we could bring that to a close, thank you. Our next speaker, PTA Council, Mimi Duff.
Good evening. I'm Mimi Duff, President of PTA Council, representing the 15 school PTAs and the families of all of our members. The number and density of the reports being presented tonight speaks to the amount of work being done in the district to improve our children's educational experience. We applaud these efforts and look forward to learning more tonight. And we will continue to ask that materials be distributed earlier to help continue community engagement in the process. We are particularly interested in hearing about the curriculum review, the achievement report, including the specific action items to address lapses that are highlighted, the tech program summary, and the ALP program updates. We appreciate there is so much great work being done within the district between implementation plans, program reviews, etc. We ask that you continue to provide greater transparency and communication. District communications that go to parents via emails can also be posted to the district website and Facebook pages, for instance, for greater visibility. And this will help us at PTAC refer others to those pages. We're excited to learn more tonight in these reports and also hopeful that the board will approve the Old Greenwich Ed specs as presented. We have a lot of specific questions about tonight's reports, and we will be listening closely and gathering those questions to present to the various stakeholders. We will work with the district to get more information following tonight. For future meetings, we look forward to hearing the updates on the Big Ideas math implementation, which began this year. Surely the district can learn from any bumps in the road which may have occurred with the rollout of a new program and apply these lessons to other program reviews within the district. What's going on in PTAC? Our committees continue to work with the district in many areas, including, but not limited to, academic excellence, ALP, diversity, equity, and inclusion, curriculum enrichment, digital learning, and facilities. PTAC is able to provide meaningful feedback from our school reps and aims to help improve communications, coordinate efforts, and to advocate for our students where necessary. You will hear from a couple of our PTAC reps tonight, in fact. Chairs, excuse me. If you don't know what PTAC is or what we do, please check out our website to learn more or check out our library of resources. We've also been busy working on SMART goals for the year and look forward to sharing them in the future. Earlier this week, we co-hosted a virtual Board of Ed candidate debate with the League of Women Voters Greenwich and the Greenwich Alliance, where we had more than 250 folks dialed in. The debate was recorded and the video can be found at the League of Women Voters Greenwich website. In closing, I'd like to say a special thank you to this Board of Education. I know some of you are ending your terms, but your tireless service has been greatly appreciated. Thank you also to those that are continuing on in their terms and to our superintendent. And finally, thank you to our many teachers and other educators that are on the front lines working with our children daily. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so next up is our community comments. Per our posted meeting notice, we're going to take 1 hour of community comments now and then the remainder after the business portion of our meeting. So policy 9325 covers meeting conduct. 3 minutes are allotted to each speaker. We ask that you be respectful. If you want people to respect you, please respect them. What we will do is take people in the order they send up agenda items first and then non-agenda items following the agenda items. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but we encourage members of the public to address complaints concerning individual district personnel through the proper chain of command. Speakers should address themselves in a civil manner with the due respect and dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by their comments. It's not the board's intent to stifle public comment. Speakers should be aware that if their statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, the speaker may be held legally responsible. Speakers unsure of the legal ramifications of what they are about to say are urged to first consult with their legal advisor. Look, we want to hear the comments. You want to give us the comments. If you are not respectful, if we have disruption, we'll have to ask people to leave. We do not want to do that. So I would ask again that you please be respectful during this portion of the meeting so that we can fit in as many speakers as possible during this first hour. So the first speaker is Katie Yu.
Good evening. I'd like to start my comments this evening by once again welcoming our district's new coordinators, and I look forward to the presentation of the ALP report this evening in concert with our ALP facilitator, Bonnie O'Regan. It was with excitement that I anticipated the start of our new school year. However, the idea of a forward-facing curriculum highlighted in past presentations was quickly overshadowed by an apparent lack of transparency and communication when many parents learned at open house of surprising changes made and implemented in our ALP program. It is in the spirit of collaboration that I would like to pose the following questions. In what Board of Ed meeting was a vote taken to approve the changes in the middle school advanced science program? This represents a curriculum change and is subject to the board's approval. And why was the placement letter that parents received exactly the same as letters in the past? Shouldn't parents have instead been provided with a letter explaining how this new program would work? When were elementary ALP teachers informed of the change to include social studies into ALP English? Were teachers provided with adequate time to train for this change? Are well-loved programs such as the 5th grade Shakespeare play and The Secret Garden on the chopping block, and if so, why? The report shows a sharp decrease in 2E students in ALP. Why? Is this a problem of simply not identifying ALP place students as 2E learners, or are 2E learners not being recognized appropriately? With regard to the programmatic changes, factors such as larger classes, slower pacing, fewer natural breaks, and more independent study skills needed by students are all extra challenges for our 2E community. The report also refers to a seat quota of 50 students per middle school in ALP. This has never been my understanding of the program, and to my knowledge, our district has never had a defined limit for qualifying students. Our district is fortunate to have a well-regarded and nationally recognized specialist in gifted education. While a distinct focus on curricular writing per area certainly has merit, it is equally as important that our district leverages and considers this expertise as it points to the philosophy of gifted education and how advanced learners actually learn. As our board looks to some eye-opening achievement results this evening, it is perhaps even more pressing to ensure that the needs of our advanced learners are being met. These recent issues point to a lack of planning across affected areas, communication, and transparency.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And in my opinion, necessitate a more coordinated approach and communication campaign moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Shelley Shaw and Irina Ingilova. Mike, I think Irina is on Zoom. Irina, if you could unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me right now? I think so.
You're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to the members of the Board of Education, administrators, parents, and everyone else present. My name is Irina Angilova, and together with Shelley Shah, we are co-chairs of the ALP Committee of PTAC. We are addressing the BOE tonight as ALP PTAC co-chairs. The Advanced Learning Program in Greenwich has tangibly benefited its students since its inception. ALP has earned national recognition and is at the forefront of enhanced educational opportunities. Throughout the years, PTAC has had a valuable working relationship with Bonnie O'Regan and is looking forward to continue that with her and the new ALP leadership team of Mark D'Amico, Tara Fogel, Mike Reed, and BJ Marcus. We appreciate the ALP program and are focused on preserving its excellence. There have been changes to the ALP program over the years, and in the last academic year of 2020-2022, and the current academic years of 2021-2022, there have been COVID-related changes. Given the recent changes, we have reached out to many parents in the community and collected their feedback. We have forwarded the parent feedback to the new ALP team email address. Parents' concerns center on transparency and communication around the following topics. Number one, what is the ALP curriculum in elementary and middle school, and how are we ensuring its excellence? Number two, what is the ALP qualification and selection process at the elementary level, and what is the middle school advanced studies placement process? Number three, what is the mission of the ALP program, and what is the charge by the BOE to the ALP program? Who is the program for? Number four, what is the organizational chart of the ALP administrative team, and what is the makeup of the building advisory committees? How is the program staffed across different schools? What is the guidance of ALP class sizes? Number five, how are we ensuring fidelity, diversity, and equity in ALP? We have already begun the year with great conversations between our committees and the ALP team, and look forward to continuing to work together to identify and help clarify parent questions and concerns around these topics. Already, we're encouraged by the ALP informative newsletter that came out this week and that addressed many parent questions. We'll continue to advocate for transparency and communication that will keep parents informed and engaged in the ALP program.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Jackie Homan. We're not calling on somebody that doesn't have their name up, so we're going to move on. Sorry, we're not seeing her name. We need to see her name so that we can recognize her. All right, we're going to move on. If she shows up, we will try to call her later. The next speaker is Keith Steinberg. Michael, do we have a Keith Steinberg online?
I'm not seeing one.
He's coming around. Got him here. Thank you. Just so we can speed this along, after Keith is Alicia Borelli.
Good evening. My name is Keith Steinberg. I've lived in this town for over 25 years. When I started a family, I chose to move my wife and kids out of Eastern Connecticut and back to Greenwich because this is where I want my children to grow up. My son has had an incredibly positive experience at North Miami School, and we are so grateful to the teachers, administrations, and support staff who give him everything he needs every single day. I listened to the BOE debate the other night and heard the Greenwich Patriots group being singled out by the moderator. In fact, it seemed there were many incorrect statements made about the Greenwich Patriots all over social media, posted by groups who claim to support our schools. To clarify, to my knowledge, Greenwich Patriots are not anti-vax. They are against mandating an experimental COVID vaccine. If you choose to get this shot and have your children vaccinated, that is your choice, but it should be just that, a choice. People have had severe adverse reactions and even died from the vaccine. Others have not. How do you know which group you will fall into? The vaccine pushers have become a cult that censor any information that doesn't fit their narrative. This should concern all of us. Greenwich Patriots are a group of people who care about and support each other. They support medical freedom and a parent's right to decide what is best for their children. including medical choices like masks and curriculum content. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Michael, I think I see Jackie Herman now. So Jackie, if you could raise your hand, that'll help. Jackie, if you unmute, you should be okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Earlier this week, my son was forced to wear a school-supplied face mask sourced from a Chinese company that had been plagued with counterfeits. The mask smelled foul, and it gave my son a headache, and it was probably contaminated with chemicals from what I could tell. The irony, of course, is my son has a mask exemption due to a medical condition. He absolutely should not be wearing a mask, but he wears it because you've created such a toxic, hostile environment in the school that he'd rather sacrifice his health than get chased down the hallway and hauled into another disciplinary meeting with your brown shirts. The bullying about masks is relentless and reinforced with disgusting bulletin boards full of propaganda and misinformation designed to brainwash the students. You need to stop the indoctrination into the false belief that masks do anything other than serve as a reminder that our children lost their voices and lost their right to breathe. You are all smart enough to know that a little piece of cloth does not stop an airborne virus, but you've chosen to turn a blind eye to the science on masks. You know this is not about science and it's just about control. And if you haven't figured that out by now, I feel really sorry for you. Just to be clear, you've usurped my parental rights and you are now personally responsible for indoctrinating my son into your delusional anti-science views on masks. The fear you've created for my son to exercise his right to breathe without getting bullied by teachers and staff is simply unacceptable. But you haven't stopped the bullying at masks. You've generated so much fear that parents rush to get their children shot despite the known and unknown risks from this experimental, still unapproved gene therapy. Like the risk of myocarditis, which has affected so many people, teenage boys in particular, that a warning label was added to the package label. In fact, the shot has been suspended in several other countries over the myocarditis risk. Yet you fail to mention these risks in your weekly emails as you continue to act as a surrogate sales representative for Pfizer. You've coerced our amazing teachers, staff, and administrators to take an unapproved shot just in order to keep their jobs. Sadly, some have already experienced adverse effects from the jab, and they felt compelled to take it because of you. And now they're worried about getting a second dose. But your threats of unemployment have scared most into submission. What a terrible position to put somebody into. What kind of monster tells someone who had an adverse reaction to the first shot that they'll lose their job if they don't get a second shot? How could you do that? Have you considered the devastating impact your mandate has had on the lives
30
of
seconds.
Our teachers, our staff, and our administrators? You're destroying their lives, but more practically speaking, you seem to have no concept of the legal repercussions of your mandate either. How much longer before the district gets slapped with a lawsuit? And now the threat of a vaccine mandate looms for our children aged 5 and up. We know you'll promote whatever mandate is pushed by the state since you accepted the Tainter ESSER funding from the Biden administration. But you need to know parents will fight any mandate and we will win because God is on our side. God bless America.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, we need to move on. Otherwise, people won't get a chance to speak. The next speaker is Alicia Borelli, followed by Peter Schwarzenstein.
Hello, members of the board and everyone that came out tonight. My name is Alicia Borelli. I'm a Greenwich resident. I have 3 children. One child is a product of the public schools here. Another child is a sophomore in the high school. And then I have a daughter that's in private school. Is the board still denying that CRT and SEL are part of the curriculum? Because we know it's still a part of the curriculum. Even as I speak tonight, there's a teacher in the high school that teaches civics that pressures students to pick a Democratic position over a Republican position in the classroom, shames students for things they had nothing to do with, asks other students to find righteousness in victimhood. This has got to stop. This is your job. SRT, CRT, and SEL are very much a part of the Greenwich curriculum, and it's your job to root it out and find it. Instead of denying it, it's time to rectify it. Sorry. We are in our 3rd school year of having our children degraded and demoralized by forcing them to cover their faces. They have lost years of natural immunity programming that the future of their physical health depended upon. They have spent years breathing in dirty air, carbon exhaust, and microparticles from absolutely questionable mask materials. They have lost learning. They have lost a childhood of smiles. These are the years of their childhood. They are never getting it back. Have mercy on them already. Wear a mask if you'd like, but please unmask our children.
Please pull your mask up. Thank you.
This is how our kids feel. Prepare to take a position as a district against a vax mandate the state declares such. A vax mandate will not happen here. The Greenwich public school community will not comply. Whether you all realize it or not, the resistance will be seismic. People will move, people will fight. Complying with the state vax mandate would be a catastrophic injustice, if not a crime against humanity. I beg any of you listening to me to do the right thing at this point. Please stand with your community. The most basic needs of our children are not being met. Being valued, feeling accepted, and being protected. And I don't mean from a virus that wholly doesn't affect them, but from the restrictions that are oppressing them. As an educator, I agree. As an educator, I agree parents should have limited control of a curriculum and schooling. I know it takes a ton of time and resources to plan and execute. I understand it can't and shouldn't be altered every time a parent has an opinion. This is not that, and you all know it. The masks have to come off. A child vax mandate will never be tolerated here, and there needs to be a thorough investigation into CRT and SEL curriculum and any educator that disseminates such. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so the next speaker is Peter Schwartzstein, followed by Cara Philbin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Pete Schwartzstein. I have two kids in elementary school and public schools here, and one kid who's 4. He's going to be in kindergarten next year. And I just wanted to talk about my family's experience with the advanced learning program with ALP. Our experience has been really positive. We've been amazed at how much the ALP teachers at our kids' school have really come up with creative and engaging ways to challenge the students. And I was at dinner tonight talking to my daughter, and I just said, I'm going to say a few words about ALP tonight at this meeting. Can you just tell me a couple things that I should share? And she said, ALP is a challenge. It makes my brain work harder. And I thought that was a pretty good summary and kind of amazing because it was just a couple years ago. My wife and I really were struggling to get my daughter enthusiastic about reading. She was not the kind of kid who came home and was devouring books. She would never talk about books that she was reading. And if you fast forward to today, she's not only loving reading, loving the books that they're teaching in her ALP class, but she's talking to us about it. And she's really showing us that she's understanding the material. And it makes me think back. I spent a couple years as a teacher in Spanish Harlem in New York, and I was teaching 7th grade language arts. I had students who really came from a wide range of skill sets and levels. And the challenge for teachers is, obviously, you want to differentiate your teaching. You want to reach your students where they are and really be able to meet their needs and bring everyone up to the grade level or beyond grade level. And the hardest part for me as a teacher was seeing those kids who were ready to even take the next step of reading books that were above grade level. I didn't have time or the ability to really focus on them because I had so many students, again, at different levels I was trying to teach. And you think about coming off of COVID quarantine and how many levels, we're probably at a place where there's more of a broad range of levels of these students than ever before, at least in our lifetimes. So all of this is to say that, as a parent, I'm concerned because a lot of the time it seems like differentiation is done via technology, via the iPads. I personally think the kids spend too much time with technology and iPads and screens. But one of the things we found with our daughter is the ALP teachers really put a priority on pen and paper work, on real books, getting kids to love books, not just love the act of reading.
30 seconds.
So, just to conclude, I know there's going to be a lot of discussion in the future about ALP, and I just want to be one of those parents who doesn't shy away into the shadows. And I want to say, we love this program. We think it's done great work for our kids. We think all kids should be challenged, but we as a community, as a Board of Ed, as Greenwich Public Schools should really be challenging all our students the best we can, preparing them for college and beyond. And I just want to say thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Tara Philbin, followed by Roger Rosendahl.
My 4 children represent a diverse spectrum of learners and ages in the Greenwich Public Schools. 2 are in advanced studies and 1 in special education. 1 is in high school, middle, 2 in elementary. This enables me to have a strong understanding of the successes and failures of our schools. Our town ranks top 5% in resources, yet our English scores have fallen to 19% and our math scores are only 65%. This is the result of an early literacy program that was not science-based and a math program changing every 3 years. More recently, I've heard building leaders and teachers note that they are encountering behavior issues never seen before, and especially an inability to follow instructions and directions. I suspect this is because every year the students are learning less and less from teachers and more from technology. One-on-one human interaction and the ability to teach empathy is being lost. In 2011, our test scores were in the 90th percent. The current 8th grade class, one of the most struggling grades, were the first to receive iPads. They are the case study, and when I hear the younger grades are struggling even more with behavior, what has changed for them is even more screen time. We spend so much money on technology while our buildings are crumbling. Over the past year, I've noted the superintendent's focus is not academics. Just look at how she spent the ESSER federal funding. 2 million academics, 8 million social emotional learning, social workers, ruler training, which will infuse SEL into our core academics, and proposed before and after school healthcare clinics. Our strategic plan was barely 1-page academics and 10+ page plan. More recently, she issued her goals, which did not include one measurable goal, not even to close the achievement gap. Parents are asking for transparency and to be valued members of the community. Yet she continues to implement curriculum, pilot, and change programs without Board of Ed approval or public comment. This lack of governance has just now resulted in a complete and costly failure. Despite an 8-0 vote to leave the advanced learning programs intact, the superintendent infused social responsibility, lenses, biases, and perspectives into the elementary English program and merged the advanced science program and students learning English. If this school district continues to make decisions that are absent transparency, accountability, and community voice, and this district continues to infringe upon parental rights and family values, future enrollment in the Greenwich Public Schools will dramatically decline, and the landscape of education in Greenwich will transform as community members pursue non-public and non-private school opportunities. Recently, I successfully held the current super accountable to ensure all families in GPS have access to their right to an independent education evaluation, an achievement not shared by any current or past BOE member. We need leaders who will listen to the students in the community. That is why I'm running as a write-in candidate, Kara Philbin, for the Board of Ed to continue my advocacy in the official capacity. Vote for 2, Megan Galletta, write-in Kara Philbin.
And this is not a proper form for campaigning. Thank you. All right, the next speaker is Roger Rosendahl, followed by Jen Benzavengo.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I have to say, looking at that board and watching how much time I have to speak, it's intimidating, you know, and then having that nice lady tell me I've got 30 seconds left. Frankly, I find it kind of chilling my free speech, and I would ask that you may wish to revisit the policy standards for speakers. I recognize you need time constraints and budget, especially for old guys like me who weren't raised online and going to websites. So who am I? My name is Roger Rosendahl, and I've been a 20-year-plus resident of Greenwich, and I did, but no longer have children in the public schools. But I was personally a beneficiary of smart, dedicated public school teachers, and I would like to see that benefit passed on to others. I'm an old guy. I personally experienced the Watts riots. I walked through the Martin Luther King riots and Rodney King, and I lived with an African-American family in Galveston, Mississippi when I was monitoring the fairness of their elections. I marched on the Pentagon, the United Nations. I got students released from Occoquan prison. You know, was tear gassed. I can't tell you how many times. I was sort of an activist in my youth and mainly on the left. Tonight, however, I represent no political movement. I'm speaking tonight as an American who has experienced an extremely high quality public education and has been here long enough to learn that we have a great country. I'm here as a patriot. What does that mean? Well, a patriot loves America and as such opposes children being taught to hate America, or worse, that they are either victims or oppressors. A patriot accepts a history full of flaws. Slavery was abominable.
30 seconds.
So was genocide. We're not perfect, but we've come a long way. A patriot also loves freedom, including the freedom to make one's own choices for better and for worse. I've had that freedom, made a lot of mistakes. I'm a patriot. I'm not fringe. I believe my thoughts reflect the mainstream of America. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker is Jennifer Benzavengo, followed by Erica Jacoby. Say those names again. Jennifer Benzavengo. Jen, you're online. I think you just need to unmute.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Good evening, Chairman Bernstein, Dr. Jones, members of the board, colleagues, and guests. My name is Jen Benzavengo, and I am the proud principal of Old Greenwich School. I want to begin this evening by thanking you for your support as we navigated uncharted waters over the last 20 months. I have heard from colleagues across the state and country envious of our ability to bring children back to school safely into the building last fall. And while I may remind those same students to keep their masks up over their noses, they can still see our cheeks rise in smiles, feel the love of our teachers, and know we are here for each and every one of them with or without a mask. I am here this evening to ask for your full support of the Old Greenwich School Ed Specs and Feasibility Plan, which you will soon hear is a request for a safe, ADA compliant building with adequate HVAC and air quality. Our committee's proposal is not for a building with excessive extras or bells and whistles. It is the bare minimum of what we need to provide a safe learning environment for all of our students, teachers, and staff. You've heard me speak before of the portion of our building that sits well below sea level and has flooded sewage into classrooms 3 times since July. I also won't speak tonight of the lack of ADA compliance and the number of times we've personally carried children up and down stairs from the playground to the nurse's office on the 2nd floor, or the accessible entrance of a loading dock door near the dumpster for any child, teacher, parent, or visitor with limited mobility. What I will discuss is our responsibility as a town to maintain our schools. I am the owner of an antique home built in 1780. I know what it takes to maintain a home of a certain vintage, and our school is no different. Its construction began in 1899, and the Sound Beach Public School, as it was aptly named, opened in 1902. As an antique building, its care and maintenance is complex but necessary. This landmark building requires your support to make the investments necessary to safely function as a 21st century school building. Did you know our attics have heat sensors? If the temperature rises over 140 degrees, a fire alarm is signaled and we need to evacuate the building for the attic to be inspected by the fire department. This has happened more than once in my 6-year tenure at Old Greenwich. As you can imagine, heat of this magnitude trapped in an antique attic space, while certainly a fire hazard, also reduces the life of the roof significantly. the same roof that leaked during a storm in September, resulting in falling ceiling tiles in a 5th grade classroom. Although not quite as old as my school, today is my birthday. And as I blew out the candles on my cake just before this meeting,
30 seconds.
One wish. I wished for a fully funded renovation for our school that provides no less than the $24.5 million referenced in the proposal this evening, over $14 million less than what was recommended by the initial master plan in 2018. We've worked hard to present you a proposal that meets ADA compliance, health and safety standards, and appropriate air quality for our students and staff. Please help make that lone birthday wish come true and vote in favor of the necessary renovations for Old Greenwich School. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, and happy birthday from the board. All right, our next speaker is Erica Jacoby, followed by Carolyn Peterson.
Hello?
Yes, Erica, you're good to go.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Bernstein, Dr. Jones, and members of the Board of Education. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for your efforts in keeping our youngest learners in school over the last year. My name is Erica Jacoby, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Old Greenwich School parent body as this year's PTA president in full support of the Old Greenwich School renovation project. I am the proud parent of 2 Old Greenwich School students, with a future Dolphin joining his sisters in 2 short years. Like many Old Greenwich families, we relocated from New York City before our eldest daughter was set to begin her pre-K year. We chose Old Greenwich, selecting to pay a premium to live on 1/3 of an acre because of the village, walkability, proximity to Todd's Point, and the true sense of community. For us, it was and is an ideal location to begin to establish roots. When we began to tour schools for kindergarten, we quickly realized that Old Greenwich School serves as a cornerstone to the overall community. Despite having inferior facilities in comparison to other school options, our belief in the public school system, as well as the desire to stay true to our initial path of being part of something bigger, of a community, we enrolled our daughter at Old Greenwich. At times, I have questioned my decision, never because of our amazing teachers or even the curriculum, but because of a building that is simply failing. In 2017, when my daughter fell from the monkey bars and injured her ankle, I raced to school. She had been carried upstairs to the nurse's office by a teacher, only for me to carry her back down the crumbling front steps and off to ONS. Last week, I watched a 2nd grade boy hobble up the front steps on crutches with his mother supporting him to ensure he did not fall. This was just the start of a 7-year-old boy's day. I can only imagine how he fared navigating the stairs from his 2nd floor classroom to the ground floor cafeteria, art, and music rooms multiple times in the day. How different these situations could have been in an ADA compliant building. In 2018, my same child, then in 1st grade, came home on a rainy day without her backpack, explaining to me that her classroom had flooded with sewage from the toilets and she was unable to return to retrieve her belongings. 3 years later, and nothing has changed. The wing of our school has flooded with sewage 3 times this year, and this last storm, bringing damage to our 3rd floor from a leaking roof. Having our custodial team work through the night is not a long-term solution. It's an inexpensive temporary Band-Aid. Last year, many of our children sat in their classrooms during the coldest months, windows open, winter coats and hats on for the duration of the day. During the warmer months, the air-conditioned units remained in the off position. The situation only highlights the school's continued need for a proper ventilation system to provide our children clean, safe air.
30 seconds.
Our children, teachers, and administration deserve better. On behalf of the parent community, I'm asking you to vote in favor of the plan presented tonight. This plan presents only the minimum investment required to fix the major issues, but by no means is sufficient to truly modernize our 100-year-old building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Carolyn Peterson, followed by Lindsay Kiernan. Carolyn, if you unmute, you should be able to go.
Hello, thank you. Hello, my name is Carolyn Peterson, and I am speaking tonight in support of the Old Greenwich School Renovation Expansion Project. I have spoken numerous times in this forum to support this project. While I have done so as a parent at the school, as PTA president of Old Greenwich School, as a realtor and a member of the OGS Feasibility Study Committee, I do so this evening as chair of the PTAC Facilities Committee. This is a newly formed committee this year, which has grown out of the responsibility to advocate on behalf of our school's infrastructure. It must be noted that the budget presented tonight is pared down to $24.5 million, a decrease of 24% from the original master plan. We hope that this represents an effort to listen to the feedback and work as collaborative partners. Old Greenwich School has not had a significant renovation in 25 years, and we need to make sure this one is far-reaching. There are many goals for this project, but I will speak to two of the most important: safety and capacity. Safety. Old Greenwich School was built over 100 years ago. A lot has changed in Old Greenwich since then. When the school was built in 1902, women did not have the right to vote. Civil rights leaders helped our society create and protect opportunities for all. The American with Disabilities Act, written over 30 years ago, is one of those pillars of our civil rights. We cannot ignore the responsibility we have to make Old Greenwich School ADA compliant. We should be approaching this issue with pride that we are finally going to fix this issue. Capacity. Based on the model program for spaces as outlined in the ed specs, Old Greenwich School is currently 22% smaller than suggested. The plan as presented tonight only provides a net gain of 6% more space, leaving a shortfall of 16%. Old Greenwich School has experienced a significant influx of new families in these pandemic years. The school needs the space for this growing population. Thank you again for your support of this Old Greenwich School project. On another note, and while I have the opportunity, I must also make a comment on behalf of North Miami School's current work. It is imperative that we continue to work with speed and efficiency, returning those students and staff to one building. I encourage all parties involved to keep this in mind while continuing to work expeditiously to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker is Lindsay Kiernan, followed by Michael Joseph Mercanti Anthony.
Good evening. My husband and I moved to this area 7 years ago to ensure our children had the best education, felt safe, and were treated with respect. It's not easy or cheap to move to Greenwich, as many of you know, and we work hard to ensure to give them the very best. We love our elementary school, Old Greenwich, so I hope that you guys approve that shortly, but have been incredibly disappointed with some of the decisions made from the Board of Education and Dr. Jones. We're now 19 months into a pandemic, and kids are still forced to wear masks with zero evidence or studies that masks work. When this was brought up in the beginning of the school year, the head nurse yielded to the CDC, but didn't provide any detail. If you actually look at the CDC website, the large-scale study that was done proved that distancing, hybrid models, classroom barriers, and most notably requiring masks were all found to not have a statistically significant benefit. Therefore, none of these measures are effective. Yet here we are, a month and a half into school, requiring our kindergartners who are trying to learn how to read to mask up for 7 hours a day. I don't think it's unfair to ask the board to provide the actual evidence that masking works. No more yielding to the CDC. Please provide the studies to the parents who can examine them and decide for themselves if their children should or should not be in masks. Of course, if you agreed to take funds from the government in exchange for following their guidelines, that is a whole other issue that the community needs to be aware of, as masking our children for an exchange of money is incredibly unethical. Speaking of choice, we're all aware that the vaccine will be approved quickly for children ages 5 to 11. I couldn't believe it when I heard the vaccine was being given at schools in Greenwich for kids 12 through 17 with a parental slip in hand. This is something that should be done with a parent present. Although my children will not be receiving the vaccine, I would ask that you not set these up in elementary schools during the school week. It's not fair to our children, who are as young as 5, seeing their peers getting a vaccine. This is a private decision that should be made by parents, especially with a 0.0001 chance that the kids are actually getting sick. Let me add, a lot of kids that have already had COVID, whether they know it or not, have antibodies that have been proven to be better than the vaccine. I carried all 3 of my children for 10 months, and I don't remember any of you being there to help me carry the weight. So there is no way you have any right to decide if my child gets a vaccine.
30 seconds.
That has been tested for a month. The parents and children of this town deserve better. We want to trust the education that our children receive and have faith that the people making these decisions want the best for our children and their future. Please give the parents back our rights. We deserve to make decisions for our children regarding their health and well-being. Thank you.
All right, so the next speaker is Michael Joseph Mercanti Anthony, followed by, it's listed as Lesko Brandon. It may be the other way around. Oh, please go ahead. Hi.
My name is Mike Mercante Anthony. As many know, I'm a candidate for one of the open seats on the Board of Education this November. I have 23 years of experience in public education as a teacher and administrator and possess a doctorate in education from the University of Pennsylvania.
Not an appropriate forum for campaigning, so if you could please
No
jump
problem.
to your comments.
I mention all this because I believe firmly that boards of education benefit when you have different perspectives present. It's good to have the voices of lawyers, PTA veterans, and other professionals on the board. I would say it's also essential to have members of education backgrounds as well. Yet regardless of perspective, we all must agree that GPS has no greater asset than its talented teachers. They know too well the challenge before us. Tonight, the board will be looking at last year's sobering and COVID-caused achievement data, which demonstrates significant drops in performance. Several grade levels, particularly in transition years, showed double-digit declines. Moreover, the performance gap of our students in our Title I schools has widened into a bit of a chasm. I caution the board not to look at this as a short-term problem. This is not an issue of remediation, but of acceleration. There's a key difference here. In a remediation program, schools identify a specific gap in learning and go back to fix it. The problem there is that while you're remediating in one area, the student is missing further learning. Imagine a 5th grade student now reading at a 3rd grade level because of COVID. The achievement data suggests that we have a number of students in this issue. If we move the student forward at the same place as before, the student will always be behind. What's more, when that student gets to middle and high school, there is a danger that progress stops as the curriculum shifts away from reading skills and towards the study of literature. It is not hard to see a student in this scenario left permanently behind. I don't mention this to scare anyone, but to stress to the board the importance of ensuring that our COVID response programs are favoring acceleration, not mere remediation. We need to make sure programs are in place to accelerate students' growth in both math and literacy, such that these gaps do not become permanent fixtures of this annual report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is Carl Higbee, followed by Kim Fiorello.
Welcome back to the circus. Hey, so I'm glad all the teachers are here because, actually I recognize a couple of you guys. As when I ran for the RTM, one of the things I did was try to help people in the community. Some of these people have reached out to me and done my best to help them. You know, we got a couple bad apples in there that every once in a while every group has. I'm glad you're here. I'd like to know what are the—
Carl, could you please address the board? These are comments to the board, not to the audience.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what are the exact threats that everybody's worried about?
Interactive. So, if you
so
just
it's not interactive.
Comments. Thank you.
Okay. So you know, it's interesting because here's the thing. If you guys have threats against you, I'm the guy you call. Call me first because I'll stand in front of you. In fact, here's my cell phone number right now.
All right, Carl, could you please address the board?
So here's my cell phone. If someone threatens a teacher, you call me and I'll be the first person to defend you, okay? But since it's not a give and take and I'm supposed to address the board and you guys don't ever give anything, here's Peter Bernstein's cell phone number because he doesn't answer emails. Here's Tony Jones's cell phone number, okay? Maybe you can call them.
Carl,
maybe they'll start getting involved.
If you have comments you'd like to make,
I do.
Other than
I have
this,
a ton of
other than
comments
trying
I'd
to
like
get
to
clicks,
make.
Please move along.
Yeah, I have a ton of comments I make because you don't get back to our emails. So, you know, and also your phone numbers are being passed around right now as well. Maybe you'll listen if we get enough people calling you. I want to know, when are you going to take these masks? You saw the high school kids who came up here. They're so happy to get the barriers down. They're getting their humanity back. When are the masks coming down? All right, they're not answering, so go ahead and call them on that one. Are you going to mandate vaccines for young kids and things like this? I mean, our teachers, they're working their tails off to try to interact with these kids, and they can't. They have no emotional connection through these plastic barriers, through these masks, and now you're forcing them to get tested every week. I mean, this is garbage. This is garbage. We're on what, 600 days of 14 days to flatten the curve? I mean, it's time to get over this stuff, man. I really think that the education is not in your foremost mind. It's control. I just watched 2 high school kids thank you, pleading, begging, thanking that you just took down a bunch of plastic aquarium barriers in between them. Shouldn't come to that. These are kids who are supposed to be running around outside, eating dirt, getting sick sometimes, not getting sick sometimes. You're dehumanizing them. And I'm going to ask you again, get the masks off my kids. They hate them. They come home crying. It doesn't even seem like you guys care because there's been no further movement on this since the
30
last
seconds.
week. So you know what? I'm glad I passed out the cell phone numbers of those two right there. Please give them a call. Let them know how you feel. I don't care if it's 6:30 in the morning while you're having coffee, putting your kids to bed. But you know what? If my kids are distressed over this, you're going to be distressed over this. Let's go, Brandon.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker is Kim Fiorello, followed by Gail Lauridsen.
Good evening.
Kim, can you please pull your mask up? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, on the House floor, we speak without our microphones.
Well,
when we're at the
in
microphones,
a
we speak
school,
without the
you have
mask.
to have your mask up. It's an executive order from the governor. So please pull
All
your
right.
mask up. Thank
It's
you.
fine. I will observe your rules here.
It would be the governor's rule. You can take it up with him and you know that. Thank you.
I only speak about the rules in the House and we don't come to the microphone with a mask on.
Well, not the House, you're in a school. Thank you.
All right, nevertheless. So I am State Representative Kimberly Fiorello. I represent parts of Greenwich and Stamford. I also serve on the Education Committee in Hartford. And I wanted to take a moment to share with you and also the parents in the audience here. On the Education Committee, we do discuss education policy that impacts all of our towns and parents. And I urge that the vigilance of parents, I think my timer is not going, just FYI. Oh, all right. So the vigilance of parents to understand the bills that are being passed is vital, whether it's an act concerning social emotional learning, inclusion of computer science or financial literacy as part of graduation requirement, which may be good or bad. We do have a model curriculum coming from the state that is it's take it or leave it, but these are often one size fits all ideas. As a legislator, I do see many of these ideas that come across, and they will come down to impact impact Greenwich. As a state representative, I hear from so many parents, and especially on the Stamford side, there's a great level of distress. Stamford schools canceled the AP classes for history, for English literature, for chemistry, and biology this year. And it was just before the kids returned to the schools and the notifications went directly to the students and not to the parents. There was great frustration and confusion as to why parents were not notified first. Stamford has also canceled midterms and final exams with a note saying they're not sure if they will come back. Lastly, West Hill High School is doing a pilot program for equitable grading. And many parents have reached out to me because they don't understand what equitable grading is. And I think there's definitely a trend of the administrators or
30
professionals
seconds.
in education skipping over explanations to the parents. As a resident of this town, I strongly urge our board to put education first and to resist the urge to go towards agendas that move away from core classical education competencies for K through 12. There's a great push for that coming from Hartford. So I urge the parents to stay vigilant and for the board to also stay vigilant to make sure that Greenwich schools keep our core classic competencies. Thank you.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Gail Lauridsen, followed by Claire Kilgallen.
What was the name? We can't hear you.
It's not easy to hear, though. He's right. Good evening. In June, I spoke against highly political critical race theory in our school curriculum. I was gratified to see at Tuesday's Board of Ed debate that although the Democrats seemed unsure if they support CRT in schools,
Not one of the candidates claimed support of terms such as white oppressor, white fragility, white rage, and white guilt, which are pillars of critical race theory. I was also pleased to hear the incumbent, Kathleen Stowe, disagrees with sexualized curriculum content, claiming that examples which were publicized at previous meetings were in fact one-offs and did not exemplify approved curriculum. And I look forward to seeing the comprehensive policy changes these stated philosophies will bring to Greenwich Public Schools. Although not one of the candidates claimed to support the group called the Greenwich Patriots, it seems to me they actually agree with these curriculum issues, which I just mentioned, which I believe are primary to the Greenwich Patriots mission. Therefore, I want to congratulate Jackie Homan, who, in spite of the slings and arrows of radical antagonistic opposition, has clearly gotten her message across. Republican candidate Michael Joseph Mercanti Anthony has an impressive—
I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't do the personal attack thing. So if you have something you'd like to address to the board as opposed to candidates.
Dr. something or other, Dr. Mercanti Anthony has an impressive collection of education degrees and experience. It's easy to see how he might be considered
for public comments
a shoe-in for a board position. No, this is absolutely appropriate for public consumption.
This is not a
I've
forum
got
for—
a minute 14, and I'm sure the Democrat Party appreciates his 18 political donations to Democrat causes in 2020.
This really
I'm just wondering why he's not running as a Democrat.
Can we turn the microphone off, please? Thank you. This is not appropriate comments for the Board of Education. So if you could please sit down so we can hear from people who are here to address the board on matters before the board. You're talking about a local election. If you're talking about policy, that's fine. You're talking about individuals. Then please stop talking about individuals. Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop, please.
All right, you know what?
I want to talk about policies, that's fine.
In favor of covering the vital airways of your children and their own children with bacteria-laden cloth for 8 hours a day. I spoke on this topic at the September Board of Ed meeting. The studies supporting this mandate are weak, lacking in scientific controls, and they are few. On the contrary, there are hundreds of studies which prove the masks do more harm than good. You have the power to say no to this and any government mandate, because a mandate is not a law. So stop hiding behind that excuse. Black's Law Dictionary 11th edition says a mandate requires two-party consent. You just have to say no. But I understand this is a business decision. This mask mandate is one of the strings attached to $10 million in ESSER funding. There is really no other reason for it.
Time.
Now, shame on you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, we've got other speakers. We're coming up against the hour. So the next speaker is Claire Kilgallen, followed by Francis Nobe.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Claire Kilgallen. Good evening to the board, Dr. Jones, and guests. I wanted to just speak on a few topics that are on your agenda tonight. One is the ALP program, and I have 3 children, but they're all different kinds of learners. And the 2 older ones have had a great experience going through ALP. I have to say that, and that's coming from New Lebanon, if that helps anybody. I'm concerned though about the change to the 6A science, which is the advanced class now being a regular class with an optional advanced learning pathway. I'm concerned about where the differentiation is, and really for some students, like my son, who shall remain nameless, this is his only advanced class. He's a different kind of learner from his siblings, and he will never, I won't say he'll never, but he has till now never been in an advanced class. So to have him place into science, which is something he loves, and then have it not happen to be happening is concerning. It's not just concerning for my own child. I think about all the other children who sit in the same boat. Not everybody's an English student, not everybody's a math student. Some kids love different subjects. So I'd appreciate getting some information on that. With regard to the enrollment report, I'm always concerned about it because I know how it gets used against the board in budgetary matters. And I see the decrease, the projected decrease of the 88 students in elementary school. And let's put that into some context. Children are not widgets, but over 11 elementary schools in 6 grades, that would be 77. If you divide that, that's about 1.1 students per class. So it's certainly not going to impact the number of classrooms needed. And we know that the enrollment report is only as good as the assumptions. We don't have statistics on the inflow of New York residents, their birth rates. The assumptions really do impact what we get from an enrollment report. And we know from history that it's only good for a few years at best. And I'm glad that it refers to some development projects, but it only refers to a handful of them. And we know they're coming in fast and furious, just like the 230 units coming into the JC catchment area. And I appreciate your support for the master plan for Old Greenwich. It should absolutely go forward. This investment is overdue and it will improve all of our property values. And just as a good news, you know what? New Lebanon got built. We're already at 313 of our 374 student goal. And that's only since February 2019 with a pandemic thrown into the mix. Thank you to the board. This is probably the last time we see you at a meeting and I appreciate your service.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Frances Nobe, followed by Mariah Miklojic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Frances Wu Nobe, speaking in my role as mom of 3 GPS students, well and truly working through the first marking period. I recently read an article about praise called The Necessity of Finding More Ways to Praise. The article was published by Edutopia, an education innovation nonprofit founded by filmmaker George Lucas. The article shared new research that echoed previous work, which recommends students hear 6 praise statements every 15 minutes. This new study found that as praise to reprimands increased, on-task behavior of the entire class improved. And for students with emotional and behavioral disorders, the difference between receiving 0 praise and a 1-to-1 ratio of praise to reprimands was a full letter grade, moving from an average D grade to C, and completely avoiding public reprimands and using a more positive, proactive approach had an even more dramatic effect, with these students achieving an average B grade in the classroom. As I reflected on this article for my own kids, I also thought about this BOE meeting and why so many leave public comments disheartened, discouraged, and dismayed. Where's the praise? Where are the glows? For my 3 kids and their fellow 8,590 other students in our district, 900 teachers come to school, taught my kids something new, showed them grace and kudos for their efforts. Administrators, staff, bus drivers, and groundskeepers keep our school running. My fellow speakers, even if your comments are pre-written, I challenge you to add 1 piece of praise to your comments tonight. It may be more effective. We can walk away feeling stronger, more connected, and more engaged with that piece of positive news. I recently had the privilege of hearing General Colin Powell speak live earlier this year before he passed. General Powell said, "Don't just show kindness in passing or to be courteous. Show it in depth, show it with passion, and expect nothing in return. Kindness is not just about being nice, it's about recognizing another human being who deserves care and respect. Care for self and others starts today." Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that's 1 hour. We will resume our community comments following the business portion of our meeting. We're going to move on to our monthly reports, starting with the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Bernstein. Just a couple of items tonight. First of all, to student government, I just want to say thank you for the suggestions that you continue to give us. We are listening, and it is very helpful for us as we manage the district. So thank you for that. I had the pleasure today to be at JC for United Nations Parade, which was absolutely outstanding. Great job, JC. I believe they had 67 different flags. It was really representative of the world. And thank you to our ALP team on their newsletter. That's brand new for us. That will be issued every quarter. And I also want to say a special thanks to a team that is working on the Cardinal Stadium opening. And I think it's going to be a great event. I know Joe will probably talk about that later. And last but not least, just as a reminder, for our ESSER funding, we have ESSER 1, ESSER 2, CRF funding. We also have ARP, which is called ESSER 3. Of that more than $9 million, 20% must be spent on learning loss. That does not mean that we are not spending more than 20% on academics. And I just want to be sure, and there's a really good short video of about 4 minutes if you want to know kind of what the focus is for all of those grants that have been from the federal government. And that's all for me.
All right, thank you. Ms. Downey.
Dr. Jones, oh, sorry. Did we have a quick North Mianus update? Oh, because it was referenced, so.
Sure, I can do that. For North Mianus, everything right now is still on target, moving along. As a matter of fact, I had a wonderful email from Principal Schmidt today because all of the shelving and it's all starting to arrive and looks beautiful. So everything is on schedule. We hope, in early December to start getting that move ready. And we're not quite sure how that will work because we have to tie that into the exact, whether it's going to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whether it's going to be 2 grade levels and then a 1 grade level and specials, but all of that in the next coming weeks we'll know more. But it's going fantastic right now.
Mr. Scher.
Dr. Jones,
Guys,
I don't know which ESSER it is, ESSER 2 or ESSER 3. I'm going to miss the number. The last one we had to send in, submit a plan. I think it was in August. Where's that plan actually published?
Right now it's sitting with the Connecticut State Department of Education, and we're waiting on approval. Once it's approved and we know what we have put in there, which again, we gathered community input from, and we know that they approve that, then that will get posted and we'll share even more detail about that, but it needs to be approved.
But our submission would be public, right? Where is that?
I don't think the actual application is public because we continue to work with the Connecticut State Department of Education to make edits until it's actually approved. Yeah, it is in the budget committee meeting. Thank you.
A lot of it's on the minutes. It's from the budget committee.
No, I know that part. That's why I was trying to just find out for the public, from our public proceedings. So are you saying, Kathleen, that the full application that was submitted is attached to one of the budget committee minutes?
Not the full application, but basically all the things that we talked about at the meeting that she had received from the community and from our input at the budget committee meetings. It's like sort of all detailed in the minutes,
so
but not the application itself.
Okay, so what we submitted is currently not public is what you're saying. Yeah, okay, that's what I heard. Is that wrong?
No, it's
what we submitted is not public.
That's correct. And this is also, remember, we have another 2 years to be spending this grant. So even what we put in now will continue to have edits after we get through the first year, then we'll be looking at the second year, then we'll be looking at the next year. So.
Yeah, I've just heard people stand up here and make assertions about what's in that plan. Okay. And I don't know whether what they're saying is correct or not, because people are standing up making statements. Maybe they're correct. Maybe they're not. I mean, I can FOIA the document, which weird to have a board member FOIA the document, but okay, I'll FOIA the document because it's a public document and it's not draft, it's been submitted. So, there's no way that document is actually protected. It just seemed to me that is not. I would encourage this board. This is my last meeting effectively. And, I would just encourage, the board needs to be as transparent as possible, because as I say, I don't know whether what these people are saying is actually true. Is 80% of the grant used on non-educational issues? I can't imagine that's true.
I'm not sure. At the budget committee, the budget committee meeting.
Yeah, I'm aware of
No,
what
no,
went
no,
on
no,
in the
but
budget committee
it's
meeting.
referenced the proposed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to tie this
No,
up.
no,
I
I'm
don't
saying,
want to have a
but
debate.
Peter, the
document
specific,
needs to be published.
the proposed numbers that Dr. Jones gave us was broken down in the budget committee meeting minutes, which are on the website. Which
I understood that part because I saw the minutes. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I was at the budget committee meeting, being a member of your budget committee. Thank you. Did a nice job in your budget committee.
I'll take Carl's statement credit.
Thank you. The one thing that was a little confusing, and I'll be general on my question. We've received a lot of money from the government. We call it ESSER 1, lots of different things, but let's take the category of just any money that's come from the government. Just for clarity's sake, I know the answer to the question, but to Mr. Shear's point about being public on things so everyone knows about it, and please be clear about this. Is any of that money that we received from the government, whether it be federal, local, state, any of the government, is any of that money tied to us having the kids wear masks or vaccines?
Absolutely not. None of it. As a matter of fact, when we started the year and we were under a mask order, we didn't even know what money we were going to have from the federal government. So we were ready to go for interims for PPE and all the things that we've needed. So absolutely not.
So if say for some crazy thing, we decided to break the executive order, the law that requires kids in schools to wear masks, if we broke from that and became rogue and broke the law and said, we're going to stop the mask wearing, would they take any of that money back from us?
Could they take money from us? We were advised by an attorney opinion that certainly that could happen. Obviously, as a school superintendent, I would never encourage us to break the law for risk of losing my superintendent's license.
Well, that makes sense. I wouldn't encourage breaking the law either, but certainly the decision on whether the kids at school wear masks or not is not on the Board of Education at this point. If it ever becomes, I think we've made in our policy that we'll meet immediately after the governor's executive order requiring all students and teachers to wear masks in school and visitors in the schools to wear masks like we're wearing masks right now. Once that's over, then we as a board will meet immediately to make a decision. We will wear that decision at that point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Ms. Downey.
You ready for more reports?
Well, we're actually going to get into reports.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're ready for our reports of officers, committees, and liaisons. So Ms. Downey, you're eager.
Okay, so we kind of got off topic. Anyway, in terms of the GHS entryway, the committee has been meeting quite frequently to work on things like HVAC and the like. We have a preliminary hearing before planning and zoning next week. And the RTM did approve the resolutions at their September meeting for us to go forward with any state reimbursement. The most significant item for the board to be aware of is that after the design and talking to the architects and the planning and zoning and looking at the logistics involved in the project, the committee has shifted the timeline for the project, and it was voted on by the committee about 2 weeks ago. The plan would be to break ground in June of 22, basically start staging before school gets out, break ground as soon as possible, the day after school gets out, because that initial phase of construction is going to be the most disruptive to the campus. So best to do that during the summertime, with a goal of having the project completed no later than the February break of 23. So then at least all the mechanicals and the really complicated things get done over the summer, and the administration, Mr. Mayo, and they're working on how that process is going to work when they return to school in fall of 22.
Ms. Hirsch.
Well, I had a quick question for Ms. Downey, but I also have committee reports. How will that affect, I know that we'll also be having construction on the fields in the back over the summer. Will that cause any issues if you're going to break ground for the front?
It should not, but all the professionals are working together on this.
All right, Ms. Hershey said you had 2 reports.
So I'm reporting on CES as I'm the board liaison for that. They just debuted the Workspace Connecticut, which is a new educational facility owned and operated both by CES and EdAdvance, 2 of the 6 regional educational services. And it was formed to provide students and educators throughout Western Connecticut with a unique setting to enhance learning and create educational opportunities. It's officially opened, and hopefully soon that some of our staff will have the opportunity to go there for training and other things over the year. I am also stepped on to DTAC, which recently held its first meeting of the year, where they reviewed the year's calendar, shared some important dates, and discussed this year's communications and school presentation plan. And I will share more information on those dates and deadlines once they are officially confirmed. And the third committee I can speak on is CAC, the Curriculum Advisory Committee, which met earlier this week in 2 separate sessions. Both sessions focused on grades 6 through 8, with the first session focused on ELA and the second on social studies. The committee is focused on supporting continuous school improvement and ensuring the district curriculum meets state and national standards and aligns with our Greenwich vision of the graduate. They're working on vertical and horizontal curriculum alignment of scope and sequence, creating lesson plans, vetting materials, and more. More information about this committee and the work being done can be found in the curriculum management plan, which the board will be discussing later this evening. Thank you.
Dr. Francis.
For the Alliance, I don't know if I'm on mic. Yeah. Just a little reminder that we've got Turkey Trot coming up, which is a really fun event. Turkey Trot coming up, fun event. I encourage people to do that. And I will tie a little praise into this, which is reaching out grants. I encourage all of our wonderful teachers to share their innovative ideas and come up with new things that they would like support in carrying out in our schools, and apply for reaching out grants. It's been a really amazing thing that our Alliance has provided for our schools. And our teachers are really at the center of that. And so I encourage teachers to look at and take ideas that they have and bring those to the Greenwich Alliance.
All right, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Hey, good news. Cardinal Stadium grand opening October 30th. It'll be a football game against New Canaan. Everyone is extremely excited about this. We have the pep band reestablishing itself. We have dancers. We have the cheerleaders are excited about it. The players, we have alumni, we have groups that are gathering and meeting for this. It's just, it's spreading like wildfire that everyone's getting contagiously excited about this event. We hope everyone could come to this thing. We had a sneak preview on October 2nd. We were able to open the stadium, just the bleachers, and we had a great experience. We were at the game, most of the board members, and we all just had a tremendous time. I believe, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, but some of the football players did tell me in private that they were able to sneak past Fairfield Prep only because they were playing in their home stadium in Cardinal Stadium. It was a very close game. So we have the same opportunity against New Canaan if we can get there and cheer our team on. Our facilities manager, Dan Watson, is doing a fabulous job. We got to have a shout out to Randy Fida for working real hard on this project. He's the site manager. He's down there every day, knee deep in mud. He's got, whenever I go see him, he's brushing dust off himself. He's there every day for 10, 12 hours a day. So these guys are really working hard to get this thing open. It's going to be very exciting, and I hope everyone can attend.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Stowe.
I know. How do you follow Joe on Cardinal Stadium? And then I'm talking about money, like anyone cares. Okay, so budget committee. We've talked a lot about the American Rescue Plan and all that, but now we have to talk about the immediate budget coming up. Obviously, the next meeting, which is the last meeting for some of my colleagues, we will be having the budget presented to us, and the budget committee has been meeting and just hearing about some of the high-level drivers of the budget. But then I understand you guys got together last Sunday and started to really pull it together. So we are going to be meeting and hopefully seeing a preview on it next Tuesday, October 26th. And then we'll see it a week later as a board. So I just wanted to give you that update. Thanks.
All right, very good. We will then move on to our discussion items, of which there are many. Just reminding members, we have a long agenda ahead of us. All right, the first item is the official enrollment report. So Dr. Carabillo, I see you're ready to go.
Yes, I am. So good evening, Mr. Bernstein, Dr. Jones, Board of Ed members, colleagues, and community members. In your packets, you have a copy of the October 1st, 2021 official enrollment update. The highlights of the report are as follows. Our total enrollment pre-K to 12 plus was 8,636 on October 1st, 2021. This is a decrease of 182 students from the school year of 2021. The percentage of students with high needs factors decreased to 27.8% from 31.3%. We believe this is due largely because of a lag in certification of students who are qualifying for free and reduced lunch services. In order to address this lag for free and reduced lunch certification, we have sent all schools a sheet with the families that are directly certified from the state and the names of families that are required to complete a new application for certification. The schools are contacting those families, and their goal is to increase the completed applications, which will help with our percentage of those students who receive free and/or reduced lunch. We continue to see an increase in students qualifying for special education services, and that increase is consistent with the statewide trends. We've been aware that the media states that many people left New York and moved to the suburbs. Well, Greenwich has not seen a really big impact yet. There have been some small increases at OG and Parkway with their kindergarten enrollments, but nothing yet of real significance. What is interesting, however, is that we usually have some withdrawals from grade 9 to 10, and then a customary offset was with new incoming 10th graders. Unfortunately, that did not happen this year, but we will continue to monitor that to see if it is a pattern. Homeschooling increased last year. However, 22 students from the 41 homeschooled students have returned to Greenwich Public Schools this year. We have increased the percentage of students who qualify for English language learner services to 4.4% this year from 4% last year. Our English language learner population has remained steady over the past 5 years between 4 and 5%. We do differ from the state's rate. The state's rate has been climbing over the past 5 years from 6.8% to 8.4% of the students in the district. Our high needs students combined free and reduced lunch qualified, special education or English language status as of October 1st, 2021 is 2,393 students or 27.8% of our students. We expect this number to increase some when family income is certified for free and reduced lunch benefits. The forecast for our enrollment in 22-23 is expected to decline. There will be K-8 declines in classes, offset by the increases that will now occur at Greenwich High School. Over the next 10 years, it appears there will be a gradual decline in enrollment because of declining births, which is consistent with national trends. As you can see in the charts on page 10 of your report, births in Greenwich have declined. We are waiting for the birth data for 2018 and 19 from the state of Connecticut to better predict our future kindergarten enrollment. The retention of students, those who come in or out of our Greenwich Public Schools after kindergarten, help to determine our forecast. Our forecast assumes the retention rates will stay the same. Migration is either in or out. Resident students moving in or out of private school or homeschool, and the movement of students that are in and out of Greenwich, who move into Greenwich and out of Greenwich. On page 12, you can view the 10-year percentage of migration. Approximately 25% of our Greenwich student residents attend private schools in Connecticut in 2020. 3,135 students from Greenwich attended private schools. 90% of them enrolled in 8 Greenwich private schools. This number has been stable, but we continue to monitor them to see if the trend changes. On pages 13 through 60, you have the report from Dr. Peter Prouto. It's a 10-year projection using the cohort survival methodology. Factors that may impact the 2021 and 22 projections and beyond are the in-town migration from other communities. Recent real estate transactions here in Greenwich were 50% higher than in recent history, so that may have an impact. There are several multifamily developments proposed in Greenwich, and that may have an impact. Our retention rates fall above or below historical patterns. Maybe we'll have more move in and fewer move out. Birth rates fall above or below historical patterns. We don't know about the COVID-19 pandemic. It may continue, it may change, that will have an impact. And we are still waiting for birth data from the state. And that concludes the enrollment report summary. Any questions?
All right, board members. Ms. Hirsch.
Thank you for that report. I was just wondering, I know if you look at the figures from October of 2020, the report of the number of graduating seniors last year as compared to the number of incoming kindergartners this year, that's 109 students down. So the total drop of 182 doesn't seem exactly that drastic, except when you look at the downshift, as you mentioned, to GHS in grades 10 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
I know we usually expect some change in enrollment, but are we looking into why there was such a large migration? I know when we got the preliminary report, I'd asked if we looked at transfer requests to see if we could determine where these students had gone. And it was noted that you would be looking for that data. So I was just wondering what you might have found.
We have not completed that yet, Karen, but we will.
Okay, so I look forward to seeing that hopefully somewhat soon. Because I know I've asked before, because I think it's important for us to find ways to reach out and figure out why families aren't returning. I also was wondering when we might get the enrollment data for 21 for students that attend the private schools, because that might address that.
All right, I will get that to you as soon as I find out what it is.
Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Kowalski.
Sure. So with respect to Dr. Calabrillo, with respect to what we're doing to take a look at where students are going, what is it? What is our process? What in fact are we doing? And when would we expect that report?
You mean where students are going when they withdraw from Greenwich Public Schools?
Yeah, what's the process? You said you're still evaluating and doing it. So what is the process by which you're evaluating?
So there's a difference between transfer requests going to a different school within town and transfer requests for moving out of town or moving to a private school. So it takes a while to go through that data. At the high school, we've just finished going through a lot of the data for our senior class to see where they are, last year's senior class. So it does take time to go through all that data. We have to look at their CUME files. We have to look at the transfer papers. We have to see where they have gone. If students move out of town and they go to a different school, the school that they go to has to request a transcript from us. So it's more involved than what one would think it is, but it does take time.
So when do we expect it? I know we asked for it at the last meeting, and I would like to put a timeline on when we think we're going to get this, because it is concerning that we are a shrinking school district with costs continuously rising. And I think it's important to understand the trend as to where these students are going and why they're leaving Greenwich Public Schools.
We'll try to have that ready for you at the end of November, and we'll get it to you then.
Mr. Chair.
Anne, thank you for the report. It was more detailed than the snapshot that we got in September. It's great for the board to get this every year. I just wanted to call to attention, and I wanted to be sure I didn't read this report wrong. Over the last 3 years, we've lost 467 kids. So all the ins and outs, you know, kids coming to the district from private schools, coming from New York, families leaving, migrating to some other state. Maybe they go to a private school and they used to go to a public school. Maybe they moved someplace else in Connecticut. We've lost 467 kids. And the projection in that year when this started was we would be flat as far as you can see. So, and now we're on a projection of we're reality down by substantial numbers. And we're projected to continue down. I'm wondering, you know, maybe that's to the question of, I know we have the data. I know it's 467 individual records. Is there some way to put somebody on this? Because this report, it seemed to have, and I appreciate it, a lot of, you know, particularly from Jen Lau, a lot of suppositions about what might be happening. But I didn't see where it says, you know, this is happening. This many new families moved in from New York. I know we have that data. This many families left because their papers needed to be transferred somewhere else for a kid to continue their education. So we have to know how many of those are. I also know that the state of Connecticut Department of Education maintains a database of every student in the state. And they're a source of a lot of data of where people went and so on and so forth. So they would know exactly if someone moved to another jurisdiction, particularly in Connecticut, you would get that immediately. I was wondering if you had anything that was more concrete than how this report was written about, educated guesses of where people went.
I don't have anything more concrete for you, but I can certainly explore and see what additional data we can get for you, Mr. Scher.
Well, you don't have to worry about me because I'll be gone by the time you have it around. The thing I would say is, you know, this is, forget how many there are. This would be my advice to the future board and so on and so forth, superintendent. This is a major strategic issue because when you have a flat budget at essentially 160 million, and you lose almost 500 kids, that means the average amount we're spending per kid goes up substantially. I would think everybody would want to hang on to that money, but I would not encourage anybody to run around and say, okay, let's go cut a budget. If you're listening out there in BET and RTM land. But at the same time, if the school system can't explain what's going on, the Board of Education is not going to have any credibility with people who are asking these questions. So I would encourage the board to get way ahead of that issue, not wait for the question. And then with these kinds of suppositions, because with that crowd, this will not cut the mustard. So my advice to all of you is get ahead of this, get real data, figure out what's going on, because it's a major strategic issue.
Thank you.
So Anne, you know, I just want to point out the replacement chart on page 11, where we look at the graduating seniors versus the incoming kindergartners. And I know that chart's elsewhere. Basically, we are replacing classes of 700 students graduating at a time, and it's a lot of diplomas to sign, folks. We sign them with a pen, with classes of 579, 589. If you add up the last 3 years of replacement of graduating senior classes over 700 with what's coming in for kindergarten, that's a difference of 368 students right there. This is a trend that's happening across the state, where enrollment has been declining for a while. We've noted that. In fact, we've had those discussions with the BET over time. But the other side of the coin, where I see we have, you know, less students, and that is just, you know, something to keep an eye on, is that students with needs, that number continues to grow, and it continues to grow at a much faster rate than the rate of students that are leaving. Our special ed population is already up 1% from last year, and that number is going to continue to climb. And if you remember, we were flat for a very long time and probably for all the wrong reasons. So as we improve our special education identification process, my expectation is that number is going to keep climbing. So we have not added staff at a classroom level for quite some time. I don't know that in my years on the board, we've ever really added, because we've been taking away. We've cut our administration. We continue to find creative ways to do things like the math interventionists, which we've taken positions out of Havemeyer to do. So, you know, I don't expect our budget's going to be asking for money for classroom teachers this year. I doubt you're going to be asking for any staff, because we know the messaging, but it's where the money is being spent that I think is the important story we need to tell, to Mr. Scher's point. Dr. Francis.
Sorry, just more of a little bit of a statement, and I think maybe reiterating things that most of us know, but just to be clear. One, of course, if the numbers keep dropping down at some point, there may be some difficult decisions that need to be made. But I think it's also really important not to be simplistic about these things, that, you know, if you have a 2% drop in your number of students, doesn't mean you automatically have a 2% drop in your number of teachers, because you have to really look at each individual class size and what those numbers are. And as it was pointed out earlier by one of the speakers, you know, a one-person change in a classroom is not necessarily going to put you over into being able to change anything in terms of your teachers. So I think it's just important to remember that those are not a one-to-one correlation.
Mr. Kelly. Oh, Kathleen.
Thank you, Joe. I was basically going to say what Gaetan was reiterated there. Also, I guess, Gaetan, you're no longer practicing obstetrician. Maybe you can give us some insight, but exactly. So she can give us like minute by minute data. But a couple of things. One, I think data typically, especially in this world, is usually only good about 5 years out. So I don't love that we show 10 years, because I think we really only know 5. But also, and I haven't had a chance to study it, but I would love to see this layered against the national average. I know you're saying Connecticut, but you know, birth rates tend to follow the economy. So when I look at this doesn't surprise me, I guess, when I start to do some of the math backwards. But I think it would be good to layer that, just because that might be a bigger, there are certainly things that are impacting Greenwich, and I hope we can outpace the national average. But, you know, sometimes it's just hard to fight the economy. So please put that in next time. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
We touched on this briefly in the budget committee meeting. We had a member of the BET there, and they seemed to like the concept of putting together a forward plan of what ifs. If the trend continues, we have to look at doing this. If the trend changes and goes in the other direction, we should do this. So I think instead of reacting to things that happen, I think we should plan far in advance and have a what if. If it goes down continuously, then we have a plan where it hits a certain mark. Like a business projection. If you have a production decreasing or increasing, you have approach it the same way, where you have, if things trend back, we don't do anything. If things go higher, we hire more people. If things go down, we maybe reduce costs in some way. So let's get ahead of it and roughly put it together now, and get, as we go along a trend, getting more specific with things, just like we talked about in the budget committee meeting that seemed to go over well with the member of the BET that was there. Thank you.
Ms. Downey.
And while we're talking about budget, so our budget for next year will be based on these projections. Is that correct, Dr. Jones? So whatever, when it's presented to us.
Yes.
Okay, great. And we feel solid about the projections. So I guess the question is our accuracy, you know, how do we feel about that?
I mean, we're still in COVID and we don't know what we don't know. So, you know, having the housing turnover and the way that it has in Greenwich, we haven't seen it yet. Some other localities around us have had a 1 or 2% increase. So we don't know. You know, the birth rate, we're hearing that the birth rate is up, but we don't have any data, but that won't come to us for several years till they're either in preschool at the age of 3 or 5 when they, you know, start kindergarten, 4 and 5. But we don't know what we don't know. So there are always projections. We remind people that.
Ms. Kowalski.
I think someone made the comment that we're seeing across Connecticut trends of decreased numbers within public schools. If we have that data, I'd like to see the comparison as to where we see
Greenwich as compared to the other districts, particularly our comparable districts across Connecticut, because I think that would be very telling. So if we have that data, I'd like to see it. The other thing that I'd like to notice, just it's a comment, and I think this dovetails with what Dr. Francis was saying, is the trend for next year is in fact that we'll go down another 100 students. And that obviously shrinks us down to even more of a significant amount. And I think we need to be prepared to, in fact, make some tough decisions along with the lines of what Mr. Kelly said, because we've got room. And in fact, some of our classrooms at the age, I think in Parkway, the 5th grade classroom, they have 2 classrooms there with 13 kids apiece. I'm not sure why those weren't consolidated, because under our policy, that 5th grade class, it should have been 1 class. Actually, it's 12 kids, should have been 1 class. So I don't know why we're not doing that, but that sends them, to me, that sends the message that we need to think very long and hard about what we're going to do with the number of schools that we have and the upkeep it takes to keep all of those schools if in fact we don't have enough children to fill all the seats in those schools.
Mr. Sharon, I'll come back.
I think you're all making my point. You need to figure out what's actually going on, because everything that people have said as suppositions, birth rates locally, so on and so forth, may or may not be in play. I sat on this board long enough ago where we were doing a racial balance plan. Malone and McBroom came in and did a long range forecast. They did it using their standard methodology, looking at birth rates at Greenwich Hospital. Guess what, folks? How many of you, okay, moved to Greenwich from New York? So they're assuming, which is standard, is that in your local community, you can look at those birth rates. We get lots of people who have kids in New York who are not counted in Greenwich Hospital, and then they arrive in Greenwich to put their kids in school. So suppositions don't help. You need to actually have facts. I think there's a bit of good news in all of this. The good news is if you look up the data, we have the lowest class size, particularly in K-5, in more than 25 years. So that's great. If your kid's in a K-5 classroom in certain schools, it's nirvana from an educational perspective. So, and it's within policy in most of them. I don't know about the one at Parkway. It's within policy. So, by the way, great time to come put your kids in Greenwich K-5 schools, because we have the lowest class size going by a country mile, and ones that we have lowest we've had in decades. So there's a bit of good news in this enrollment report, and something to think about and take advantage of, because it'll certainly be that case for the next 2 to 3 years until there has to be a more detailed conversation about any adjustments from any continued declines.
Ms. Hirsch, and we're going to move on.
Well, I mean, it is interesting to note that there's a lot of new developments coming up in town. So really don't have an idea of how many people will be moving in with school-age children, but that leads me to my question. On page 6, there was a note on basically the number of students, families that were free and reduced lunch. I thought a few years ago, families were automatically entered into the program at the state level. So I'm wondering now why schools are required to certify those families. I know you said that you sent a list of parents that were certified and still those that still needed to. So I'm just wondering why they needs to do that. Instead, I thought they were automatically entered. And if they're not, and then in that interim, are we doing anything to help the families while they're still waiting to be certified?
There are some families that are automatically certified by the state because of their socioeconomic status, but there are other families that have not reported their status in the past year and a half because everyone has been receiving free meals. So because of that, many families don't realize that they have to continue to make sure that they have that socioeconomic status updated. It's not that we certify them, the town, we do not certify them. That has to all be certified by the state. So, and they have to have that information, and it's data that is collected not only at the state level, but also at the federal level. So that's why we have our schools really looking at those families that we believe may qualify. There are some families that we know through our social workers or through our guidance counselors or through the administration that they know that those families are struggling. So those are the families that they are reaching out to that have not completed or updated their applications.
Thank you. That explains a lot. And I hope we're also making sure to reach out to them in their native language.
Yes,
So,
we do.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the curriculum plan review cycle. So Mr. D'Amico, take it away.
Good evening, Chairman Bernstein and members of the Board of Education. We have submitted for your review a written document outlining the curriculum management plan for the future. I'd like to make a few remarks, and then I will have Mrs. Fogel walk you through the redesign of the graphic. First, I believe we have a responsibility to our educators to provide them with the resources they need to engage in comprehensive planning. As such, this plan targets areas in need of updates. Second, moving forward, we will approach curriculum management with a much more narrow focus to start and complete critical work in a timely and efficient manner. Third, my goal and my team's goal is to operate with complete transparency. The redesign of the former Curriculum Council to a more focused and streamlined Curriculum Advisory Committee allows us to be action-oriented and accountable to the board, the parents, and most importantly, to our educators. Much like the successful rollout of our Big Ideas Math platform, which is currently underway, we will remain steadfast in providing support and being responsive to our educators during curriculum revisions and updates throughout this 5-year cycle. Ms. Fogel?
Thank you, Mr. D'Amico. I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss a brief overview of the 4 phases of our curriculum cycle. On average, this happens every 5 years. While this is cyclical in nature, I'll start for you tonight with phase 1. This is when a program or course curriculum is marked as needing review. After this, the cycle continues to phase 2, where curriculum core materials, such as textbooks or primary resources, are selected or created depending on the course program or content area. This is done in concert with stakeholders through the collaboration of the Curriculum Advisory Committee. Once selected or created, we move on to phase 3, where teachers implement the curriculum, gather feedback, and make refinements as necessary. This is the longest phase of our curriculum cycle. Towards the end of the cycle, nearing 5 years of implementation and refinement, the curriculum will be more formally analyzed and evaluated to determine if it needs to be reviewed for renewal again. As Mr. D'Amico discussed, our curriculum management plan is successful because it is delineated by priority targets for our work each year. I'd like to show you an example on your screens now of the K-8 targets. Here, you can see that we have limited foci in each content area for a given year. This simplified view is outlined in our report for the K-8 level, as well as the 9 through 12 courses at Greenwich High School. Next, I would like to describe the intentional design of the curriculum management grid. This has been printed and disseminated to board members for ease of viewing this evening. Please note that this grid has also been posted to board docs as an appendix for tonight's report. I would like to draw your attention now to the K-8 side of your grid. This has deep yellow priority targets denoted towards the top. Here, you can see that our immediate priorities for 21 through 23 are the middle level ELA and social studies courses. Moving on to 22 through 2025, this work progresses to the lower levels, first at 3.5 and then K2. Overlapping with this work in a similar scope, we move on to science for 2024 through 2025. Again, beginning year 1 at the 3.5 grade band and following downward to the K2 grade band. These are our priority targets for our curriculum management plan over the next 5 years at the K-8 level. Both sides of your physical paper follow the same cycle I described just a moment ago. On the slide in front of you, you can see a large version of the grid's key, which describes the layout in greater details as you view tonight. We have color coded this to show where each curriculum area or Greenwich High School course currently resides within our cycle, as well as a plan for continued monitoring and progress over the next 5 years. With that brief review, myself, Mr. D'Amico, Dr. Carabillo, my fellow program coordinators, as well as our Greenwich High School program administrators are available to answer questions you may have specific to our content areas.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hirsch.
First of all, I wanted to thank you all for this report. The thought and the work that's gone into it, the work being done in this area as well is already tremendous. I know how hard you guys have really worked on this, and it's really incredible that you've thought through so many things. The continual focus on improving, renewing, and aligning our curriculum will help support and improve the educational outcomes for all of our students, no matter what their interests or areas of need are. And I also wanted to thank you for not just focusing on what some see as the core subjects, but including the arts as well. I know you didn't really go over it, but I think it's important. I know the committee meets only a few times a year, but can you explain that the works that is being done in between and how teacher feedback is happening? And I know you've also discussed, how materials are going to be vetted throughout the year when needed.
Thank you, Ms. Hirsch. I'm happy to take that question. So as I mentioned earlier, we did have a redesign from Curriculum Council to a Curriculum Advisory Committee, a more streamlined approach to making sure that we are transparent in the decisions that we are making, the resources we are using, and vetting. Between each of those meetings, teachers have ongoing access to the materials that we are in draft phase looking at. Teachers can provide comment right on the documents. There's also an anonymous Google form to which they can provide open-ended responses. They also have the ability to email our curriculum writers and our coordinator for ELA Social Studies, Dr. Marcus.
I know you guys are also working on forward-facing documents, both for parents and providing teachers with unit overviews. When will we start to be able to see those? I know you have one for the Big Ideas Math, but will those be rolled out along with the curriculum and when you have 6-8 ELA and social studies coming forward?
Yes, we will. The idea is to go slow, but to be thorough and to make sure that we complete on time with our target of the end of June 2022 for implementation with fidelity in the fall of 2023. That will include building out our curriculum maps completely with lesson resources on a daily basis for our teachers, companion assessments that speak to the standard, the mastery of our standards, and then the forward-facing documents that we will be communicating home to parents so that all along the way, they have a better understanding of what we're teaching in our classrooms.
I know my back is to you, but I'm smiling really big hearing all of that. So I just had 2 specific questions. In reviewing the K-8 areas of focus, I noticed that advanced science wasn't listed as an area of focus. I know that you'll be working on refining the NGSS advanced pathways, and I'm hoping that this is a topic we can discuss in the future based on the board's continued focus on an advanced science curriculum for middle school. And I'm hoping it's something you guys are going to be working on.
Absolutely, Ms. Hirsch. And I would just like to say, I would welcome a deeper conversation with the board on just what the focus is for our advanced learning program in terms of purpose. I think that's a conversation that is overdue. And certainly my team is excited to engage in that conversation with the board coming in next month.
I believe we'll be having that discussion on that report later. And the last question that I have currently
Part 1 tonight
is for the high school. When I looked at all the world languages and I see that every single world language you offer noted in the curriculum plan except for ASL. This kind of concerns me as it's the only world language that we offer that, for instance, doesn't offer an honors option. And I'm wondering why ASL has not been included in this curriculum plan cycle.
I will let Adrian Hirsch-Klein answer that question, or Christina Shaw. Adrian or Christina? They may have turned off. What we focused on, they may have turned off. I can get the answer to that question for you, Karen. but I know that there are so many various levels of languages that they were focusing on those that had not been addressed lately, but I will get that answer for you, and I should have that for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead, starting at the end, Ms. Kowalski. Back down.
So is Mark still on?
I am.
Okay. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
I hope you're feeling better, by the way.
Thank you.
So I just have, you know, the information is very helpful, and I got to be a fly on the wall, as I described myself in the meetings earlier this week with respect to the curriculum committee that is meeting and the work they're doing. So my question is really, when do you expect to bring all of these changes with respect to the curriculum to the board for vote?
So that's a great question. I don't see this work that we're currently engaging in the same vein that we did last year with the math textbook review. What we're doing is we're completing work that was already started. So we're not changing what the standards or what the learning targets are. We're simply filling in the roadmap so that teachers have on a daily basis a plan to which they can start their thoughtfulness when preparing for the students in front of them. Last year, when I took over this position, one of my key tasks was to take apart the K-8 curriculum that currently existed in Schoology and look for areas of vulnerability, look for inconsistencies. Middle school really jumped out to me as the area we needed to focus on first. And although the curriculum maps were in existence and the what we should teach was outlined clearly for teachers, the path to get there was not. I know there's a call out there by the community to have consistency and clarity between grade levels and schools, with the ultimate goal of having all of our kids enter high school with a very similar educational experience, having covered the same material. The work that we are doing this year addresses those needs. But again, I would defer to the superintendent in terms of a formal presentation to the board. Of course, in the spring, we're happy to give you an overview and to share with you our final project. We will have that ready at the end of May, early June. Happy to do that. I'm just not, I'm a little unclear as to whether or not that is something that the board needs to vote on. So I would defer to Dr. Jones on that.
More specifically, what I'm hearing is there's a lot of content and materials that teachers are now, that this committee is looking at to approve for use of purposes of for the education. And I think that is prime target for what this board needs to be voting on. And so I'd ask for the transparency on what those materials are and what is being used to supplement and add in as, you know, as the learning materials.
Yes, if you actually, when you look at the chart, the step and cycle and the color shading, it's at that selection and creation where you see number 2, which is when you think back to last year, how all of the math, everything came to the board for approval. So the first thing they do is a review, and they may review in year 1 and maybe nothing needs to change. Everything's still in place. It's, you know, solid. And are you following where I am? Sorry. Page 5. And it's down on the bottom right corner, teeny tiny. And then if you look at the top under our heading, where it says step and cycle color shading. Okay, and when you look at number 2, that's when it comes to the board. So when we are selection and we're going to select something, or we're creating something that's brand new, it's coming to the board, which it always has in Greenwich. Where we've really, I think, struggled a lot is in the review for renewal step in 1, because we were reviewing almost every core area every summer. So we were really struggling to get anything completed. And Mark, you can add to that, because it was one of his early tasks to go in and really look and see what we had fully completed in our system. And he didn't find very many areas that were completed.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, I think I used the term last year with the board that I found us to be in a position of consistently being inconsistent in terms of the resources that we have available to our teachers outside of the areas where we have a textbook as a primary resource. And that concerns me. I look at, when I executed this task last year, I looked at it through several different lenses, but the most important lens was that of a brand new teacher to the Greenwich Public Schools, teaching, for example, 6th grade social studies. There should be a primary resource for all of our teachers, especially our new teachers or teachers switching grade levels, but even for our experienced teachers. We all need to have a common starting point, because later on, should the board request a thorough analysis of why our scores are improving or declining, I'd like to be able to say with certainty whether it's a curricular issue or not. But if we don't have that level of consistency and uniformity across our schools, that would be challenging to do.
So just for clarification's sake, we're in step 1. Review, I can't even read this, for renewal. That's what we're saying?
Well, I'm sorry, what are you talking about, the chart itself?
Yeah,
or?
the step we're in, because I'm just curious, you're saying that the selection and creation piece after that comes, then that comes to us for a vote. So
I do believe once all of our once the work for middle school is completed, where we have literally the daily lesson plans, I think they will come to the board so that you can see the work that has been done. And we will hopefully have teachers here again for you presenting that work and why it's so important.
And when is that expected in the timeline?
Karen, I would anticipate that in late May, early June. And again, I want to go back to what Ms. Hirsch asked, which was how are we giving teachers the opportunity to provide us with feedback? We want to give them as long as possible to review these documents, test drive them in their classrooms in terms of alignment to what they're currently using. So that ongoing feedback loop is considerably important in this process. And so I don't want to accelerate that timeline. I really want to give the teachers an opportunity, because we plan on releasing the materials as they're written in batches. So the teachers, and as you saw in the Curriculum Advisory Committee, received the first batch of lesson plans. Now we're going through an intensive review period and feedback before we send out a second batch of materials for the teachers to review. Again, I'm also trying to be cognizant of the fact that teachers have a lot on their plates and limited time to look at these materials. So we have to be thoughtful about using our Wednesday afternoon professional learning time for these types of professional discussions.
Well, we've got a couple other things. Ms. Downey, you were.
Well, mine doesn't really, mine's kind of jumping around. So I don't know if someone's got something that directly follows up, because Peter's had his hand up. So if you would like to follow up, and I'll come back to me.
We've got other hands down here as well. So Peter, if you can jump in quick, and then we'll come back down.
By the way, I just want to say, I'm on the curriculum committee with Karen Hirsch. The work that Mark is doing is great. It's great work. The prior head had a philosophy, an educational philosophy, that in curriculum management, if you go look this up, by the way, do a little Wikipedia reading, board members, of what curriculum is and how it's structured. There's also books in the library at Havemeyer that can do that. Her philosophy was curriculum management should end at the lesson plan. And the lesson plan should be all sorted out by individual teachers. That left the teacher in a situation where they had to develop their own resources, but it also got at the issue of why is every classroom doing something different? So what Mark is doing now, I think is fantastic, because it's going to get at what this board has long said. I want consistency classroom to classroom. That's good. Secondarily, it's going to give teachers support instead of the teacher having to spend all this extra time doing that. So the work that Mark is doing is great. And I would encourage you guys to be as supportive as you can with the work that he's doing with the coordinators. There are two things that, if you haven't been around, you wouldn't know, which I've raised this question in the curriculum committee the other day. Everybody's operating on the assumption, which under our policy is required, oh, by the way, that flows directly from state statute, that these curriculums, particularly lesson plan up, were actually approved by the board. I can tell you a lot of these were never approved by the board. Okay, and that's a statutory obligation. It's a policy obligation in our board. That's part one. So I would not be encouraging all of you to be in the safe harbor thinking this all got approved prior. And just because I'm new to the job, I assume it was all approved and what I'm implementing is just what was there. That's a bad assumption. Okay, so somebody's going to have to clean that up and the board will have to find a way to clean that up. The second part is that on all of you as board members under statute have a responsibility to approve textbooks and instructional materials. Okay, just go look it up or go talk to the attorney, so on and so forth. You're going to find out that that's what you have to do. So Mark is bringing forward a set of standardized instructional materials. You probably have two steps you got to do. Or first step is you got to approve the curriculum if you so choose to do it, which I would encourage you to just take it as it is because it's what's already out there. And the second thing you need to do is you got to go through the step of approving the instructional materials. The other thing that you guys are not necessarily thinking about is if you've been on the board for a while, there was endless discussion about pilots. Okay, there's a reason you have a pilot. A pilot lets the superintendent and the administrators go out and try something out without full board approval. So as Mark just said, he needs to test in the classroom what is developed actually works with the teachers on the ground. And that's where if you authorize a pilot, he can go do that and he doesn't have to keep coming back to the board for approvals before he puts it in front of a student. And then everybody's cool in terms of all the compliance issues that they have to deal with. So this is a great plan. There's lots of ways the board could support this. There's already policies in place that you can use and deploy to support this and make his work easy and make the work of the coordinators and all the teachers who are working really hard and the outside consultants. You could just do it in a way that's really compliant and it's easy for you to do if you follow those things that are already in place in the board policies, which are tied to state statutes, and it keeps the board out of jail.
All right, Ms. Downey.
I just said, Mark, I know this is like high school related, but looking kind of through the schedule for the high school, it felt a little mishmash. Like, you know, kind of, it was hard to see how the sequencing was of math, English, social, all the different subject content areas at the high school. I don't know if anyone could speak to how that schedule was created in terms of the plan at the high school.
The schedule was created based on the core courses that were offered that the students needed for graduation first, and then the courses in the content area that many students chose to take as their what's the word called, that were not required, but they had to have so many credits in an area, like so many credits in history, so many credits in English, so many credits in wellness, health and wellness. So that's how that was designed. So each content area focused first on their core courses for graduation. And then they added the other courses that could be looked at as they move forward over the curriculum map time.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Francis, and we should move on.
So this is, I think, a little tricky because, as is often the case, I think with ALP, it's hard to know exactly where to place some of these things. And this subject comes up both in this report and in the ALP report. But I was first very excited, as many have spoken to, in terms of our previous meeting where we were learning all about the lessons plans being created, the forward-facing information, the articulation. I mean, all of these things are really fantastic things that we have been asking for a very long time. So I'm very excited about all of that and pleased to see that. Sort of looking at the issue in terms of the advanced science pathways, I'm a little confused in terms of what that means. You know, it sort of doesn't end up under the priority targets or the major focus. And then when you look at this, it looks like those science pathways for advanced have already been completed. But then when you read about it sort of in the ALP outline, it sounds like it's sort of like the advanced science has sort of all gotten mixed into the regular classroom, and that these pathways are not really a full separate curriculum, but more of sort of optional or additional work that's being done outside of that standard curriculum. And, you know, I was, for full disclosure, quite involved in encouraging the board to vote and support an advanced 6th grade science, because we'd had, you know, the interdis in the elementary school, and we'd had 7th and 8th grade advanced science. And despite the fact that many of us felt that the curriculum was certainly not up to par for those things, we still felt like the gap in 6th grade was problematic. So I think the first step was getting that created, and the second step was ongoing push from the board before I was on it, and then once I was on it, to try and get that curriculum up to snuff. And it concerns me a bit, having heard at the prior meeting that you know, the high school standards for NGSS were being used for this course, but then to sort of get the impression that right now what's being done is really not a separate, you know, accelerated and enriched, complete and identifiable curriculum for the middle school advanced science, but really more something that's going with these on-level curriculum with some additional work, which I think is not at all what we expect of our ALP program for any of our programs. And so I'm concerned about trying to understand that, because it looks like these pathways have been created, and the goal is for the next few years to implement them. And I'm not sure that's a curriculum that we would want.
All right. With that, I think we will move on. I know there'll be future.
There was sort of a question in that,
all right.
which
Mark,
is,
I don't know if you have a
are those
response.
really pathways, or are those a full curriculum, or what does that represent? And has that been determined? And are we implementing something? And what is it that we're implementing?
We've had a lot of discussion about that. So Mark or Tara, I don't know if you want to take that, but I think what we've discovered is what the Board of Education, when you made that decision in 2014, I think what the Board of Education thought we were doing, because again, this team's brand new, so they're just asking questions and learning, is not what in fact was happening. We have the same curriculum. You would just dig deeper, but when you ask what dig deeper means, you don't get the level that you were looking for when you were talking about in 2014. And I think in the ALP report, they'll probably address that a little bit tonight if you want to wait and move on. And I don't know if that's correct, Tara or Mark, but.
That's correct. We're going to go over it in detail in the ALP report.
Great, thank you. All right, well, we will move on then closer to the ALP report and take on the achievement data report. So Dr. Carabillo, Mr. D'Amico, I'm not sure which one of you is going to kick us off.
So I will kick you off, and it is nice to see you again. I haven't left yet. So tonight we're reporting on the achievements of Greenwich Public School students from the school year 2021. As you are all well aware, we're currently in our 3rd school year of the COVID-19 pandemic and have had to pivot on an ongoing basis due to the many challenging and disruptive days, weeks, and months since March of 2020. In spite of all the challenges, we have seen resilience in our students, teachers, and school community to make the best of our learning opportunities. While we are pleased that our overall scores are somewhat similar to the level of performances in past years, we have focused on the areas where our performances have dropped and have identified strategies to mitigate acceleration of learning for our students. Our content specialist will be presenting the data from the state assessments and will share some of the strategies to enable students to accelerate their learning. Next slide, please. The state of Connecticut, State Department of Education of Connecticut, has now shared the data in 3 different categories correlating to the way students learned in 2021. Fully or mostly in-person learning, where more than 75% of their days were in person. Second way, hybrid learning, where only 25 to 75% of the days were in person for students. Third, fully or mostly remote, where less than 25% of their days were in person. You should note that students were able to take the assessments either in school or remotely, regardless of whether they were attending school in person or not. We are going to share with you all of the state data from the last 5 years, although there were no scores for state assessments in 2019-20, with the exception of Lost Links. But the state has emphasized that these scores should not be combined, nor should we make direct comparisons across schools and districts. Next slide, please. Everyone's initial thoughts are to compare data from past years, but remember what we have been all through in the past 20 months and how this data is fundamentally different. And now I present Mr. Reed to you, and may we have slide 4.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Reed. I'm the math coordinator for the district K through 8. And thank you for having me, board members and community. And I'm about to share with you a few slides. The subsequent math data will serve the purposes of showing you our SBA scores over the last 5 SBA assessments. So next slide, please. So this slide illustrates overall SBA math data by grade level and following cohorts of students. While previously noted, there is an expected dip in scores due to COVID-19 related issues. In general, you can see we have positive trends in our SBA performance prior to 2021. We believe that as we return to more normal teaching and learning conditions in conjunction with our new math program, we will see a return to our upward trend in performance. In grades 3 through 5, our students continue to perform well in the areas of operations and algebraic thinking and numbers and operations in base 10. In grades 6 through 8, our students continue to perform well in the areas of number systems and expressions and equations. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the comparisons between our district Title I and non-Title I schools. The disparity is clear, but not unexpected. I'd like you to understand the following. First, our Title I schools had the highest percentage of students on remote, both all year and day to day. Our numbers mirror the national data, which evidences that the pandemic had a much larger impact on our needier populations. Our focus this past year was rightly placed on SEL. We de-emphasized standardized testing, which is a deviation from our standard procedure. And in general, we were unable to make our usual strong connections with our kids due to masks, lack of opportunities for extra help during lunch or before and after school, loss of other after school activities and social activities such as intramurals and community gatherings. And many of our kids learn and produce for their teachers, not for the grades or their parents' satisfaction. So they lost this connection. From my perspective, if anything, this is validation of our teachers' historical work and how amazing it has been. Our kids need our teachers all the time, fully vested in them. Next slide, please. As you can see in this graphic, prior to our 2021 scores, our general trends were positive. We know that being in front of a teacher in person has a dramatic positive effect on student performance. Our Title I schools have been impacted the hardest by COVID, as stated earlier, with regard to teacher-student and teacher-teacher connections. Big Ideas, our new math program, could not have come at a better time, because through this program, we will be focusing on strategies that have the highest impact on student achievement, up to 2 years of learning for 1 year of input based on Dr. John Hattie's meta-analysis. Most specifically, what the program brings for us is teacher clarity. So before starting a new topic, we're making the learning target very clear, and then students will have the opportunity to learn, explore, to connect their experiences back to the success criteria. Classroom discussion, which COVID really hit very hard, which has almost, greater than 2 years of impact for 1 year of instruction. And this is your students being encouraged to talk to each other and solidify their understandings and honing their abilities to reason and construct arguments. So there's great benefit from that. Without going into further detail, other high impact strategies like direct instruction, feedback, and spaced practice are also embedded in this program. So as stated earlier, our Title I schools were impacted most by COVID. And as you can see, The highlight in this data table is grade 3 and the improvement and the minimal loss in grade 7. Grades 4, 5, 6, and 8 saw drops. However, we've identified these areas and are targeting operations and algebraic thinking and numbers and operations in base 10, which tend to be more of a struggle in our Title I schools. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates performance of our non-Title I schools. As you can see, the performance of these students dropped, but not more than 10% in any grade. We feel strongly that our alignment, both horizontally and vertically, with Big Ideas Math will help to regain the performance lost due to COVID. Our focus on mathematical vocabulary will support a better understanding of content, as well as easier navigation for students when they have to answer questions on the SBA. Big Ideas also provides daily space practice, which is embedded in the program. You may remember it known as spiral practice, and that gives students the opportunity to practice things that they've learned prior. Next, Stacy will speak to our SBA math and special education. Next slide.
Thank you. Good evening. So while in 2021, we did see a drop in the number of students who met or exceeded the standards as expressed earlier, we do believe that COVID impacted the students' overall test scores. It should be noted that Greenwich special education students still continue to outperform within the state of Connecticut. And with students back in the classroom and receiving special education services, we believe that we'll get the scores back up to the baseline. In addition, I just want to point out that our special education teachers have been participating in the Big Ideas Math program training so that they can support our students in the classroom and really support the learning that's happening. And I'll turn that back to Mike Reed.
Next slide, please. So this is our ELL SBA math data. And if you note here, the total number of ELL students are falling. The EL student population is declining as a result of the pandemic. Some things to note is routine visa services were suspended at the start of the pandemic, and this curbed international families from moving to the US. In addition, some families who have moved away from our school community have told us that they can work anywhere since working remotely has become the new normal for many international and Fortune 500 companies. Still, other families return to their home countries to take care of aging and or sick relatives. Next slide. Now turn it over to Dr. Marcus.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Mr. Reed. My name is Dr. Benjamin Marcus. I'm the interim coordinator of ELA and Social Studies K-8. This slide illustrates overall SBA ELA data by grade level and following cohorts of students. Similar to the SBA math results, there was an expected dip in scores due to COVID-19 related issues. In general, you can see we have positive trends in our SBA performance prior to 2021. We believe that as we return to more normal teaching and learning conditions in conjunction with additional literacy supports, we will see a return to our upward trend in performance. In general, students across all grade bands tested by the SBA show a need for teachers to focus on interpreting and reading for informational texts. Understanding this, additional supports and strategies are being implemented to support students in this literacy area. Furthermore, this year, a number of our schools have received additional literacy staff members to support students and teacher growth. Additionally, in later slides, I will go into greater detail regarding the SBA ELA data for 5th and 6th grade. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the comparisons between our district Title I and non-Title I schools. Like our SBA math data, while the disparity is clear, it is not unexpected. I want to revisit some of the sentiments that Mr. Reed conveyed while discussing the SBA math results. Given the challenges of teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic, our students and teachers have made incredible strides and have experienced many successes given the challenges of last year. Regardless of these challenges, our Title I school scores were on an upward trajectory prior to the pandemic. Considering the major impact that COVID-19 has had on our community, this is a major testament to the hard work and dedication of our teachers. Next slide, please. In describing this upward trend, let's look at the cohort data by year. Overall, the trend in SBA ELA scores was positive. It is safe to say that given the historical trends, that without the COVID-19 pandemic, our Title I cohort SBA ELA scores would have continued to increase, thereby decreasing the achievement gap. The 5th and 6th grade experienced more COVID quarantines and remote instruction than other grades, which had a direct impact on face-to-face instruction. As we know, face-to-face instruction is most impactful on moving student learning outcomes. Moving forward, buildings are working with their staff to support student outcomes. Where possible, the district is investigating augmenting schools with additional supports to increase literacy interventions. Also, building data teams are assisting to identify individual student challenges and the appropriate interventions. Instructionally, there is currently a greater emphasis on the direct alignment of lesson objectives to standards and assessments, thereby ensuring that instructional practices are fully aligned to state standards. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates performance of our non-Title I schools. As we can see, the performance of these schools students dropped, but not more than 10%. Considering the major impact that COVID-19 has had on our community, this is again a major testament to the hard work and dedication of our teachers. I will now turn it back over to Dr. Stacey Heiligenthal for a discussion of our SBA ELA data as it relates to special education.
Next slide, please. So ELA continues to be a strength for our students in special education as compared to our math testing data. And we continue to significantly outperform the Connecticut scores for students with disabilities. While there is a drop, it's very similar. The percentage is similar to years 2016, 17, and 18. Reading skills continue to be an area of focus within the district and within the special education department. We've been working in conjunction with Dr. Marcus in the literacy, as well as additional training for our staff in providing high quality literacy instruction to our students with disabilities. I'd like to turn it to Adrienne Hirsch-Klein, who will report on the SBA ELA data as it relates to the English language learner population. Next slide.
Good evening, everyone. Our percentage of English learners in grades 3 through 8 who met or exceeded the achievement standard on the SBA ELA grew or remained steady for the last few years, but then as you see, decreased by a small number of percentage points in 2021, quite possibly as a result of the pandemic. With that in mind, though, we continue to outperform the state percentages in this area. Nearly a quarter of our elementary Ls and half of our middle school Ls were remote last year, which may have contributed to this drop. In terms of where our program is doing well, even despite the challenges brought on by the pandemic, ESOL specialists worked hard to build relationships with our students so that they can acclimate to their new school environments, help them readjust to a new school year this year, and personalize the learning for them using the strategies and supports that we know as an ESOL program work to help students acquire English, as well as access and understand new content. In terms of next steps, our next steps are to collaborate with our general education ELA colleagues to develop an updated set of reading units that are aligned to the Common Core and KELP standards, which include reading, writing, listening, and speaking objectives that are targeted to our students' English language proficiency levels. We did begin this work this past summer at the elementary level by examining which Common Core and KELP standards are being addressed and which need to be reinforced. I will now turn it back to Mr. D'Amico to discuss next steps. Next slide.
So who doesn't like a good slide with an R-coefficient correlation? Given the results that have been shared thus far tonight, we know that there are specific pockets of students who we need to support and skills they need to recover. It's essential. We know these pockets of students through extensive analysis at the school and district levels. We found that the Linkit GPS benchmark gives us significant diagnostic information. As you know, we have transitioned towards that and away from STAR. That said, we wanted to assure you that we are not losing any information in the transition from STAR to Linkit because the correlations for Linkit are very similar to STAR and in some cases higher. Next slide.
Alrighty, and I'll take it from here. As you know, I'm Tara Fogel, the K-8 Science Coordinator. Tonight, I wanted to start with a quick review of the NGSS test itself, since it's so new to our district, only having performed twice thus far. The test assesses students' ability to reason with natural phenomena through the lens of a science and engineering practices. These tests are given to students in grade 5, 8, and 11. The tests span across all disciplines of science, including earth and space, life and physical, as well as touching upon the engineering and design process. While we never know the exact content that will be assessed on these tests, we do understand the platform and the student skills that are required to meet success. Next slide, please. You'll notice here that there has been a limited impact in 2021. We are incredibly fortunate that my predecessor as a coordinator of science was early to bring NGSS practices and instructional best strategies to the GPS teachers well before the NGSS test was first given in 2019. We're proud of the strong outcomes that our students have been able to maintain in science despite some more gaps in ELA and math. I attribute this to one unexpected positive outcome of COVID. While we did have less time for hands-on collaboration in the classroom, in one way, this turned into more time for other skills, specifically increased time teachers had to spend on our digital tools. The NGSS test is heavily focused on the use of graph, tables, and variables to study novel phenomena. Students historically struggle with this. The STEM coordinator of last year secured student licenses for Explore Learning, which is an online platform called Gizmos. It pushed for continued use of Tuva Labs, which focuses on data literacy. We believe that these tools help students to practice test-like experiences and can attribute to some levels of our success here. As we look at the information gathered from our platforms, we can see that our overall drops in performance are incredibly small. 7% in grade 5, 5% in grade 8, and we stayed the same in grade 11. These are our students who have experienced NGSS instruction the longest. We do see that some of our Title I elementary schools are underperforming, and we know that there is a stronger correlation between reading performance and science, specifically on the grade 5 NGSS assessment. In fact, in initial data analysis, we see a stronger correlation between SBA reading scores and NGS than we do SBA math scores and NGS. This is congruent for both 5th and 8th grade. Title I school performance on the NGSS is similar to some of the underperformances noted in reading at grade level 5, to which my colleague spoke earlier. In addition to their points about student success and teachers working with them in person in classrooms and how critical that is, there are a few additional considerations to be made in science. Critical skills in the use of nonfiction text and exposure opportunities in reading for information occurs largely in grades 4 and 5. Our current grade 6, or here, the tested 5th graders, have had large disturbances to their learning environment during their 4th and 5th grade school years. My professional learning for the 3-5 teachers this year will be to focus on strategies to increase students with their ability to read for information and grapple with more complex nonfiction text. Next slide. When we look at the NGSS and our special education and English language learner population, we have some strong success here as well. The supports for Spanish speakers and special education students that are embedded into our primary resource materials in science allow teachers to provide access and aid to both of these populations. My predecessor was an incredibly strong advocate for special education and ESOL representation in curriculum creation and adaptation meetings during prior summer curriculum institutes. We're excited to say that in our middle level curriculum, every single unit of instruction has embedded assessments and learning activities with supports for both of these populations. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Adrienne Hirsch-Klein, who will speak more about that population of students.
Hi, everyone, again. So GPS celebrates a history of significantly outperforming the state of Connecticut on the state mandated Lost Links assessment, which is given to our K through 12 English learners each winter. This slide shows the percentage of students scoring proficient or above proficient overall since 2017, which does account for proficiency or above across a combination of performance on 4 subtests, which are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The test consists of those 4 sections. The second part of this slide shows the percentage of students meeting a mastery standard to exit our program. To achieve this standard on the loss links, a student must score proficiency or above on 3 measures: the reading subtest, the writing subtest, and overall. In a typical pre-COVID year, we historically exit approximately a quarter of our students annually. Next slide, please. In addition to the percentage of students who achieve proficient and mastery standard on the loss links, this assessment also looks at the growth rate, or did students meet their individual growth target, which was based on the prior year's proficiency level. The growth rate is the percentage of students with a score last year and this year who met their individual targets in both literacy and the oral subtests. So if, for example, 20 out of 40 students met their growth targets, that means there's a 50% growth rate. The literacy score is an average of a student's reading and writing scores, and the oral score is an average of a student's listening and speaking scores. So this data shows that growth stayed level in both the oral and literacy subtests over the last few years. The other thing important to mention on this slide, the acronym, you'll see an acronym APTA, which stands for average percentage of target achieved. And that speaks to the growth targets that our students strive to meet according to their English language proficiency level. So for all L students with a loss link score last year and this year, so we're talking about students who continue in our program, APTA refers to the average percentage of the growth target achieved by them. The average percentages of the growth targets achieved in the oral and literacy subtests didn't experience wide fluctuations from one year to the next. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Bridget Barry, who will begin speaking and addressing high school standardized test data.
Next slide, please.
Good evening, Bridget Berry here with a few words on the SAT evidence-based reading and writing. That's the Connecticut School Day SAT. As with some of the other scores, last year our SAT scores were down a bit in the evidence-based reading and writing. And here's our plan now that we're back to a near normal schedule. This year, 9th and 10th graders recently took a school-wide PSAT, which we will analyze and target those needing additional support. That support will come through classes and through programs such as the SAT Academy, which will be additional after-school instruction for identified students. 9th and 10th grade English and Social Studies students also recently took sections of a released PSAT as benchmarks, which teachers will analyze and follow up in their PLCs. As part of that follow-up, teachers will use SAT comparable stems and practice questions and continue naturally with close reading work with passages. Also in English classes, students do individualized Khan Academy work for grammar. That's as tested on the SAT writing skills. Just want to note, as Kwame mentioned earlier, students did not have midterms or finals for the last year and a half, and were not in regular practice with stamina demanding tests, such as the SAT. Up next to talk about the SAT math is Mr. Byrne.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Byrne. The Greenwich High School Mathematics Department continues to closely monitor student performance on both the grade 11 SAT day and the final graduating class averages. In addition to ensuring that all classes are aligned to SAT content and skills, the department has adopted benchmark and monitoring practices in each class to work with individual students to increase their performance. Teachers are also working collaboratively in professional learning communities to identify resources and tools to help students achieve on this assessment. Greenwich High School will be identifying students based on PSAT performance to participate in an SAT Academy. Here, students will be given additional instructional time after school in core SAT concepts by a skilled and certified teacher. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ralph Mayo, who will talk about graduation rates.
All right, Ralph, I think you're on.
Yes, Peter, but you can't see me. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I got it. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Chairperson Bernstein, Dr. Jones, members of the Board of Education, I do realize that this meeting is going to go very long tonight, but before it ends, I wanted to say one thing to the members of the Board of Education. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all the hard work, and thank you for caring so much about the students that attend the Greenwich Public Schools. And you can tell you care by the questions that you ask and the way you push us to get better. So again, I know some of you won't be here for the next meeting. So thank you for your service, and for the others that will remain, thank you for continued service. It's been a pleasure. Tonight, I'm going to talk about our graduation rates at Greenwich High School. I have with me Judy Liddell, our Director of Counseling, and Ms. Dana Talata, our Vice Principal. As you can see from the chart, our graduation rates have been fairly flat over the last 4 to 5 years. This is not acceptable to us. We are not in alignment with the districts we compare ourselves to, and this is something that we are going to work on this year and next year to improve this rate so that we can be proud of that, like we are proud of every other thing we do at Greenwich High School. So our school improvement plan is focused on making these gains for all students. So I'm gonna, I think next slide, go on to our AP participation. Our AP participation continues to grow. We're extremely excited about that. We love to have more students enrolled in AP classes and at the end taking those tests and getting 3s and above. So I think this is a bright spot in our report for tonight, is that our participation rate continues to be at all-time highs. Next slide. And then you can see the AP scores 3, 4, and 5 by department here in art and music, English, math, science, social studies, and world language. And each department chair will be talking about their scores as we move on in the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Julie Nixon and Mr. Patrick Taylor, who will begin the discussion about our scores in both art and in music. Julie.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So I'm not going to take up a lot of your time, but the art department offers 5 different AP classes. We have 7 teachers, 4 of us teach AP. So we have a very big program for our department. We started to offer AP classes to give our students the opportunity for rigor and to go more in depth in their art, and the scores and submitting their portfolios. We encourage and we support, but I'm going to say to you what we say to our students, which is a test score cannot define their creative level or their thought processes or their ideas. So my AP teachers wanted me to explain that a little bit, because art is a very subjective subject. And it sometimes happens that we'll have a student that gets a low score, like a 3 on an AP portfolio, and will win a gold at Scholastic. So it's that kind of a subject, you know. So we're very careful about the scores and how we talk about the scores with our students. I can go into depth if you want for our 2D art and design, AP computer art, and AP drawing. In the year 2020-21, we had 12 students submitting AP portfolios. All 12 scored 3 or higher. 8 scored 3, 2 scored 4, and 2 scored 5. In 2019-2020, 14 students submitted AP portfolios, 13 scored 3 or higher. In AP photography, 2020-21, we had 8 students submitting portfolios, 3 scored 4, 3 of the portfolios scored 4, 4 scored 3, and 1 scored 2. In AP 3D, we have AP ceramics and sculpture as well. We didn't have as many students submit in 2021. It's very difficult to do ceramics during COVID because the clay dries out and we weren't able to fire in time. So that particular program got hit hard by COVID. But in 2019-2020, we still had 5 submitting portfolios. They all received 3s and 4s. We also have an AP Art History course, which our AP Art History teacher wanted me to explain that she stresses to students that scores do not define them, and it is more important to her that they leave with an open mind and respect across cultures. They, in 2020, 2021, 13 students took the exam, 7 students scored 3 or higher, 4 scored 2, 2 scored 3, 1 scored 4, 4 scored 5. In 2019-2020, 11 students took the exam, 8 students scored 3 or higher, 3 scored 2, 4 students scored 3, 1 scored 4, and 3 scored 5. So in AP Art History, they study 250 artworks for a 3-hour exam. And in the studio classes, it's more of an investigation of a particular concept. So the kids are really able to go into depth and have their own idea that they explore throughout the year. So does anyone have any questions about AP Art?
We're going to hold the questions until the end. Thank you, Julie.
Okay, so I should stay on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, everyone. In music, we just have one AP course. It's in music theory. And for those unfamiliar with the term, music theory refers to the study of music other than performance or music history. So it's essentially the nuts and bolts of how music is composed and how it's analyzed. And so students, it actually starts from scratch, but goes quite quickly into basic composition. And in the AP test, the students are expected obviously to do a bunch of multiple choice type questions on general knowledge in the subject, but also to do an oral AURAL section in which they're listening to melodies played and writing them down. And perhaps in the scariest part of the exam, all the students are expected to see a melody printed in music notation and then sing it after having only been given the starting note. So it's a rigorous course. It actually combines 2 courses that you'd see in college, both music theory and what's called ear training. And so it's a constant tug of war to allocate time to make sure they're feeling good about their skills in both those areas. Looking at the scores for the last 5 years, they were consistent up till the pandemic. We definitely took a hit. Prior to the pandemic, we enjoyed average scores well above the state average and far above the global average. But we've regressed a bit to the state average, basically almost on the button for the last couple of years through the pandemic. But that was, we had it was very difficult to, especially the oral piece, to be fully remote, as some students were, and to be able to, have the daily exercises that we do in the classroom, singing, for example. I couldn't hear them sing in real time, and et cetera. So I don't have any doubt that we'll spring back, but in the short term, it was a little bit rough. Though we've always had students excel. Every year there's students with 5s, but average score of 3 for this past year is not indicative of what normally happens. So hopefully that's a little bit of information for you, and you let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Next, Mr. All right, I just forgot your name. Andrew Byrne, Mr. Byrne, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Ann. My name's Andrew Byrne. I'm here to report out on the advanced placement math scores. The math and computer science department's results continue to be solid. There were a total of 259 exams given in our department last year. We had a total of 151 students sit for the calculus AB and BC exams, with all but 23 earning a 3 or higher. And in addition, we had a total of 55 students, up from 44 the previous year and 27 the year before, sit for one of the 2 computer science exams, with all but one earning a 3 or higher. Moving forward, our teachers will continue to collaborate, innovate, and explore opportunities to provide our students with the best preparation for the advanced placement exams. We have returned to pre-pandemic teaching and assessment practices, and we will no longer allow students full access to their calculators and a note sheet during exams. We will continue to explore the use of AP Classroom as a necessary tool and resource for both teachers and students. In addition, the department is quite proud of the growing interest in the computer science department and is hoping that this will be a trend for all our courses in the future. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mr. John DeLuca, who will talk about science.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is John DeLuca. I'll be reporting out on AP Science. We have 5 different AP Science tests that we take and courses that our students take: biology, chemistry, environmental science, physics with calculus, and algebraic physics as well. All of our AP courses were on a positive trajectory prior to 2020, the pandemic. In fact, all but one had achieved 5-year highs in 2019. That one was AP Physics, the algebraic AP Physics, which had achieved 5-year high the year before. So the onset of the pandemic certainly impacted our performance there. We really think the lack of hands-on activities, labs, really compromised the delivery of some of the material. And while we were able to find some excellent online resources, it just certainly wasn't able to replicate what we do in the classroom. The testing practices changed as well. Those were kind of a moving target for us. Now that we have pretty much returned to pre-pandemic instructional practices, the teachers are really thrilled to have the students back, reestablishing our labs, our activities, the classroom instruction as it had been in the past. They're looking forward to continuing to use the revamped AP Classroom that's available to them as well. And we're hopeful that our scores will begin to look again like they did pre-pandemic. It's now my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Lucy Arecco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening. I'm Lucy Arecco. I'm the Program Administrator for Social Studies, and I'm going to tell you about our AP scores this year. AP participation in social studies remained high in 2021. We continue to have the highest number of AP exams taken of all the programs. Last year, we had 878 exams which were taken. You can see, I believe you've been provided the mean scores for all the subjects. So our various AP subjects include AP US History, AP Psychology, AP European History, AP Micro and Macro Economics, AP US Government and Politics, and AP Comparative Government and Politics. All of our mean scores did take a slight dip from the year before, except for AP Comparative Politics, which was at a 4-year high. All means, however, were significantly higher than the Connecticut mean for this subject, as well as the global mean. I'm going to echo some challenges in preparing students for the AP exams. For instance, it was difficult to replicate the assessments in the hybrid model with what they would experience on the real AP exam. In order to make the AP, or rather make the assessment experiences equitable, teachers allowed for open note exams online, which made it, tough to assess a student's true knowledge of the content. And an open note exam didn't necessarily require the same depth of understanding as an exam where you can't use any memory aids. Also, teachers reported that there was lower student engagement in the digital format and difficult to build rapport with students that were fully remote. And some teachers noted that the students who were fully remote had lower scores. Also, which was unique on the AP exams in 2021, was that the students couldn't go back to previous questions, which is contrary to what we tell students to do as well. Go back and check your work or skip a question and come back to it if you're having trouble with it. Also, teachers, tried to adjust to a different AP exam format from the past. For instance, the AP US test did not have a long essay question, which our students usually excel on. It only had a DBQ question. Moving forward, we're happy to report that we've returned to instructional strategies and assessments that were used in 2019 and 20. The AP tests in 2022 will be in the previous format and paper and pencil. So teachers are giving frequent formative assessments without notes, without memory aids, so they can give the students feedback. There's definitely a greater emphasis on writing skills for those short answer and essay portions, and a regular use of practice questions and model essays, so students can see how the scoring is done. I'm now going to introduce Ms. Bridget Berry, who's going to talk about English.
Now, next is Christina Shaw to talk about world languages. I think
we skipped Bridget.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I won't take it personally. For the AP English Lit and Comp and the Language and Composition tests, we are proud that the number of students taking the 2 English AP courses continues to grow, as Ralph indicated. Even though last year's scores were a bit lower than in past years, we still had 50% of our students score a 4 or 5 on the most challenging AP Lit and Comp exam. And our Lang and Comp score is up from 3.49 to 371, with more students taking the test. That's from the last real test in 2019. And I'll explain that. A little bit of context on last year's test. You've heard parts of this from the others, and you don't know these unless you're close to the tests. In response to the pandemic, the 2020 tests were digital and comprised of 1 essay and no multiple choice. The typical test is 3 essays, timed essays, and 55 multiple choice. So it was a real humdinger. The 2021, just last year, they were full tests, but they were digital and taken at home. With that test, when students were consulted about it afterwards, they mentioned frustration, as has been mentioned, with not being able to annotate and not being able to go back to previous questions. Many said they realized an answer to a previous question and answering a later question, but they couldn't go back. In addition, some students struggled with the timed writing as they hadn't been given as much timed writing practice in the remote hybrid learning. Going forward, the 2022 test will not be digital. If, and we can imagine it, College Board runs digital exams in the future, they have promised corrections such as letting students return to a previous question within a section, which would make a difference. And now that we're back on a more normal schedule, teachers will give students more practice with timed and sample tests. Also, again, midterms and finals this year will give students practice with the stamina demanding tests. I'm going to introduce now Miss Christina Shaw for World Languages.
Good evening, everyone. I will be outlining for the community our World Language AP scores and talk about next steps for our students and our teachers. During the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021, our AP scores in Chinese actually went up in both the number of students taking the exam and the mean score. So we were very pleased with that. For French, our highest mean in the last 5 years was actually in the year 2017. The numbers increased in 2019 and 2020, and we had a mean score of 4. But in 2021, we did see a dip in both scores and in the students enrolled. And still, I would like to point out that the score in French, the mean score was higher than the national mean score. German scores were the highest in 2020 in the last 5 years in both numbers of students taking the exam and the mean score at an incredible 4.5. In 2021, we did have a dip in the amount of students taking it and also had a dip in the mean score. But this mean score was actually higher than in the previous years of 2017 through 2019. In AP Italian, the number of students taking the test did drop in the years 2020 and 2021 after peaking in 2018. However, our mean score was the highest that it had been in the past 4 years at 4.6. Now, our AP Spanish program is our largest, offering 2 different types of AP courses, AP Lang and also AP Spanish Literature. In AP Spanish Language, our numbers have been exceptional, peaking in 2019 with 143 students taking the exam. In the last 5 years, we've never had a mean lower than 4. Our mean stayed steady for 2020 and 2021, despite the pandemic challenges, reaching a mean of 4.15 and over 130 students taking the exam in 2020 and 111 students taking the exam in 2021. For AP Literature, which is quite a difficult course, 2020 did see the lowest amount of students taking the test and a drop in the mean score. But in 2021, because by the end of the year, we did have the students in person, the number of students taking the exam jumped back to its usual numbers. And our mean also was at its usual rate of about 4. Overall, in the World Language Department, we are thrilled with the consistency of our World Language AP scores over the last 5 years. There, of course, have been the expected dips in the last 2 years. To keep our scores moving in the right direction, we have recently purchased and trained our staff in the use of a virtual language lab, as I mentioned at my last presentation to the board. This technology will begin preparing our students earlier in their world language career at our high school for the tests that they are expected to take during the AP exam in speaking. Teachers will also be engaged this year in professional development with ACTFL, which is the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. in the creation and use of benchmarks and rubrics. So thank you so much for your time. I believe that Dr. Carabillo has a few words that she would like to say.
So I get to end our achievement report on a very high note, which I believe is very high. And this is our community results from our survey back in the spring of 2021. For our GPS staff, we had 729 people respond, and over half of them, 56% of them, have positive perceptions of our social and learning climate in their schools. And that's in spite of COVID-19. So I'm extremely happy to hear that. Next slide, please. For our students valuing school, at the elementary level, we had 1,490 students. I'm sorry, I forgot to say, next slide. Next slide, thank you. We had 1,490 students participate in grades 3 through 5, and 2,342 students respond in grades 6 through 12. And this is for the percentage of students who feel that school is interesting and important. And 55% of our students feel that way. That's pretty exciting to think that that was during our COVID, yet they were in school, they felt as though it was positive, and they felt as though they were valued. Next slide, please. Students belonging. Again, it's pretty stable. We're almost where our target was of 62%. We were at 59% of the students said that they definitely feel valued members of their community. Now, as expected, our elementary school students have more positive responses than our secondary students, but we have seen that over the years that we have been doing this survey. And then the last slide, which for me really states and shows that the board and Dr. Jones and the administrators and the teachers have really worked hard at communicating with our parents and developing that home to school connection. We had over 2,643 families respond to this survey. So in last year, in 2021, 89% welcomed parents in children's learning. They thought that we were the partners. We were welcoming the parents as partners. 84% of parents said that they had many opportunities to express their concerns and opinions about their important issues concerning their child. And the one area that wasn't as high as I had hoped it to be was the area of how confident are you in your ability to support your child's learning at home? Well, I think we've put a lot of things in place this year with our forward-facing curriculum that we have for parents, with the information that we have given you at the first board meeting and at this meeting. So we are very happy, but we are still going to continue to work to make sure that parents really feel that they're connected with their teachers and with the school and our partners in learning. That's it for our report. And next up is questions.
All right. Questions from the board. Yes, first, thank you to all of the presenters, a lot of people who have stayed up late to be with us. So we appreciate that. All right, Ms. Hirsch.
I was going to say, I know that many of us are going to look at the report and sort of focus on the learning loss that may have occurred during COVID. And I know that's important, but I'm looking back slightly further. I know that we all know that we have an achievement gap, and it's not just here, it's nationally. And if there was a perfect solution for how to fix it, we would have already done so. But we have an incredible opportunity to address this issue in conjunction with combating learning loss that we've experienced by using some of the ESSER funds. And I'm hoping that soon we're going to get a plan on how that's going to be, those funds are going to be used to support learning loss and the achievement gap. But looking at slide 4, I thought it was important to note that I know we don't have data for 2020 as students weren't tested that year. And in 21, they had to focus on what was missed during the second half of the second semester from the year prior, plus learn all of the new grade level material. I kind of assumed that the test didn't take into account that students had most likely not gotten through the same lessons as in the year prior before taking the test.
That would be something I would have to check on, Karen. I'm not sure. I'll have to check with Ajit at the state, and I will find that answer out for you.
Thank you, because I'd assume if it was testing on things that the kids hadn't gotten to because they were still trying to make up for stuff from the year before, that could also account for some of the dip in the scores. So I was just going to say, I mean, overall, the report's showing us trends in test scores, comparing scores per grade year to year. And however, in the past, I think we've also looked at the growth in learning rates following a grade level score from year to year to see how that grade's test scores improved over time. And you can sort of extrapolate that information when looking at the bar graphs, but I was wondering why that information was not necessarily included in this report, because I think that would be as equally as important, seeing where, the second graders are as they move forward to the next year. They all have different needs in each grade. So the grade to grade doesn't always give us the information that we need. And I know growth is kind of a big topic. So are we going to be able to get some of that data?
If I might just jump in, we don't have the same level of data that we would normally have from the state. And as a reminder, go back to that very beginning of the slide where they say we're not even really supposed to be comparing. And there are lots of reasons why. We're trying to still look at it, but what I would say is we're going student by student and looking at every individual student's growth and where they are. And that goes back to what they were talking about earlier tonight with Linkit.
Well, I was going to say we don't have the state testing data, but we do have Linkit. I know it was new last year, but Mark, I think, was saying it was comparative to where STAR testing was. I mean, I would just love to be able to see that because I think that's not from 2020. Yeah. Well, I mean, for some of it, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I'd like to see the growth. Yeah.
She's not talking about that.
No, I'm talking about something else. And then I guess the last question I had sent this previously, but I was just curious because on page 13, this in-school SAT, it was noted that COVID negatively impacted the class of 2022, their SAT scores, but I wasn't sure if that included the data for the class of 21. That the graduating class last year took the school day SAT in September of 2020, while the class of 2022 took it in March, I believe. So was that data included or was it just for class of 22?
And I did get the answer. Did you want to answer that or?
I'll let you answer it.
Yeah, I did reach out when I saw your question today and it is just the class of 22.
Okay, well then I'd like to see the data also for 21, just out of curiosity. I think that's kind of important for us to be able to see. I know they weren't told that they were going to be taking the in-school SAT or the school day SAT and only had about a week or so preparation, but I think that would be just sort of an interesting data point for us as well.
Dr. Francis.
So I would also like to just emphasize, I think the growth data is important and while it may not be perfect, to try and find ways to look at that. Because I do think that's a piece we've been talking about for years now. And while we've sort of switched from one system to another, and I can't remember, Peter, sure, the one we had before, but then we had said, well, we could do the state system instead. But I think, no, I know that's gone, but I'm just saying we had talked about wanting to continue to look at growth. The other thing that we used to see, I'm starting to sound like you. Back in the old days, we used to see was the comparison to similar districts. Not just the state, because I do feel like we are a well-funded district, and while we have diversity, I think it would be useful to look at those numbers as well.
We did have a lot of conversation about including that this year. And again, we worked with the state trying to figure out, but because our data is also different. And in one prime example, we were one of the school districts that was face-to-face from the beginning. So our district was actually one of the districts that was working with the state on how we were going to count for attendance for kids who were full remote and kids who were in person, and then the kids that would jump back and forth. And so the way we were calculating early on, we already had our system set before the state actually put it out. So if you're comparing to other districts, it depends which category they're in and how they were counted. And in the end, it was too confusing. And we were advised not to use it. But I agree, going forward, it's a great, that's a great thing for us to do.
All right, anything else, Ms. Downey?
I just want to come back to like the achievement gap issue and talking a little bit about our funds. Since we have the American Rescue Plan funds, I'd love, it's early in the school year. And because we talked about a percentage of it has to be used for learning loss. And I know there are some targeted things you've already put in place, but I'd love to hear, not now or come in at the next meeting, what you think we could use some of those funds for to help really target those students immediately,
So,
hang on one second. Did you want to respond, Tony?
Yeah, I actually can. I mean, if we had our 3 Title I principals actually here, I think they would be able to tell you, because they're already doing that work and they are very committed to it. And when you talk about, accelerating their learning, they had all really, I think it was in the middle of COVID or pre-COVID, gone to a whole workshop on accelerating learning. All of our elementary team did, but they are very much know exactly what they're doing. Their teams are in place. And it also goes along with the work we're doing with our special education and PCG, where with MTSS, and they're making their leaps and bounds ahead on that as well.
But just to follow up, if you do think, because I know we put in our application for ARP funding, there's a lot of money left. So if there, again, there's ideas, and if ideas cost money, we do have this pot of money. So I don't think you should be shy about it for this particular purpose. This is what it's designed for.
Absolutely. And I think as we're building the budget right now, you'll be able to see some of that as well, because, some of the items that we have funded, and I'll give an example, is a math interventionist out of ARP. Our elementaries have said they've needed those for years. Last year, we funded the first half by shifting positions out of Havemeyer back out to the buildings. This year with ARP, we were able to put the other half in. Our principals are going to overwhelmingly want those to stay. So we're going to have to look at what are some of the things that'll be in our ARP that should be long-term for us as part of our budget process. So I think you'll hear more, and we'll talk a lot about that in November.
Okay, Ms. Kowalski.
Sure, thanks. So one comment, and then I think a couple of questions. So my first comment is, I realize there is, in looking at all of these graphs, you see significant slippage over the last year. And sure, one could argue it's attributable to COVID, but what I'd also like to point out is that in some of these graphs, and certainly not all, we were not on an upward trajectory with respect to how our achievement was progressing. We were flat, and we were even declining already in several of these grades. And I think that needs to be said. That hasn't been said tonight. That is obvious from these charts. And I think we need to take stock in the fact that this is not just COVID related. We were slipping in various categories across grades. That's comment one. The second thing that I'd like to point out tonight is, well, we've heard all of these things with respect to where testing is and how many kids have tested where. What I haven't heard is a plan. What is the plan? What is the plan to, one, address the achievement gap that's happening on the western side of our town, and how we plan to make up the gap that we're now experiencing so that we can get back up to the levels that we're at and exceed those, because we were on a flat or downward trajectory. And I'd like to know what we're going to do, because I haven't heard a plan on how we're going to attack it. That's what I'd like to know what is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is another presentation. That was not the intent of tonight, to bring you what we're doing. I think that's what Christina was just asking. But I will say, you need to go back and really look at 2019 and look at what Western had done. They had closed the gap. And that is our middle school. And that's a reflection also of what we were doing in elementary, because you don't take a child who moves in second grade that does not speak English and have them on grade level in 2 years or 3 years. It takes a couple of years. And it takes all of these individuals that you heard talking tonight about the different content areas. They have closed the gap. If we look, and I encourage you to go back and look at that. And I think that's probably one reason Mr. Weinstein was a principal of the year, because the work they're doing in that building is phenomenal. And I think we're doing it at all of our buildings. Certainly, I think it goes back to what Christina was just asking, maybe having a presentation on our Title I and how we're approaching Title I, how they use the data and what we're actually doing would be a great discussion.
I think that's absolutely critical. I think that we need to figure out how we're going to get these kids back to the levels that they need to be. And that's important because it's already the end of October. And then you go into November, December, and January, and now we're already thinking that it's May. And I don't think that we can have another year where we're graduating kids to another level when they're not ready to go. Because at some point it's going to catch up and we have to figure out what that plan is. One of the things that I think that this board needs to do with the incoming is the fact that of your goals, Dr. Jones, there's not one of them that's set for achievement. And I think we need to revisit this with the incoming board to have a goal that what is the achievement goal and what are we going and how are you going to attain it? And I think we need to address that.
Mr. Scher.
Under the category of I wouldn't want to be a, I think all the questions you guys are asking and what the superintendent presented is good. But it's, in my experience, pretty typical, which is we're talking about individual lower level things, and the big strategic takeaways may not get the focus they need. If you look at the data, and there is this disclaimer of you have to be careful looking at the data. As I told you in the last meeting when we did the strategic plan, we talked to the state. They were super great. The statistics people up there are fantastic. And they tell you where the trap doors are. One of the comparison trap doors is comparing a district that is all in building or schools that are all in building with those that were hybrid a couple days a week, right? So they tell you those. So comparing across districts, you have to compare, if you're going to do any comparison to districts, according to them, is it's got to be like for like. And that's kind of obvious. There are some people who are like for us. So you can do those comparisons. You shouldn't do comparisons that are not like for like. Here's a couple takeaways. And this is why I say I wouldn't want to be you, because I again, as Dr. Gaetan Francis, I sound like the 80-year-old man. It's one of my great disappointments leaving this board that we invested, and I served with some giants, Laura Erickson, Peter von Braun, Leslie Moriarty, even people I didn't agree with, like Barbara O'Neill. But we focused on trying to close the achievement gap. We doubled the resources in these schools, Title I schools versus the other schools per student. We did all kinds of things. We promised a whole bunch of things to the state. I'm now looking at the conclusion of it, and I hate to say it was a failure. Because what you take away, the good news is, let's just take ELA. There's two big takeaways that I would encourage you guys to focus on. One is there are 5 schools where COVID learning loss compared to 2 years ago, it's almost non-existent. It's less than 4% COVID learning loss. Okay, that's good news at Glenville, Riverside, ISD, Cobb, Central. Central used to be a problem school. It's not anymore. The school we're in, Tom and his team have done a great job here, a fantastic job on what's gone on. You can see it right in the data. So whatever these 5 schools did, and notice 4 of them are elementary schools where all our kids were in. And one of them was this cohorting thing we had in the middle schools. So there's something to be learned there if somebody goes looks at that, because the COVID learning loss there was exceptionally low. And in ELA, it was generally low. It was, 5-6%. That's good news. Western Middle School, it was 11%. Okay, so something went on at Western that didn't happen at Hamilton Avenue, didn't happen at JC, didn't happen at New Lebanon. Those 4 schools are always in the compare set. So somebody's got to go figure out what happened. Here's the biggest thing, you guys, I think got to call it what it is. And if I were still on the board, I would be pulling the fire alarm. There are 3 schools where half the students in English are not at proficiency. Think about that. 50% of the kids in that school. Okay. And some of them are even lower. By the way, you can look it up and figure out which ones they are. Mathematics, we got 6 schools that had double digit, above 10% learning loss decline. 6 schools, 10% slide more. There's one in here that's 15.6% slide. Something's going on. Now, thank God Mike Reed's on the case. That guy's a brilliant teacher and he'll, I think, figure it out. But in mathematics, and here's the biggest thing, 4 schools, at least half the students are not at proficiency in 4 schools. You've got schools in here, 2 schools. 2/3 of the students are not at proficiency in mathematics. Okay, so all of this is great. They're doing a great job at the high school. Teachers are working hard. There is no doubt about it. They're working hard every day doing COVID learning loss, all the rest of it. But if the board doesn't take it upon themselves to tell the superintendent that you want focus, laser focus on these schools, these problems, the rest of the schools are going to do okay. A Riverside's going to do okay. A North Mianus is going to do okay. Those schools are, ISD's doing great. Okay. Some of these other schools, you guys have to get everybody focused on this, because here's the shameful part. I don't care about the buildings. Candidly, I care about the administrators, but this is what they're paid to do. It's their job. I am heartbroken that we have schools where 2/3 of the student are passed grade to grade, and they never get close to proficiency in mathematics. We have a couple schools, half the kids in the schools are passed from grade to grade, and they don't get close to it. So you got to help those kids. You got to zero in on those kids. I would be pulling the fire alarm, and all of you got to get your hands on deck. Stop having Board of Ed meetings talking about stadiums. Start have Board of Ed meetings talking about math, English, every single meeting. It should take all your time. It should be the focus. It should be all hands on deck. All these teachers and administrators need the full support of the board, and they need to know that that's all you're focused on for the success of these kids, that they're working their tails off day in and day out to try to educate. But there's some big findings here. The rest of it is all noise. The rest of it will be fine. The high school will be fine. Some of these middle schools will be fine. Some of these elementary schools will be fine. There's nothing more urgent. And I say it this way, and it makes me crazy. We saw this in enrollment tonight. I'll finish in a minute, Peter. I finish tonight. We have the lowest class sizes in a decade, in decades. We're spending more money than we've ever spent. And we've got this. Nothing more important to focus on than that. Please do it for these kids who are getting left behind by this.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we're not having a discussion right now. It's a board meeting. Thank you. I'm going to share a bit of a different perspective. Frankly, if you go, and thank you, Peter. It's my opportunity to speak. You've had yours now. At this point, I've seen data, plenty of data. What I haven't heard though, and I know I heard it from the administrators, and I know I heard it when I saw it on the state website because I've looked at the data too. COVID, it was the spring of 20, kids were not in school. There was some learning going on, but not enough. Last year we were back, but it was a strange year. Now we're really back in person. And that is going to have an effect, and it's going to have an effect for a while. I've heard every one of the people that presented tonight talk about the fact that they're working on strategies to combat this. We have the tools, we have the resources, we have the data, we have the people with the drive. We've also had turnover. We've had turnover, but in a good way, where the right people are now on the case, on the job. We've had 2 curriculum presentations in a row where we have focused on what needs to be changed, updated, resources for teachers, transformative learning, making sure we're teaching consistently. These are all things that are going to go and drive this. It's not just about achievement gap. Every student needs to grow. And we've talked about growth over time. And that is the measure that we're starting to see. When I got on the board, we were comparing this year's 4th grade to last year's 4th grade. It was useless. We are in a much better place. We are directionally going where we need to be going. There's more work to do. Nobody's saying that there's not, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the progress that we've made. COVID is a blip. It's a bad blip for the students, but with the data, with the work, there's an opportunity. With honestly, with the funding that we've gotten, an opportunity to do things that we haven't been able to do. I mentioned this before. We've not added headcount to our budget in years. We also haven't added programming. We've not added anything. We've actually been taking away. We're in a different place. I think this is an inflection point. I think it's an opportunity. As for your comment about the stadium, Peter, we've been getting committee updates. We haven't been digging deep. If you look at what the agendas have been this year, we're focused on achievement. That's where we've been going. It's where we're spending our time tonight. It's a lengthy meeting for a reason. There's a lot to cover. So we're going to move on now to our ALP report. Jones. And Mark, we'll let Tony kick off.
Okay.
Sure, and I think they could probably present very quickly. I do just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I've had a lot of questions, and I know the board did because several of you contacted me over the last week. Am I crunching? Someone's crunching. Oh.
Hey, Bonnie, can you mute
Sorry. There have been a lot of questions. So hopefully the ALP newsletter that the team put out helped answer a lot of those. We've answered a lot of your questions personally, individually. But I want to say our team, again, they're a brand new team, but they fully understand how important ALP is and just advanced learning in this community. And there has been absolutely no discussion that we would ever get rid of advanced placement, that we would get rid of the ALP program. And as a matter of fact, for the first time I heard something, it might have been in the debate the other night where somebody said that Stanford's getting rid of all of their advanced classes. And when we're talking about enrollment, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to get all these kids from Stanford. So I reached out to the superintendent. She said, absolutely not. And as a matter of fact, they're expanding early college, they're expanding AP, they're expanding IB. They used to have a gifted program different than ours in 4th and 5th grade that went away back in 2005. But they're actually trying to enhance advanced programming. So the only place that I'm aware of right now is New York. And the way we look at it is they will probably move here. Oh, he did. I hadn't heard that. But again, we're very committed and we know how important it is to this community. So I just wanted to open it up with that. I don't know if we want to ask them how long the presentation was, or if you think you're fine just to go to questions.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, Mark, I think, sorry. Hang on, sorry, I stupidly unmuted on my computer. All right, Mark, I think given the hour, if you can just highlight things that maybe were not in the report or questions you got, and then we can go directly into questions from the board, because I think we've all seen the materials, and I know your team has done a lot of work on them, and I know you have a presentation, but we're really trying to get to the focus on this one.
Sure, let me give you an overview. It'll take about 3 minutes, and then we can go right to questions. Peter, is that okay?
That'd be great.
Great. So I'd like to briefly describe how the management of the advanced learning program has evolved this year. With the addition of 3 new academic content coordinators, we now have an organizational structure that can more effectively and efficiently manage the day-to-day demands and long-term goals of the advanced program, coupled with our essential core academic programming. I'd be remiss if I didn't publicly take this occasion to recognize the enduring and steadfast commitment of Ms. Bonnie O'Regan as the Advanced Learning Program Facilitator. For those who may not be aware, Ms. O'Regan has single-handedly stewarded this program for years, all while living under the compulsions of a teacher contract and a nominal facilitator stipend. What she has been able to maintain is nothing short of remarkable. Thank you, Bonnie. I am so delighted that Dr. Marcus, Mr. Reed, and Mrs. Fogel will now work collaboratively with Ms. O'Regan in years ahead. As a team, we want you to know that we embrace the challenges and opportunities that lay before us with fresh perspectives and a resolve for excellence. The coordinator team submitted a thorough written report to the board in advance of tonight's meeting. We will highlight critical pieces from the report for board discussion and comment. I'd like to take in a minute and address some of the uncertainties that are floating around in the community. In 2020-21, we made some intentional and necessary decisions that impact the ALP programming in order to maintain the required cohorting requirements. Our goal as we entered the 2020-21 school year was to keep our students in school with as little disruption to the learning process as possible. Although other programs were more significantly impacted, the advanced learning program certainly took on a different look. That said, it became clear that there was a silver lining that was emerging from the change in programming at the elementary level. And I came to the board with the recommendation to increase ALP billeting for all schools moving in the 2021-22 school year, citing the advantages of longer blocks of uninterrupted instruction. That said, and in full transparency, the true value of these blocks has yet to be realized as we continue to work within the confinements of COVID safeguards this year. I'm highly confident that in 2022-23, we will be able to actualize the value in this new block approach. We will lift social studies out of the humanities block to allow teachers to truly offer an enriching and complete literary experience. Our STEM block will remain the same with a slight modification that science will always be a dedicated 30-minute period universally scheduled at the end of the block so that students who only qualified for reading can still be eligible for science. I know this was a source of concern in the past, and we're pleased to remedy it. Similarly, at the middle school level in 2022-23, we will return to a standalone advanced science course in grades 6 through 8. And you will hear more about improvements to this progressive pathway during the presentation and in our STEM report to the board in December. I want to take a moment and talk about the past failures in communication. They're unacceptable, and I assure you they will be remedied. As the director of these programs, it is my responsibility, and I accept the fair criticisms noted this evening. We need to do better, and we will. In closing, I trust in the collaborative relationship we have with this board and the community as we optimistically look to the future where we can leave these temporary programmatic shifts in the rear view and focus on the exciting opportunities ahead. We welcome your questions at this time.
Thank you, Mark. All right, Ms. Stowe.
So I know we all have a lot of questions. Thank you, Mark. Thanks, Bonnie. Thanks to the new team. I'm just going to take, I imagine I'll do different rounds. So I'm going to start with one question here now. All of my children have benefited from this program, and I've seen how it's changed over the years, and that goes to the turnover. But I think the one thing is that this board, and I believe prior boards, has always been, especially when Barbara O'Neill was on it, has been very committed to this ALP program. So it was refreshing, Tony, to hear you say that tonight. And I just want to make sure that we sort of take a step back and think about, what's the purpose of this program for a lot of, and I know someone said that earlier tonight, but this was never considered a gifted program, right? That's 1 to 2% of the population. This is an advanced learning program. And so when you making sure that everyone's being served by this program is really important. And one of the things that when I look at science, I think, the middle school science kind of shook us all up, admittedly. And when that was presented, the good news is that there's transparency now and that there's consistency across the middle schools, because I can tell you that night, all the open houses were in middle school. My phone was like buzzing like crazy, right? Because I had friends from Western texting me and I was hearing the same thing in the Central and Eastern. So the good news is that they were consistent. The bad news is that people didn't like what they heard. And what I'm now hearing, is that there just wasn't a different curriculum, and that's unfortunate. But I think you're hearing loud and clear that we'd like to see multiple levels again in the science program. But one of the other things I've been hearing in the community is, have we thought about as we're taking a step back and thinking about how we deliver this particular science curriculum, is there anything else we should be rethinking? And some people have talked about, I think it was back at Western, that they used to have the seminar class, right? Where you're still doing leveling, but you're also then going almost like the Andrew Bermonti program, but coming down to the middle school. And I've been hearing from different people in the community that that's an interesting idea. And so as we rethink science and what this board wants, I just wanted to know if maybe, I don't know if Bonnie could talk to that or Tracy, if they've thought about that, because I think that could be an interesting idea.
I don't think they're that far down the trail yet where they probably would not want to talk too much about it because we have a lot of work to do. I think again, this team, because they've been with us for literally a matter of, 8-12 weeks, really, when you think of it that way. No, they didn't know until we started getting questions that everyone thought there were two different, curriculums. So I think that was a learning, for us when we started getting all of your questions. So I know there's a lot of work and they were prepared to talk to that tonight. So we might want, I don't know if Tara or Mark want to speak to that.
Tara, Mark, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think Tara would like to.
I can speak to that. We are aware that the board has concerns about how we are providing for our students, specifically those who show advancement at the middle school level. And as a new coordinator, it's a primary goal and a charge of mine moving forward. I see this as a goal, and what I know that I need to do is continue to collect more information about how our students are grappling with the current curriculum, both those who are designated as advanced and those students who are designated as on level. And I need to continue to survey my teachers, my parents, and my students to find out what we need to do to ensure that they can have an advanced experience moving forward. I look forward to talking more about that in December when I've had a bit more time. Right now, these pathway projects, which were teacher created under the guidance of instructional coaches and a consultant and myself over the summer, we know that these projects, while they are run in parallel to the curriculum, they are still giving our students additional strategies at the high school level content assessment standards. We don't know if we'll continue to use those projects as a piece of our curriculum in advance for next year. We know that it will be a standalone course, and we know that our teachers will continue to meet the needs of their students as best possible. In December, I'll talk through a few different options moving forward.
Dr. Friend.
Sorry, I was going to say, that's helpful. I look forward to that. The only other thing I'd say is right now, I could report is that the advanced pathway for the 6th grader is simply just work for them separately alone at night, which just is not what was the goal at all.
Dr. Francis.
So, sorry, but this question was sort of asked, which is sort of what is the purpose of ALP and a discussion of that. I think the first thing is that the mission of our district, there's a bunch of stuff, but part of it is to reach the potential of the student, right? So I think in the advanced learning program, as it's stated in the policy, these are for students who are able to perform at significantly above grade level. And the purpose of the ALP program, as it says clearly in the policy, is to serve these students through an accelerated and enriched curriculum. And it defines those things. So, accelerated is moving at a faster pace, to paraphrase it, and enrichment is allowing them to dive deeper. And I think there's been a struggle for middle school science with regards to that. And I think as we are doing great work, it sounds like in the district at looking through articulation through, K through 12, I think it would be really important to look at that for our science program and to have that be a continuum. And I think, looking in some ways maybe at the model of our math program as an option. We have a lot of students who are very science focused in the high school, and there's so many wonderful opportunities there, and you have some kids who have a hard time getting all of that in. And so are there ways to look at that? So I think really looking outside the box, there are districts in the Bronx who give kids physics in 8th grade. Do you look at bringing biology down into 8th grade? If you're really looking at a K through, and now we have a dedicated science time in the elementary school, do you really look at that process all the way through? But in any case, I think it's quite clear, unless the board at some point changes this, the ALP program is meant to be for above grade level students, and it's meant to be an accelerated and enriched program. And I think we need to do that unless the board decides otherwise. And so I really encourage that to happen. Come back later for other stuff.
Thank you. Ms. Kowalski.
Sure. So I just wanted to make sure I understood. We all recognize that there isn't an accelerated program for science in middle school, but did I just hear that that was going to change next year, meaning calendar year or academic year?
Yeah, you wouldn't change a master schedule in the middle of a school year. And when this really came in initially, it was last year and it's for COVID. It has to do with cohorting. So starting out this year, we still have not only our students in elementary, but our sixth graders who are also don't have an opportunity to be vaccinated. We started out in COVID again. So what they're talking about is next school year.
So by next school year, so the 2022-2023 school year, we'll have an actual advanced science class and offerings for our middle school students.
We had advanced science class pre-COVID, but it actually, the content was the same as the on-grade level, which I think is where there was some misunderstanding from some of the board members that thought it was actually different. And we're hoping to actually progress that from where we were pre-COVID and actually have a better enhancement. And I think just to build on what Gaetan said, and I know I had shared this with her when I was a middle school principal, I had advanced science and we put it in, and like our eighth graders did, intro to chemistry and a semester of intro to physics. But you also had to parallel that with being in Algebra 1, because if you weren't in at least Algebra 1, you didn't have the skill set really for a lot of the chemistry, but it was a truly advanced pathway. So we're going to explore all of those different options, because now I think we know that's what the board has wanted, and we're hearing now that's what you want. As all of us being new and don't have the background, we have it now.
Okay. And then I had just some questions just for clarification purpose with respect to elementary school ALP. Is it the case that if you test in for science, but not for math, you will still do science and not, I'm sorry, if you test in for math, but not English, you can still do the math versus the English, meaning you don't have, if you test in for one, you're in for one. If you test in for both, you're in for both, but you're not, if you test in for one, you're not in for both. How is that working?
I think you're talking about what we did for COVID. That was last year where they were. And so I think that's what you're saying. Going next year, we're hoping that we're not in the same situation we're in. We're better this year than we were last year. Last year, it was 2 large super blocks and they were in for everything. And that was to keep the classroom sizes smaller, have less mixing of students across the different cohorts. This year, if they are, you're either in the STEM block or the humanities block. And that's what Mark was referencing before, is if you're in the humanities block where you're English, you can't just qualify for science. But next year they're fixing that in their schedules.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, you lost me on that last part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we actually talked about this, I think at the last time we talked about curriculum. If they're on the English for ALP on that side of reading and literacy, then you can't just jump across and do science right now because it's tied into the math, and every teacher doesn't teach the math and the science at exactly the same time. They have a block of time. So one teacher may say, I'm going to do science for 60 minutes today and do math for 30. And another teacher may say, I'm going to do my math for 60 minutes. Next year, they're going to put that tighter on the schedule across the district, so everybody has a well-defined science so that students can be in the literacy side and also take science, or the math side and also take science. So they're fixing that on the schedule.
But sorry to interrupt here. Remember, everyone's been grandfathered right now, so it's irrelevant for this year.
Understood. I just want to make sure we're going back to that.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Ms. Hirsch.
So I know I sent in a bunch of questions, and some of which were addressed in the presentation, and some I'll just wait for follow-up on later. But I know it's been said before, but our advanced learning programs exceptional and of great benefit to students in school. One of the main topics of discussion we've had here over the years is what is the purpose of ALP? And it is something we need to discuss as a board. Gaetan read part policy, which is what I was going to do. But it's been on our list of policies that need to be updated, which is why I think the board needs to have that as a discussion. Because ALP's not just about a curriculum that's being delivered, it's also about how it's being delivered to our students. There's an educational philosophy for advanced programs in regards to level of inquiry, rigor, and speed, and based both on the need and how it's being taught. So I do think it's something we as a board should be discussing. And I know I'd asked about looking into student data and a long-term review for students who are placed in ALP in elementary versus those who've joined in middle, and how they compare to their peers who are not in the advanced courses in the lower grades, but are all taking AP and honors at the high school. We just had an in-depth discussion on AP. So I know that it is covering a lot of our students. And I know you guys said that you were looking into that data, and hopefully we'll see some more of that later this year. But I just wanted to get some clarity on how the changes made to the educational block schedule at the elementary school, the new 90-minute blocks, may have affected some of the ALP learning curriculum, and how they benefit or support the educational needs and outcomes for the students who are in the program. You know, they could be a very positive or, you know, or impact the curriculum in different ways. So I was just wondering how that might have impacted the curriculum.
Mark, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. And I want to go back to before COVID. You know, it was commonplace that there wasn't enough time to teach literacy appropriately with a 60-minute block. And the extension to a 90-minute block certainly affords us the opportunity to integrate reading and writing. Obviously, having social studies in the block currently provides a wrinkle. It was a COVID-influenced change. We're looking forward to it being a temporary change and lifting it. Could we lift it in the second marking period? We could, but I need to explain what would be the ramifications of that, which is by lifting the social studies out of that block and having principals identify an individual time for social studies in the general ed setting, we would be impacting when we are providing intervention services. And we talked a lot about that just a few moments ago, how critical those intervention services are, especially now that we have full-time math interventionists in every building and we have our literacy support. That would impact their ability to service those students. So I'd be remiss to revisiting it at any point prior to next school year. So what I will say is this is a challenging year for our advanced learning teachers. Ms. O'Regan can certainly speak to how she anticipated that and what professional learning she did plan and provide to her staff prior to the start of the school year. But again, I think it's really important just to stress the fact that these were temporary changes due to COVID. These are not ideal situations, and we're looking forward to moving past them. Bonnie, did you want to speak a little bit about the professional learning and teacher readiness going into this year?
Yes, at the end of August, we were able to meet with each of the teachers about the curriculum changes that we made, which included all of the supports that they needed in order to meet the wide range of students that they have within their classrooms in language arts and in math. And Dr. Marcus and Mr. Reed can also talk more specifically about those also, because they worked very closely with me on those documents.
You want us to go further, or you want to have us take another question?
Well, I was just asking how those block changes. I know we've said for years that, you know, teachers have always said they don't have enough time, especially when the students were in ELA and they'd be in ALP for reading and then go back to their classroom for writing. I know it's probably a great benefit for students to be able to stay with their same teachers, to be able to work on reading and writing as they go hand in hand. So I was just wondering how these two different blocks, if it's changed what curriculum is being delivered and how it's being delivered. I know we have a student cohort now, it's been grandfathered. I'd love to see data on how that change and the longer blocks have sort of affected the students in the program. Honestly, it could be an incredibly positive response. I just don't know. I know you don't have enough time necessarily to have seen how that happened, the data, but I just didn't know if it had changed the curriculum that's being delivered, because that's what we're hearing from parents.
Yeah, I think the burn rate on that data is a little bit too short right now to jump to any conclusions. But Karen, it's a great question to ask, and we're happy to circle back on that.
Okay. That data I know is too soon to hear, but I just asked, with the change in the block schedule, what changes have been made and how has it affected the curriculum that's being delivered in those programs? I can go further into detail, but we've heard from parents that there's concern that some of the longer term things that the students have learned in the past in those classes, they won't have time for because the blocks have been merged. I know that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. I'm just asking what changes have occurred because of the change in the block.
Bonnie, do you want to talk about teaching within the block?
I think what I've been hearing is more about the language arts and the changes within the language arts, because what we did was we did a full integration between the reading and the writing, and that there is a rumor out there that we're no longer doing Shakespeare. It's just been moved to the students are still able to interact with Shakespearean language and the culture. It's just been moved to a different portion of the year. Dr. Marcus, did you want to talk a little bit about that also, and about the word study and how the word study has evolved across the entire school system?
Absolutely. Thank you, Bonnie. So as Bonnie rightly pointed out, Shakespeare is still happening. I know there's a rumor about that, just in a different unit. Also, all 4th and 5th graders across the entire district are partaking in our word study program. I know that there's questions about the word masters program. That is a voluntary program that students across the entire district can still partake in, but all of that word study, that really enriching, rigorous curriculum is in the word study program and not word masters. Word masters is open to all students across the district with multiple levels of entry.
Let's have Mike and Tara talk a little bit about that STEM block.
Yep, so I can speak to the math portion of this. Structurally, not much has changed. We are still, in 3rd grade, we're doing a year and a half of curriculum. In 4th grade, we're doing a year and a half of curriculum. And with our new program and their compacted pathways, we're actually doing a year and a half of curriculum in our 5th grade ALP. So in the past, we only taught 6th grade curriculum, which then left those kids with a little bit of a gap going into pre-algebra. Now our kids that are in ALP 5th grade math will be taking our 6A course, or our 6 advanced course, which is half of 7th grade as well as 6th grade. And that tracks them very nicely into pre-algebra 6 without any gaps whatsoever. So with our new program, there's no real structural changes. And then within the block of time, the 90 minutes, there's no real changes to the math delivery.
The single change to the science delivery is that it is happening on a daily basis right now within science. So we are dedicating 30 minutes a day to science. And obviously our ALP learners are learning at a more accelerated pace. So they do have time for those extension activities that are embedded into the science curriculum at the 3 through 5 level. With that being said, we are also providing professional learning for our ALP STEM teachers regarding TUVA data literacy labs, because we want to look more at those power standards in the science and engineering practices around data, and helping to support our teachers to support students of science within the ALP STEM block.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for addressing that. I have to tell you that that sounds like, in some regards, at least in the math side and everything, that it's a positive change. That there was always that issue at the 5th grade, only getting the 1 year and then going off to math at middle school and having to figure out how to learn that half a year. So thank you. And I know you've already addressed math in the science, middle school science. So I will turn this over to somebody else and come back with another question.
Ms. Downey.
I just want to go back to the grandfathering and just in terms of stresses it might be putting on the system. Now, I just want to be clear. This year, the students who tested in for this year were not doing the grandfathering system. Like if a student tested into language arts this year as a new student, let's say a new 3rd grader, they are not automatically placed in math as well like they were last year, correct?
You're correct.
Okay, so we're talking about a smaller number as we go through each year. I just want to make sure, I think I heard it a little bit there. that we're giving the teachers the tools to deal with these wider range of abilities, but also are we finding that the size of the groups is manageable? Because I've heard a little bit about that, you know, in some schools, the ALP cohorts are actually, because of this grant, right, you know, you have larger groups of students, and whether the teachers, it's working for both the teachers and for the students. Do we have any kind of feedback on that? I don't know from Mark or Dr. Jones.
Yeah, just even when I go back to the first year that I was here, I was shocked in the budget that regardless of whether your building has 200 students or it had 450, you had 1.7 ALP, period. And now every once in a while, they would add a little bit at Riverside, usually is where it would be. So your numbers are always different sizes. And it's, you know, it is a classroom. So it just depends on in that building. If there are fewer students that are eligible, that teacher could have fewer students in the room. If they have 20, they have 20. Because the ALP classroom, just like a gen ed classroom would run because it's a content area. So it's always been like that. I will say one of the things in COVID that you probably remember from ESSER 2 funding was we bumped up all the ALP teachers to at least a 2.0. And Bonnie, I might ask on Riverside, are they still 2.0 or are they slightly higher?
They're 2.0 because their class sizes with any individual class meet the class size guidelines.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Marcus, can I go back to something you said? I just needed a clarification. You talked about word study and then you talked about word masters. Can you just clarify for the ALP? I had thought they weren't doing word vocabulary building. Let me just use regular terminology, building a vocabulary in the ALP room itself. I thought that was all done in the general classroom. Is that?
That is correct. All the word study program is happening in their homeroom classes.
Okay. And I know you're new here. One of my kids was in ALP, one wasn't. I don't remember how it used to be done. I'm trying to understand it. My first question is that a change?
Yes.
Okay. So your plan is to go back or keep doing it the way you're doing it now?
Currently, we're going to keep it the way that we're doing it right now with the word study being implemented in the homeroom classes.
And what are you going to do next year?
As of right now,
is that the same question? Is that the same answer for next year?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What program is actually being used in elementary? What is the standard program that is being used for building vocabulary? What is it called? What is it called?
In our grades 4 and 5, it's called word study.
It's called word study. We must use a standardized material for that, correct?
Yes, it is. It's by Sadlier.
It's by who?
Sadlier.
Sadlinger?
Sadlier. This was a program that was implemented by my predecessor.
Sadlier, you just said, right? Right. Is that something? I did not attend the curriculum because of a business meeting. I couldn't attend the curriculum committee ELA meeting the other day. I only attended the social studies one in the afternoon. Did you go over this in that meeting? And is your intent to continue to use that, or are you going to wind up bringing to the board a recommendation to change it to something else?
Well, the curriculum advisory committees were only dealt with the middle school curriculum and not our elementary program.
Got it. Got it.
So that really wasn't
it's not a topic.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And so Sadlier, can you just shoot me a note with what the name of that is and then the reference to the actual program we're using?
Sure, I can send that to you.
And then is that is expected to be consistent across all elementary schools, correct? That's the expectation that's been communicated to principals?
Yes, it is. And there is a dedicated time throughout elementary school, 4th and 5th grade classrooms that it's happening.
And what kind of materials do kids have? Well, never mind. Severally. Keep going. This is about ALP. Never mind.
All right. I want to make sure with Dr. Marcus, I have this right. I think one of the reasons why the word study was moved into the classroom for everybody is it also enables the ALP students to do writing in the ALP classroom, which was missing for years and years and years. So it's rectified a broken problem. And I've done some school visits. Actually, I've visited all the schools since the beginning of the school year. And I've actually seen the word study being used in the 4th and 5th grade classroom. So it is being used across the district, which is actually really nice to see. And as a father of 2 former ALP students, I hated word masters. And one of the reasons I hated it and disliked it, and I think we could probably do a heck of a lot better, is we weren't really teaching kids how to study. And so now every student who's doing word study should be learning how to study, which is a really good thing for our elementary kids because they will need that skill when they get to our middle schools. And we were missing that. And Dr. Francis, did you have something?
So I wanted to look at some of the numbers in terms of enrollment for the middle school. And there were 2 things that jumped out at me with that. One is historically we've known this, and it was a problem since the creation of the advanced 6th grade science. But if you look at the number of students in the middle school classes, it is typically 2 to 3 times the number of students that you see in math or English. And that really stands out as a significant difference. And the other thing that I had not realized, and I don't know if this is new or old, is in terms of English, I was surprised to see that there are 2 sections for each middle school with regards to that. So generally speaking, as was stated earlier, this is considered an advanced learning program. Historically, I had heard, in some of the literature looking at that, or if you heard from Joyce von Tasselbaska, it was often in that 10 to 15% range is kind of the number that was looked at. And somewhere in this report, it talks about that 10% number. So I think that we're looking at sort of 2 extremes here that don't really match that. One is the science being way over. And then if you look at, for example, I pulled up the enrollment at Riverside. And I think there's 800 or some students there. And if you looked at 10%, that would be 80 students. So I'm not quite sure why we have those 2 different ideas in terms of how to allot students to those classes, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And one more not quite related thing, but just we did have initially, maybe in the 2nd year, because there had been a delay in implementing advanced science for 6th grade, initially because they did want to create a curriculum. What had been done, which I don't think the board was thrilled with, was they basically gave them the on-level curriculum, but they had created additional project-based or other types things to do. But even with that, given probably the expansion of the students in there and maybe the criteria that was used, there was talk at that time that teachers were having trouble because the level of reading that was required for some of these projects was well above the ability of some of the students there, and that they were really struggling. And that in response to that, those things were changed to essentially lower the level to allow students to have better ability to grasp that. But I think it's really important to understand that historically, reading ability had been a big part of evaluating how, students being able to really fully appreciate the advanced learning science. And so I think as you're looking at criteria and you're looking at the curriculum, to really take that into account in terms of evaluating that. And I think to bring us back to that more typical 15%. And I think one of the other things that was changed around the same time was the creation of the 9th grade advanced English. And again, sort of as a weird contrast, that has very strict entrance criteria. So I think we really don't have a reasonable consistency across our different advanced courses. And while things are divided up in weird ways in terms of how advanced classes are sort of supervised, administered, and taken care of, we're talking about the same kids. And I think it would be appropriate to have a bit more consistency in terms of how those programs are implemented.
All right, Ms. Stowe.
That's a very good point on 113A, Gaetan. Just real fast, the placement process for middle school math, I did not see that in here. Has that changed? I know it used to be based purely on a STAR score. I know we're not doing that anymore. We have the Z-score system, but I didn't see what we were using at all. Do you know?
Yeah, the Z-score, Bonnie had shared the other day. I guess that's what we've always used. You just haven't seen it written like this. But Bonnie, if you would answer that criteria for how they're qualifying.
The Z-score or the middle school math?
Middle school math. Sorry, I confused the two. Middle school math.
Middle school math is still under development. Mr. Reed is working with his team and myself on what that placement protocol is going to be, because we won't be doing the STAR, of course, this year. And so
Bonnie, I can speak a little bit more to it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Bonnie was in another program meeting this past Wednesday, but what I was doing was meeting with our 6th grade teachers. And we focused on what are the skills that students need to be successful in 6 advanced, and pre-algebra 6. And then as well as the learning characteristics that we also want to see those students exhibiting. So what we're trying to do is, as much as possible, use the resources that we're already naturally having the kids use in 5th grade, whether that be ALP or the regular ed classroom, to identify which placement they should go into. And then we're taking a look specifically at certain things like operations with fractions and decimals and things like that, to sort of differentiate who would be going into 6 advanced and pre-algebra 6. So we don't have it completely fleshed out yet. I have sort of a rough idea of how we're going to do it, but what we're trying to do is avoid high stakes testing that, it's one snapshot on one day. We're trying to look more comprehensively and make it more of a conversation with all stakeholders, inclusive of the teacher, the parent, and the student in the placement for next year. So working through that right now, and that will become part of our process of our transition meetings when we meet with our 5th to 6th grade counterparts, which is a natural process that we already have in place. So I would say under construction, but we're on the right track.
Mike, perhaps we could bring that to the board when you give the update on big ideas in November.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, anything else? Ms. Hirsch.
So, Mr. Reed, you just touched on, or you made a point that's going to bring me to my next point, which is that, we don't want to look at add more higher stakes testing, and we need to look at students multiple different data points when we're putting them in. I know the report shared some information about 2E student enrollment and ALP. I know we briefly all discussed this the other day, but I think that this is an area where we may still be missing students, as not all students that are twice exceptional have IEPs or 504s or even diagnoses in elementary or middle school years. I know both of my students were in advanced programs and would not land in the numbers you see in this report because the school did not have a 504 IP for them. So I'm wondering, and this is not a question you may be able to necessarily answer tonight, but I know that with, we're not just looking at scores, we're looking at more of a fuller picture of our students. And I'm sort of hoping that we're going to find a way to sort of make sure that we are not missing other 2E students, those students on the cusp that may not be able to show proficiency when taking a test because they have, auditory or visual issues or whatever it might be. So I'm hoping that you guys are thinking about ways that we can make sure that we're not overlooking students with learning differences who may also benefit highly from advanced programming at the elementary level. We're looking at our AP scores tonight, and we can see how incredible our students are doing once they get to the high school, but we don't want to miss them when they're early on. So is that something you guys are going to be considering going forward?
Absolutely, Karen.
Actually, I am working with Stacy on that, the special ed coordinator, on the 2E components. Met with her again just today about 2E students and how we can get more students into our advanced classes.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more information about that at some point later this year, maybe, but I appreciate that you guys are taking the time to look at that.
Dr. Francis.
I'm sorry, one more thing. My understanding was with Big Ideas, there was a capability to allow students to move more at a mastery-based or a self-paced level in terms of math. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
So 2 things with that, I would say. One is obviously that should support all of our students, including our advanced learners, because we do have kids who end up in that linear algebra and
in high school, and those are kids who probably can be moving at a faster pace even than ALP in elementary school. The second is that it seems to me that, you know, the good digital tools, which I understand Big Ideas is supposed to be one of those, should be keeping data for these students individually on terms of what they have mastered. So I keep sort of suggesting, I mean, this has been years now, but that, you know, our mastery-based tools, digital tools, should really allow us to get a very good picture of what a student has mastered. And I think that should take a huge onus out of a high stakes test, but also not be something that's completely subjective. I mean, you can have objective data on what a student has mastered and is ready to do in middle school based on what they have done with their Big Ideas work in 5th grade. So I find it a little surprising that there's sort of this sense of needing to go either with subjective information or to go with, you know, only this high stakes test. It seems to me that we have an obvious answer in terms of being able to use data to make these decisions without basing it all on one single test.
Yeah, so I'm sorry if I was unclear before. We're trying to not have one single stakes test. That's the whole purpose of our process. What I will say is with our transition for our teachers into the new program, it has a very robust digital component. But what we've heard loud and clear from the community is wanting to return to more of a paper and pencil. So we're really focusing on that to start the year, and just getting teachers used to the format, getting teachers used to the program, and then, you know, as we get more experienced with it, feel more comfortable with it, and start to add more of the digital components, we'll be able to track longitudinally from year to year. So right now, it'll continue to be a conversation with the teachers as they track the data they normally have over the years. But we do have that component to track that. But, you know, there's so many different moving parts with this new system that we're trying to keep it simple for the teachers so that they can just get used to the delivery of the content. And then we'll start to build out, you know, that acceleration and tracking of data as we move forward year to year.
All right, thank you. We are now at the 11:30 hour. I'm not seeing any other hands, so we are going to move on. Thank you all very much. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more discussion around ALP for years to come. All right, next up is our tech program executive summary. So Mr. Ting, you're going to do this in an executive fashion, very short, right? Because we know you're doing great work. Uh-oh, did we lose Mike?
Okay, hi. Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I will try and do this. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I will try and do this very quickly. So good evening, everyone. I'm Michael Ting, and my role in the school district is to help our staff and students with all things technology. Now, before I begin, I'd like to thank the board and the superintendent for the opportunity to speak tonight. I understand and acknowledge that we are here primarily to discuss education, and that time is a limited resource and also the late hour. So I will try to be brief and just hit the highlights from the Technology Executive Summary Report. So let's get started. Our school district is a large environment. How large? We have 17 locations that consists of 16 schools and the central office. We have over 3,000 computers. We have over 600 smart boards, over 1,100 wireless access points. And each day, there's over 10,000 devices connected to Wi-Fi simultaneously. Now, with all this technology, there must be proper support and maintenance to make sure that everything keeps running smoothly. Last year, we received almost 16,000 documented support tickets at the help desk. This is an uptick in the number of tickets we have received on average over the past several years. Now, that being said, we cannot consider the last school year to be an average year, and we'll continue tracking this statistic and its trend for the future. Over the past several years, we have seen the support satisfaction rating rise and plateau in the mid 90% range. I'm happy to see that with the increase in the number of support tickets last year, our satisfaction rating has remained high. This slide shows the top 5 categories of technical support by number of tickets. The top 3 remain the same as the year before, with Chromebook support, computer desktop support, and iPad support taking the top spots. That being said, last year we saw an increase in tickets for ASPN and student email, which very likely can be attributed to the support of remote learning. We had some significant accomplishments last year with the complete overhaul of the district's telephone systems, cybersecurity improvements, the high availability of the computer network, the support of remote learning, and the implementation of a brand new help desk. So here I have some screen grabs from the new help desk system. As you can see, this is something us in IT can really nerd out over. I did want to take a second and give a shout out here to Rich Pucci, our IT staff member at COSCOB, who has been the most valuable player in terms of IT support since the rollout of the new system several months ago. Great job, Mr. Pucci. Finally, and this brings us to the end of the presentation, I'd like to mention some of the IT projects that we're working on this year. So for this school year, we're looking to make improvements in the resilience of our computer network by installing backup internet connections at several key locations. We're looking to improve the quality of the cellular service inside Greenwich High School. We will continue with our cybersecurity improvements. And we would like to begin the relocation of the main district server room, which is located at Havemeyer, from the basement of the building to a better spot on the ground floor. Now, why are we relocating the server room? Well, because it's in a location where there is too much risk of failure from environmental hazards. There are pressurized water lines, steam lines, and various other plumbing lines running through the room right on top of the racks that contain all of our server and network equipment. Furthermore, the location of the server room is in the basement, directly underneath the men's room that's on the ground floor. So I've got 4 photos here of this server room as it currently stands. Now here's a shot of the ceiling directly above one of our server racks. Those large pipes lead to the toilet of the men's room above. Here's a shot of a pressurized copper line and what I think is a waste line above our server racks. Here's a picture of multiple pressurized copper lines running right next to another rack full of server equipment. And finally, here's a picture of an exposed steam line in the corner of this server room. Yes, that label does say it was last rebuilt 21 years ago. So as you can see, we need to do something about this situation, and we'll hopefully begin the work this year. These photos can be considered the before photos, and I'm looking forward to sharing the after pictures when we're finished with the project. Now, before I end my presentation, I'd like to recognize, acknowledge, and praise a member of the IT department. This is because I'm the only one who gets to speak at these meetings, but I'm not the only one that's doing the work. My team is exceptional. And believe me, I know how fortunate I am to have such a great team. Tonight, I'd like to single out one team member so that everyone knows how awesome he is. We have a 30+ year employee named Tony Tripodi, who has dedicated most of his adult life to the support of our school district. Tony is an absolute rock star. And even after 30 years, he's still the first person to get into his truck and head out to a school when something goes wrong. He is one of the, if not the biggest, factor in the reliability, exceptional uptime, and availability of the computer network. I can't give Tony enough praise for the work that he's done and the work he continues to do day in and day out, so that the staff and students here at Greenwich Public Schools are able to do their work without interruption. Thank you, Tony. You are amazing, and we're lucky to have you on the team.
Mike, thank you very much. And thank you for calling Tony out. So I got to know him a bit when we were designing New Lab and getting the school open, and he was amazing. Just very, very helpful and knowledgeable, and got us where we needed to be. A couple of things. One, you're missing something big from your presentation. You guys rolled out laptops, brand new Chromebooks to all of the middle schoolers and high schoolers this year. And that was a huge deal. Some of the learnings that you'd brought to us last year about the Chromebooks just not being up to what we needed them to be, especially for remote learning. You also mentioned the high school. You were talking about self-service in the high school. Self-service around the high school and on the grounds is lacking, to be nice about it. With the new stadium, there'll be power out there that might be used for cell service and or improved Wi-Fi access. So, stick that on your to-do list. And then I think Dr. Jones is telling me it's something you're looking to do next year, which is awesome. So thank you for everything you and your team are doing to keep this up and running. Technology is just one piece of how we are working today and making our students ready for the world outside. So the work you guys are doing is amazingly valued. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on the item? And thank you, Mike. You're free to, I don't know, sleep maybe. All right. Our next item is the Policy Governance Committee update with new policies. This would be a first read. So Ms. Downey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernstein. So in the process of doing the policy crosswalk and reviewing policies, we've been reviewing the lists of CABE required and recommended policies. And in that process, we realized we had some required policies that were not in place. So the Policy Governance Committee has been looking at various ones. This is not an exhaustive list by any stretch, but this is a process. I think as we were retiring procedures, which we need to continue to do as well, we're also providing new policies for the board to review and ultimately approve. As the hour is late, I believe everyone has the ability to read these or has read them. Again, this is a first read for us. If anybody has any particular questions, we can discuss them tonight. But they ultimately will obviously not be voted on until at least the next board meeting. And depending on, because we have new board members, if worse comes to worse, we can always defer a vote. But at the next board meeting, if people are not prepared, but I would like them to be so we can at least move the process along and have a first read this evening.
All right, Ms. Kowalski.
Yeah, I actually, Christina, I shared that concern in the sense that we'll have 3 new board members on first, and they will not have had an opportunity to ask questions beforehand. And these policies, I understand the difference between required versus recommended. I mean, these policies they're hefty. There's a lot going on in them. And I think that merits the opportunity for our 3 new board members to be able to have an adequate amount of time to dive in and ask questions, particularly along the lines of, I've got questions concerning whether or not the board is making a change with respect to the food services, right? If we're opting in and what the implication is, because we haven't always done that in the past. So I think that the best way to do it is to defer it, given also the hour tonight, but an opportunity for our 3 new board members that will be coming on, a full and fair opportunity to ask questions and move forward.
I think what I would suggest is that in an ideal world, I'm not saying we have to have a discussion tonight. I would like to keep them on for a first read, and then we can decide when we're going to vote on them. Just because then the existing board members will maybe have an opportunity to ask questions, via email or have a dialogue. If there's specific language questions, I'm happy to have an offline discussion. I know you also, three of us have already had discussions about them. So, right, realize that, I'm happy to have discussion or a meeting to talk about them with you, and we can do that separately, not at a board meeting. And then our new board members can read them. I know at least some of the candidates were here this evening, so they're available for their review, even if it's not commentary. But I would just like to keep the potential, and maybe we vote on one or two of them, because we have additional ones that we've been working at that we're also going to be presenting. So there's a queue of constantly, believe me, it's like a never ending. I also will point out it's helpful for the administration because there's regulations attached to a couple of them, some of which are required by state statute that we have to approve the regulations. And it might be as simple as we approve the regulations at the next meeting, if depending, there's a variety of ways we can address it, but I would like to kind of keep them in the queue moving along, would be my preference. I think Dr. Francis had a question.
I was just going to make two quick comments. One is, I know it's sort of in the regulation, but it looks like some of it's also in the policy itself. But in both the discrimination and the suicide prevention, it talks about contact person. I would really suggest that, we have something where it's an actual person and a contact. I think we have that in some of our stuff that's for special ed. I think it would be really nice to have it here as well, because it's like you've got pages and pages of forms to fill out, but if someone really has a question or someone they need to contact, I think that name should be included. And the other one, I think, as you're mentioning, both in the food and the nutrition one, I just was questioning whether we actually follow all of those particular things. And I don't remember all of it, but I know at some point we had
Dr. Jones has participated in the discussions and they've gone by their food service chair.
Okay, Ms. Stowe.
I mean, I understand there's a lot, but sometimes our kids get a lot of homework and some nights you don't. So I think that we have to keep moving forward. I know when you guys came on the board, or maybe it was when I came on the board, I had a vote on policies right away. Frankly, if you're coming on the board, you should be doing your homework now. And also, I mean, more, maybe as equally important, I shouldn't say more important, but the new board votes on a budget that they're not sitting in the first meeting it's presented. So this is just the way it goes. Business has to go on. I think this is the first read and you can send comments to the policy committee, but I think we should keep moving forward.
Well, and I guess I'll just note for agenda planning purposes, it'll be listed as a second read and an action item. It does not have to be actioned, or the entirety of it doesn't have to be actioned. You all can take up that discussion at the November business meeting. I won't be there. I won't be watching, but you're free to do as you wish. But thinking back to how this has gone, it's true. These things, the business of the board goes on. The candidates should be paying attention to the meetings. They should be reviewing the materials. They're there for them. And if the board decides to not take it up at that point, that's fine too. But at least it will be listed there. It is our practice to take the second read as an action item. Again, we have definitely put off voting on things that have been up for second read so they can go for further review. That's not a problem. All right, with that, we're going to move on, but anybody? Okay, Mr. Sherrick, go ahead.
Christina, I won't be here. Peter won't be here. Gaetan won't be here. Take it for what it's worth. It kind of reflects badly on the people who are here that they had a first read at midnight with no public around, nobody watching. And then you want to pass 36 pages at the next meeting. For your own image as a board, you might want to think about that, but maybe you don't care. Hold on. I'm moving off that. That's just my input to you. Do whatever you want. I won't be here and I won't be watching it either. I would tell you though, in the policies that you have, there are probably some substantial I would call them mistakes, things you don't know you're tying the hands of the board forever by doing. A good example would be food services. In your food services, you're prescribing, first of all, the policy is written as exceptionally low level of detail. The policies are starting to look like procedures. They're not looking like policies. So you guys, I don't know why that's happening in that committee, but you should probably be a little more careful about that. Like when you're prescribing at the nth degree a person and a job and who they report to, that would never be in a policy. in prior. That would have been at the full discretion of the superintendent. So the superintendent could make a reorganization. Now, in this case, as an example, the superintendent ever wants to reorganize, they got to come to the board for approval because it violates the policy. I would encourage you to do that. The second thing that's in there is, I don't know if you know this, but in prior years when we had food services tied to federal mandates, the way you've tied them, we have numerous times voted not to follow those. So we can have more nutritious food for our kids. That's part one. And part two is staying with those federal programs would have cost us upwards of $500,000 for less nutritious food. So you probably want to go back and take a look at when that happened. The person to call, by the way, to tell you all about that subject is a gentleman named Ben Branyan. He was around and what have you. So you've got a couple policy areas there where you might have been taking these things from CABE because how they're written. But in actual case, the application of them in Greenwich, which CABE never worries about, they're writing for, I don't know, Meriden or Willington or whatever. They wind up having really bad implementation in Greenwich. They're great for other districts that have nothing. As you know, and you may go back and look at that because you might wind up creating a trap door for yourselves.
Thank you. We'll do that. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, hearing no other comments, we're going to move on to the next discussion item, which is budget transfers. Mr. O'Keefe.
Good evening. There's three informational budget transfers not requiring board action. The first transfer is a $13,000 transfer within the athletic accounts to cover local live expense for athletic events. The second is a transfer within special ed for $18,482 to cover a prior year tuition payment. And the third is transfer of $660,000 from math to SIPL to facilitate the purchase of ELA and social studies instructional materials. And recall that this 660 was originally budgeted in math, but we were able to pay for the textbooks utilizing full year 21 funds.
All right, any questions or discussion? And thank you for that last point for our friends from the BET that are watching. This is the discussion that I know we had with Leslie Tarkington and Leslie Moriarty, just as they're prepping for their budget work, about the pull forward of math textbooks and how that funding was being used this year. All right, seeing no other discussion, we're going to move on then to our action items. So the first action item is the Old Greenwich School education specifications. Do we have a motion to accept the, because it's an action item, we need a motion to put it on the table. So do we have a motion? And it would be to approve the ed specs as presented. Karen.
I make the motion to approve the Old Greenwich ed specs as provided and set forth in your packet of materials.
All right, is there a second for that? Ms. Downey, thank you. All right, discussion. So I don't know, Dr. Jones, who's kicking this off for you?
I believe Russ is still with us, and he was going to do just literally a few minutes, just as a reminder for everybody.
Do we need that? Can we just call the vote?
I think given the impact of what this is and the capital project, I think we ought to have a brief discussion about it. So Mr. Davidson.
Good evening. I'm still with you. It's still Thursday. I don't know. Can I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead, Russ. You can share your screen.
All right, Russ, it's just saying you started screen sharing, but we're actually not seeing anything.
Yep. And that,
And it stopped screen sharing. All right, maybe you can give a quick verbal update. Russ, we've lost your audio.
How about now?
We got you back. Thanks.
Okay. This has been going on for about 15 months. This is the same ed spec that you saw last December. It's for the reconstruction and expansion of Old Greenwich. Basically, it's a 4-classroom addition. And the reason there's 4 classrooms is not to expand the capacity of the building. It's to replace and right-size the building. So 1 room is needed because we're going to move the main office down to the ground floor. 2 rooms are undersized and they're not accessible and they're prone to flooding, which you heard about earlier. And 1 existing room is undersized and we need that room to cut through to make the corridor to the new addition. So the key categories here, this is about accessibility, new 3-stop elevator, 3 ramps and a lift to make all areas accessible, puts the main entrance on grade and makes it accessible. The gym and auditorium entrance will be accessible with a new ramp, and student toilet rooms will be renovated to comply with ADA on all levels. It's also about security, a new secure vestibule for visitor management at the new main entrance, and a front entrance that is visible by staff and security personnel. And the main office will be adjacent to the main entrance. And the 2 activity spaces and outdoor classrooms for students will now be in a fully enclosed courtyard. And we have no classrooms located immediately adjacent to the driveway, which is a little bit vulnerable. It's also focuses on educational adequacy with the 4 new classrooms we talked about. And we get pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, and 1st grade classrooms all grouped together and all on the ground floor. You also restore adequate support spaces for the speech and psychologist, and you're able to expand the nurses suite. And the 4th category is health and safety. We're getting the 2 classrooms that are below the floodplain. They will no longer be classrooms. It'll be converted to a multi-purpose space, which coincidentally was its original use when it was built. You're going to get completely new heating and ventilating and air conditioning systems for all areas that currently do not have them, new windows, new communications, fire alarm, and emergency lighting systems will be upgraded or replaced. So I think it's a reasonable sort of minimum project. And as was earlier mentioned, it's significantly less than what was proposed in the master plan. And I'll leave it there for questions.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kowalski, you were the member of the feasibility committee, so I want to give you the first opportunity.
I have to say that the committee, who probably did stay awake to hear all of this, did an excellent job. We came in and looked at the things that we categorized as wants, needs, and must-haves, and really focused on making this school, fixing this school in the categories that Russ identified with respect to, health, safety, and putting the classrooms back in good shape. It's not flooding because they do have a sewage problem that floods, and it's flooded 3 times already this year, which is just unacceptable on any level, and particularly in Greenwich. And also addressed the ADA issues, which we have faced and obviously had a complaint on last year that we need to address. What we have come up with here, and I agree with Russ, is we have put together a ed spec that meets those needs and does not drive for any fancy extras. And I was proud of the group that came up with this. We worked very hard. This is what their community wants. I agree with it. I think it's the right size. And I'm really happy with how this turned out.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think it's great. I worry about what we're not doing, right? This is a scaled down version. And the thing that worries me the most is we're not looking in the deep dark corners of the building. We're not looking behind the walls and the ceilings. Basically, we're not learning from what happened at North Miami. And I think that's something that the board going forward will certainly need to think about as you move these projects forward in the older buildings. This building was designed before 1900. You know, I just worry about the very older parts of the building where we've slapped paint on, you know, maybe put a drop ceiling in, but really didn't pay attention to what was really going on. This is great. This absolutely needs to be done. The same as Julian Curtis. There are needs that have to happen. We're talking about needs, not wants. I think that's been the focus all along. I really worry we don't go far enough in what we're doing. If we're going to dig into the building, we should be really digging into the building.
So I just want to clarify, if I could, Peter, that 13 million of the 24.5 million is existing building repairs. So
that I understand, but it's not in every room or every space. So
nope. You could definitely spend more. That was the 38 million that was in the master plan.
I think it's fair to say in life you can always spend more.
Right, but it's what we're spending it on, and I basically would rather spend it on making sure buildings are safe and stand the test of time. This is a building that has certainly stood the test of time, but it's come to a point where we need to make sure that it's still safe going forward. Mr. Kelly.
Peter, what you're bringing up now worries me. I mean, I'm concerned about you saying just the fact you brought it up now. If something happens and you brought it up and we didn't act on it, that's going to be something that's going to be worry me. I really had no problems with this going into this, but just making that statement, I want to hear from the architect. Russ, can you address in more detail Peter's comments about that there might be some things that are not addressed that could be concerning?
Well, you know, we did a careful dive, as Karen mentioned, on the infrastructure that was identified. So there are a lot of systems and a lot of casework, but it's not a complete gut renovation of the older sections of the building. I believe it's inadequate and the right scope of work. And you've got a contingency built in and some cost escalation built in. So I think it's a very reasonable way to go forward at this point.
So in your opinion, there's really no red flags in this project that we should actually make note of, because as I said, we brought it up in this meeting, and if something happens and we didn't do anything about it, then it's certainly not really responsible at our end. So if you think,
I don't think there are, Joe. I think that you know, we revisit it with a mechanical engineering team. We reviewed it in detail with Dan Watson, who knows the building pretty well. We added back some roof replacement work that had been earlier prioritized out. So you've got more than half of this project is about fixing the existing building. And then another 2.9 is renovation. Another $1.7 million is fixing the site and drainage problems. So the new construction is the smallest, you know, is 6.9 million. So the bulk of this is being spent on your existing site and facilities.
That makes me feel a little more comfortable. And you brought Dan into the formula. I know that Dan is extra cautious on these things. Is he still online by chance? Okay.
He's not. Just to assuage your concerns a little bit, Joe, when the incident happened in North Miami, Old Greenwich was one of the schools they went in and actually checked all the ceilings. There was one small area they identified, which I think that we're going to hear about at some point in the future. They had said it didn't need to be done immediately. So that was the good news. They looked at Old Greenwich, they looked at JC, and they looked at Riverside.
Okay. Well, Karen, Tony and Russ, if you guys are telling me Dan Watson is saying this is okay, I've worked with Dan quite closely, and I'm okay with his judgment. Is that what you guys understand?
Yeah, he was part of the process.
He was on every meeting.
And we were actually in a capital planning meeting today for the budget. So yes.
Well, that's good enough for me. Thank you.
Ms. Hirsch.
So just to reiterate on that, you did mention that there's contingency funds. So should we be in the process of working on the older parts of the building and discover that there is something that was accidentally not seen and needs to be fixed, we do have some contingency funds built in to address that. That's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, then, if there's no further discussion, take a vote. The motion on the table is to approve the Old Greenwich School education specifications as presented. All those in favor? That is unanimous 8-0. Thank you very much to the Old Greenwich community. You're on your way.
Happy birthday, Jen.
Exactly. Well, we missed it. You know what, though? She told us her wish, so we had to wait till after midnight. You're not supposed to tell your wish, folks. All right. Next up is the tuition and fees. This is, I know, our third read of tuition and fees. So I'll just go ahead and make the motion to approve the fiscal year 23 tuition and fees as presented. Is there a second? Oh, I don't know what Dr. Francis seconded. She had her hand up. She's your hand. We use hands in this classroom. All right. Mr. O'Keefe, if you could just quickly walk us through the changes.
Sure. So we were asked last time to take a look at the last chart, which is the secondary summer programs. As we looked at it, rather than sync up a list with what Ann was showing in the prior meeting for courses that may or may not be offered, we figured that it's probably best to reformat it. And we did that and established 4 levels of programs with examples of each, along with the proposed rates. And level 1 would be a college prep course with lab, for example, chemistry. Level 2 would be a full year credit bearing course. Level 3 would be a credit recovery review course, improved grade, or a bridge course. And level 4 would be semester courses. And so we've listed the proposed prices for those courses, which are up 3% year to year.
Questions, Ms. Downey?
Just a quick one, Sean, on these level 1, level 2 courses. I mean, the hour is late and I don't have the old chart in front of me. Is this about what they were before? Because they seem like expensive classes, or if that's just what it costs us to run the class. I don't know. I'm just kind of, how was the number? Because they are expensive.
These are identical to the tuitions we were looking at. We're just categorizing them differently.
And what we've previously charged for these classes?
Oh, right. There's a 3% increase for those classes, correct, Sean?
For level 1, for level 1, we're going from 975 to 1,005. Level 2 goes from 909 to 936, 3% increase.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Ms. Hirsch.
I know I'd sent this question in, but I hadn't gotten the answer, so I wasn't sure. On that same page 5, under the proposed fees for the 22-23 for level 4 classes, I saw that the chart listed the class fee is $48. Last year it was $250. Where was it? Last year it was $298, so we're $250 less. Was that just a typo?
That was a typo, and it's fixed on the chart now.
Thank you. Well, I didn't see it fixed on the document that's posted. So what is the correct fee?
It's 307, 3% increase.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Sean, keep doing that. Can you just make sure the version, the updated version gets posted on board docs? So what we're voting on, that bottom line, can you read the numbers across for level 4?
Level 4 is 307 and free and reduced 49. So 298 to 307 for the class fee, for free or reduced 48 to 49.
Okay. All right. So maybe you want to move to make a motion to amend so that we can do this.
The other last question is, you also remove the rates for the summer school program and the GPS employment play rates. Are you still working on those?
Those were deleted because for the GPS employees, we apply a 15%, which is discussed on the first page in that package. There was also another item, I think it was 6-hour elementary courses that you had asked about, and we have not conducted those classes in several years. So Ann suggested that we delete them.
Okay, because they were in the last report. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that
the new version is updated.
I don't know. I'm looking at the one that's posted on board docs, so I don't see it.
No, it's been updated. I guess it hasn't been sent to board docs. It will.
Okay, so do I still need to make a
We're going to
motion?
take a motion to amend it
All right.
just so that we on the right.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to amend the fee for level 4 for FY 22-23, that the class fee instead of 48 be 307.
Second for that motion, Dr. Francis, thank you. Any discussion on that? All in favor of the motion to amend? Joe? Yes. All right, that passes 7-0. All right, so the amended motion on the table is to accept the tuition and fees as presented with the amendment. All those in favor? All right, that passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Sean. Sorry for running you through the ringer on this, but we want to make sure we get that right.
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. I apologize for the typos.
No worries. All right, so last up is the financial and staffing report. So I'm going to move that we accept the financial and staffing report for the period ended September 30, 2021. Is there a second? Dr. Francis is so fast with her hand tonight. All right, Sean, quick summary.
Yeah, not a lot to talk about this early in the year, but as of September, our operating expenses is $21.5 million, which is 12.5% of our budget of 171.9. Spending is up about 11% and driven by two things. One is that supplies are up about $1 million, and it's really a phenomenon of the fact that it's a residual impact of the pre-spend activity from June of last year. And we were slow in purchases in July, August, September of 20. So that, plus we have some COVID related expense that hasn't yet been charged out. And so when you normalize for those things, we're pretty much on track with our year-to-year spending rate per the plan. Capital, continued focus on that. Our capital is $28.7 million, which includes the new addition of our full year 22 budget of 13.2. And when you look at the pre-full year 22, which is really the area that we're focused on closing out, our balance is $15.5 million, which compared to a year ago is down about 50%. So our 15.5 is down 14.7 or about 50%. So we're continuing to focus on closing out those older projects. And then school lunch finally is really not much to talk about other than, we did budget for a relatively normal year, but as we are seeing now, we will probably continue to have reduced cash sales revenue and with offsetting increases in state reimbursements, given that the free food program is continuing till June of 22.
Thank you. All right, any questions or discussion?
I'm sorry, as I was leafing through, Sean, I had some questions about the staffing report. Did we like those adjustments? Because you were fixing some of the math on that, like tweaking it.
I did send you the answers, and there are a couple of areas where the formula is not correct. So we've got to fix that. So I will get those two charts updated, and we'll get those updated to board docs.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hirsch.
Well, I don't know if Christina, with the question that you had asked was the same one that I was going to ask. I was just wondering, it notes, the report notes that we're down 6 custodians, and I didn't know where those vacancies were if we're looking to fill them.
Yeah, I don't know the location, but we are down 6. 3 of them have been hired. One has a start date of October 25th. The other 2 is awaiting clearance. And we're continuing to look to replace the other 3.
Thank you.
And as far as how the work is getting done, that is basically, the staff's chipping in with overtime, plus occasionally we have a temp that comes in to help get the work done.
Thank you.
And this, just one last comment on that is, we about a year ago, we tried to restore 2 FTEs, custodial FTEs, restore headcount that had been reduced several years ago. But unfortunately, we were unable to get approval for those. And we'd still like to pursue restoring 2 FTEs in the custodial ranks.
And I presume that'll be part of our discussion at our budget meeting.
Yes.
Makes sense. All right. Seeing no other hands, the motion on the table is to accept the financial and staffing report for the period ending September 30th as presented. All those in favor? 7-0 unanimous. Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. All right, just very quickly before we get back to our community comments, agenda planning, 2 things I noted tonight. Looking for some further enrollment information on where the students are going, although I think some of it is a replacement value, but put that on the TBD. And then possibly an update on achievement gap closing plan, which I think there was some discussion about when that might be. So we'll have to figure that out in our next chair meeting, which will be my last chair meeting. How about that?
Peter, and then
Yes.
ALP and the seminar and those sort of concepts coming back as well.
Yes, so ALP, I think, was going to come back. I think Mr. D'Amico was talking about having that come back in December. Yeah. But I think there may already be a report scheduled for December. He was putting that in with, so we'll have to take a look. All right, so now we're going to resume our community comments. Ms. Hirsch.
I was just going to ask, we had asked about having a special education update because we were supposed to be seeing where those plans were that were from the audit recommendations, and I don't see that on here.
I think that actually was, we were looking at holding that for September. So we've got a separate document of things that are coming up at our next chair meeting, and that's on there. So we'll figure out
September.
No, I'm sorry, November or December. So it's
Okay, thank you. I was
just
not
a
going to wait
question
till
of when it's coming
September
up.
for that.
But yes. Yeah, next year, next September, because, you know. All right, we're going to go back to our community comments. I will again remind all of our speakers about our policy. You get 3 minutes to speak. We'd ask you be civil and respectful and all of that good stuff. So I'm going to go back to our list. If you give me one moment, because I have 10,000 pieces of paper here. Our next speaker is Marija Miklojic. And if you're with us online, if you could raise your hand.
Hello.
Okay, we've got you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Maria Mikolajczyk, but tonight I've been asked to read a statement from a group of teachers who don't feel safe to speak here tonight. This statement is a consolidation of many statements written in first person from a group of anonymous teachers. You all may not know how many of us are being discriminated against and how. Hundreds of us in the Greenwich Public Schools are being discriminated against. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years. I've been praised for my work. I've never had a warning of any kind. I've mentored new teachers. I've been dedicated. I've never stopped caring about my job. Yet now we are all being discriminated against because of a personal decision not to be vaccinated. The new mandate not only discriminates against those that have chosen not to be vaccinated, whether for personal, religious, or medical reasons, but it has left us feeling threatened, isolated, and scared. We endure constant stress, lack of sleep, and fear of retaliation. I am not a public health threat. I taught through the entire pandemic last year in person. Never once was I thought of as a danger. I was an asset, a hero, someone to be applauded for doing my job. Now, I've become someone that can't be around anyone unless I test every week. I had COVID a few months ago. I have more antibodies than a vaccinated teacher, yet our government and school district believe that I can pass along COVID and the vaccinated teacher cannot, when we know the vaccination does not stop the spread of the virus. This is clear discrimination and has left us open for unfair judgment and unjust treatment from our colleagues in administration. Teachers eat in the faculty room and attend meetings unmasked all day long, yet as an unvaccinated staff member, I've been asked to remain masked at all times. This has segregated me from my peers and colleagues, put me in a situation to isolate myself in my classroom for lunch, even though I continue to test negative and have no symptoms. The second day of school this year, I was told by a colleague of whom I have been friends with for almost a decade that she wouldn't work with me because I'm not vaccinated. I felt hurt, alone, and isolated. We live with constant stress, having to get a test that is known carcinogens placed in our nasal cavity every single week. I, along with at least 100 other teachers, go above and beyond for our job, for the kids, and it is shameful how we are being treated. I have devoted my entire career to the Greenwich Public Schools. This uncertainty is creating overwhelming anxiety that my job, health insurance for myself and my family
30 seconds.
are not secure. We are asking for an accommodation. Many of us do not want to put the carcinogen-laced swab into our nasal cavity every week, some for personal reasons, some religious, and others for medical reasons. Several of us have even suffered from health issues from this procedure that is done over and over again unnecessarily. There is an alternative, a government-approved saliva test, but our voices are not loud. Please help us. Help us like you help all discriminated teachers. Support us because we are teachers too who love our job, care for the students, and do the very best.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is Lillian D'Souza. If you could raise your hand. Or online. Lillian, if you unmute, you
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Good evening. My name is Liliane Moziak, and I have a daughter on first grade at North Miamis. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to all teachers. You all have my deepest and most sincere respect. We love you, and we know you had to sacrifice so much for the children. We are living in a crisis. We stand before you because we want to work collaboratively with the board. I am free to be and free to act. And I'm here because I want to protect freedom of choice and I want to save our children. I'm here because I am concerned about my daughter and about our children. First of all, it's related to parent choice. I want to remind you to respect the decisions and not forcing over. We see how the BOE are completely distorting of the education system. Sexual and gender education does not involve you. We object the teaching of various cells, critical racist theories. Parents should have a voice in the child's school curriculum when it comes to subjects like sex education and critical race theory. Second, stop vaccine mandate. We will refuse any vaccine mandate. Enough with the mandate. We know the pandemic was created in advance. Why should a child be subjected to the risk of an experimental vaccine? I believe injecting a COVID vaccine into my body would mean that I'm perpetuating the immortal use of a fetal cell lines. I believe that time and distance from an evil that originated long ago does not excuse it or making me free of responsibility for participating in it. Injecting products manufactured or tested using fetal cell lines into my body violates my religion beliefs. Third, mask harms children. The mask must stop. We need to allow kids to build of natural immunity. Masks are ineffective and potentially harmful. Masks interfere with task performances, efficiencies, and cause low blood oxygen and elevate carbon dioxide level. Our children are in school for 7 hours, basically breathing their own exhaust. 4, fighting for freedom. We are not going to be intimidated.
30 seconds.
We will not give up. We are parents that want the best of our children. We're not going to sacrifice our children for the government. We're drawing the line here. The problem today is not COVID. Suppression is an excuse, is a justification. I have to say, this is ridiculous. This needs to stop. You know, God gave us a mind to determine good from evil and a will to choose between good and evil. Please work with us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker signed up is Darren Modziak. I don't know if he's separately giving comments.
I don't see him online, Peter.
All right, then we're going to move on. The next speaker is Julie Freniers.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Julie, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to do I'll quickly go through my comments for tonight. Good evening, everyone. As you know, my name is Julie Ferniars, and I am the Executive Director of the Greenwich Alliance for Education. I plan on speaking monthly about education and our partnership with the Greenwich schools, teachers, students, Greenwich High School, avid alumni, and our community. Tonight, I would like to share that we are celebrating 15 years as the education nonprofit supporting the Greenwich Public Schools. Here are a few highlights which demonstrate our significant and lasting impact on the Greenwich Public Schools. For 15 years and with $3.8 million in total funding, we have supported the students, families, alumni, and the educators of the Greenwich Public Schools. For 14 years, as part of our Reaching Out grants, we have provided $1.7 million in funding to 52 grants across all 15 buildings of the Greenwich Public Schools. And for 13 years, we have promoted early childhood education, resulting in over $686,000 for our youngest learners and our families. For 2021-22, we are investing over $108,000 in the following Reaching Out grants. Families as Partners at Hamilton Avenue, Theater Arts at New Lebanon, Ruler, an SEL program at Eastern Middle School, Unbound Innovations, virtual reality, really cool at Western Middle School, eSports at Greenwich High School, and Education and Wellness Center at Greenwich High School. On the grant side, we continue to support the Developing Artist Grant, which was started in 2016 and has reached 8,000 middle school students. And at Innovation Lab, we're still supporting student projects. Now, after listening tonight, I am really excited to be the R&D arm for the Greenwich Public Schools, and I look forward to working with the new program administrators, even more after listening, to try the many new ideas that they have in their new roles. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about the many ways we are partnering to enhance the educational experience for Greenwich students and teachers. See you at the Turkey Trot and see you next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate the partnership from the Alliance. All right, the next speaker is Linda Whitridge. Linda, if you're online, if you could raise your hand. Oh, she's in person. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay, good evening or good morning, members of the board and Dr. Jones. I know it's late, but I respectfully appreciate that I can have my voice heard. My name is Linda Whitridge, and I'm here today to speak for my husband and myself and my 3 daughters in the Greenwich Public School system. I'm here today as a mom that wants the freedom to make choices I believe to be the best for my children. We've all become obsessively caught up in a political and social divide over COVID that has trickled down to our kids. And if we as parents don't speak up now in the name of common sense and compassion for our kids, they will be continued to be taken advantage of to bolster whatever political scenario they happen to be living within. At some point, we have to be able to move on. We have to allow our kids the freedom to live their lives and not be used as political pawns in this game any longer. The risks of the virus are so low for children. We shouldn't be asking more of them for the greater good. That's no longer fair. For me, this is about choice. You may be tied to the state's ruling now about masks in schools, but there is so much more to it. We need to work together to stop caring so much about optics and start caring about the kids. Why can't the kids play together across classes in recess in elementary schools? Why can't they go on field trips? Why are we preventing kids from playing on their sports teams in high school? Why aren't all students like the 6th graders allowed into the auditoriums with the 7th and 8th graders? Most importantly, what's going to happen in February? Are you going to step up and give kids and their parents the choice to mask or not to mask? Next up, vaccinations. We all know the vaccine for our kids is and will become more of an issue as emergency authorizations are extended. And to be frank, there are a lot of us that aren't going to want to give our young kids this vaccine at this time, whether it's because of the possible side effects, the lack of long-term studies, or just the fact that generally kids aren't as affected by COVID and that they shouldn't be pawns any longer. We don't want it. We want the choice to say no and not to have our kids punished for that choice. We see what's happening at the private schools. Are we going to follow suit in the public schools? While Lamont and you may say there won't be mandates, there are other ways in which the children are being forced to pay the price, and it's not right. Pressuring kids and families to vaccinate their little kids to be able to play sports, to be able to participate in clubs, to be able to travel. Are you going to segregate kids based on their medical status? Are you going to shame them into following the narrative just to be able to live a normal life as a kid? This is not how personal choice works, and it's not fair to our kids over a vaccine that we know doesn't stop transmission. It doesn't work the way it was advertised by the government, and it has thousands of people reporting adverse side effects and truly isn't necessary for kids. The level of fear imposed on parents and the reduction in acceptable
30 seconds.
risk has skewed our society into accepting things that we really would never have believed just a few years ago. I will not accept this. I'm ready to hold this line, to gain the right to choose if my children should be masked, and to fight the forced vaccinations. These are our kids, and it is up to us to decide what is right and best for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we do appreciate the fact that you stayed all the way to the end. Seriously, it's usually just Lil and Brian. All right, next up is Graham Fatadad. Although I don't see him, I do believe he emailed the board his comments. So thank you, Graham, for that. Next would be Christopher McCormick. Also not seeing Christopher online. If you are online, please raise your hand. Michael, are you seeing him? I'm not seeing him. Christopher McCormick, not seeing you, and not seeing
I'm not seeing any of the last few here.
And the last is Kristen Naminsky. Kristen, if you're still with us, raise your hand. All right, well, that I guess is going to do it. Thank you, everybody, for participating this evening, for the length of our meeting. Dr. Jones, please thank your staff for staying so late. Mr. Kelly, I believe you have a motion for us.
You could pass it over to Gaetan if you'd like, because considering she's used to doing this and it's her last time.
No, I'm getting to do it at the next meeting because this used to be my job. All right, Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis moves to adjourn. Mr. Kelly, would you like to second that?
I will second it.
All right, all those in favor of adjourning? We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.